City Z is hosting a cycling race. The competition is nearing its end. Let's see who's in the lead. The consecutive world champion, Shark Rocket, is leading the pack. He thinks to himself, let's see who can possibly overtake me now. Just as he thinks that, a dark figure shoots past from behind. Someone has caught up. The announcer shouts, so fast, even faster than Shark Rocket. It's unbelievable. For some reason, Shark Rocket's uniform is suddenly torn to shreds. The audience scrambles to raise their phones, snapping pictures frantically. He yells, don't look, that's so rude. Someone says, this is definitely front page news. Another person sighs, damn it, all my calculations were wrong. The leader has crossed the finish line. The announcer cheers excitedly. He's finished. The champion has emerged. What a surprise. This year's National Cycling Championship has a huge upset. A dark horse has appeared. Everyone, let's turn our attention to this mysterious dark horse. The champion is carrying a large box on his shoulder with the words Express Delivery written on it. Everyone is stunned. Huh? A delivery guy? The person speeds away like the wind, saying, excuse me, I'm in a hurry. The delivery guy finally reaches his destination. Great, I made it on time. If my pay gets docked again, I'll have to starve this month. Our protagonist's name is Young-Soo, 18 years old this year, a student at university in City Z. Because he's poor, he has to work part-time as a delivery guy. His strong point is his optimism. Even though he's very poor right now, he believes that as long as he works hard, he will definitely succeed. Young-Soo stands outside a large building, watching the news intently. On the big screen, the announcer is saying, dear viewers, a rare total solar eclipse that only occurs once every few decades is about to happen. For astronomy lovers, this is truly a rare opportunity. He listens and lets out an oh, a total solar eclipse, huh? There's so much to learn. A strange phenomenon occurs in the sky. He looks up at the sky, thinking to himself, is it starting? The sunlight suddenly becomes much harsher. A yin-yang symbol appears on Young-Soo's right hand. He yells, so hot. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes changes. Skyscrapers are collapsing, and the sun is sucking all matter into it. He thinks to himself, where is this? Why am I here? Where has everyone gone? Young-Soo runs forward and discovers, oh, there's still someone ahead. He hurries over and asks, hey, what's going on? Xiao Lu, dressed in a long robe and holding a long green sword, is in the middle of a fight. He wonders, why would a level 6 demon beast appear in City Z? Even a high-level demon slayer would have a hard time dealing with it. I absolutely cannot let it enter the human world. He swings his sword to attack, but the monster just whips its tail, sending him flying. With a loud crash, he is heavily injured. Xiao Lu thinks to himself, fast, too fast, there's no way to dodge. I'm a dead man. The monster lunges again, and he screams, AAA. Just then, Young-Soo grabs him by the collar and pulls him aside, asking, are you okay? Xiao Lu replies, oh, thanks for the help. He looks at Young-Soo, suddenly astonished. Huh? A normal person? How did a normal person get in here? The monster quickly closes in on the two of them. Young-Soo yells, monster. Xiao Lu sees the object in its mouth, and his face pales in horror. The Pango blood plate. I found it. Young-Soo shouts, so, run. Xiao Lu replies, you run. I'll hold it off. Go, I'll buy you some time. Young-Soo immediately turns tail and flees, running for his life. But the monster is instantly hot on his heels. He yells, damn it, what's going on? Why is this monster chasing me? Just then, the solar eclipse reaches its peak. The aura surrounding Young-Soo grows thicker. He suddenly clutches his eyes and yells, oh. It hurts so much. His eyes emit an incredibly strange aura. Young-Soo keeps running and sees a sword and tries to reach for it. Just a little more. Seeing this, Xiao Lu shouts, don't touch it. A normal person can't use a Dharma sword, or they'll die. However, Young-Soo has already grabbed the sword, and with all his might, he slashes at the monster. Xiao Lu is stunned. This power. How is this possible? Young-Soo collapses with a thud, panting heavily. He slumps to the ground, looks at the monster, and mutters, is it over? Did I kill it? Then he passes out. An unknown amount of time passes until Young-Soo vaguely hears people talking. He's just an ordinary person. How could he kill this monster? No, the power in him is definitely not something an ordinary person can wield. But this is a level 6 monster. It's unbelievable. But he knows nothing about our world. He slowly opens his eyes. Who's talking? 3 strange people are standing in front of him. The person in the cat mask says, I've already erased his memories. You guys take him away quickly. We absolutely cannot let ordinary people know about the Panga world. Yang-Soo thinks to himself, Pangu? What are they talking about? Who is that woman? Her voice is very resonant. 3 days later, a chubby guy is holding a phone, looking around. Suddenly, he waves at Yang-Soo. His name is Liu Yu, a classmate, and also my best friend in City Z. Liu Yu runs over, throws an arm around his neck, and yells, You bastard. I have to make excuses for your absence every day. Almost all 13 teachers in our class know my face from looking for you. Yang-Soo shouts, Let go. Any tighter, and you'll choke me to death. Yang-Soo looks around and asks, Why is the school so lively lately? The school's 75th anniversary is in less than 20 days. You're probably the only one in the entire school who doesn't know. A beautiful girl is walking over. That's Xie Bing, 18 years old, the student council president from a prominent family and also the goddess of this school. The male students buzz with excitement. She's so beautiful. Xie Bing, we love you. Liu Yu nudges him in the chest with his elbow and says, Hey, Yang-Soo, the goddess Xie Bing is here. Yang-Soo snaps. Fatty Liu, say one more stupid thing and I'll strangle you. On the other side, the female students are in an uproar. Look, Zhangzhe is here. So handsome. I love you. My idol. I want to have your babies. That tall, handsome, and rich guy is Zhangzhe, son of the richest man in City Z, head of the martial arts club, and also the national martial arts champion. He walks over and calls out, Xie Bing. Liu Yu says, I heard Zhangzhe is pursuing Xie Bing. The two of them are on a whole other level. Yang-Soo give him a bump on the head, and he yells, Ouch. Yang-Soo replies confidently, One day, I'll make her fall for me. Yang-Soo feels a slight discomfort. What's wrong with my eyes? It's getting worse and worse. He goes into the restroom to look in the mirror. There's nothing wrong, but why does it feel more and more uncomfortable? Suddenly, he hears someone talking. Xie Bing, another 10-year cycle has passed, and the Panga world is starting to fall into chaos again. I'm afraid what happened that year will repeat itself. Yang-Soo peeks through the crack in the door. The Panga world? Xie Bing? Zhangzhe? He suddenly freezes. Could it be that the person in the cat mask was Xie Bing? Suddenly, someone rushes over and shouts, Hey kid, you dare to eavesdrop? Don't you know this is the martial arts club's territory? I see you've got a death wish. This tall, muscular guy is Han Xiong, a 6th-dan member of the martial arts club. Among the students of City Z, he fears no one. He grabs Yang-Soo's collar. Let me teach you a lesson. But no matter how hard he pulls, Yang-Soo doesn't budge. Han Xiong thinks to himself, Damn it, how is this kid so heavy? Yang-Soo grabs his wrist and instinctively executes a move. He lands on the ground with a thud, crying out in pain, Ouch. Han Xiong is terrified. How is this possible? He's much stronger than me. Yang-Soo is also in disbelief. Wow, that was just an instinctive move. But since when did I get this strong? Zhangzhe and Xie Bing are both staring at him. Yang-Soo decides to ask directly, What is the Panga world? What happened 3 days ago? Xie Bing is stunned. Impossible. His memory wasn't erased. Zhangzhe frowns and shouts, Bastard, we'll let you in here. Xie Bing stops him. You and your people should leave first. I'll handle this. Zhangzhe is unconvinced. What? I have to leave too? Xie Bing glares at him, and he immediately turns to leave. You detestable brat. I'll remember you. Let's go. Xie Bing says, Follow me. Yang-Soo smiles and replies, All right. The two enter a meeting room. Xie Bing pushes him down onto a chair, ordering, Sit still. Yang-Soo exclaims, Whoa. What's going on? He thinks to himself, What's this situation? Has my dream come true this quickly? It's my first time being this close to my goddess. Could it be she brought me here to... Does the goddess like me? Should I confess? What should I say? He stammers. Well, actually, Xie Bing channels energy into her 2 fingertips and points them at his forehead. Yang-Soo is startled. What are you doing? The aura on his body erupts violently. Xie Bing says, It's just as I thought, a double-pupiled one. He asks, Say what? Xie Bing replies frankly, Since your memory can't be erased, there are some things I don't need to hide anymore. Xie Bing hands him a book. This is for you. Yang-Soo reads the ancient characters on the book, The Panga World. Everything you want to know is in here. He opens it to read. When heaven and earth were in chaos, It was Panga who separated them to create this world. Everyone knows that people have umbilical cords, and so do animals. Panga was born from the universe, but no one has ever thought about where its umbilical cord is. For millions of years, Panga's umbilical cord has been quietly growing, giving birth to countless monsters that try to invade the human world. While ordinary people are sound asleep every night, demon slayers are fighting evil spirits to maintain the balance of the human world. Yang-Su suddenly asks, "So what about the Panga world?" She says, "The thing I saw that night was Pangu, and I'm related to it." Xie Bing answers, "This is easy to understand. Different worlds have different laws of development. In places with sufficient light and resources, creatures are generally more docile. The less light and resources there are, the more ferocious the creatures become and the greater their ambition to invade. The Panga world is very cruel, so it has created extremely evil creatures that are a great threat to the human world." Yang-Su breaks out in a cold sweat. "Are you kidding me? How can such a terrifying world exist?" Xie Bing smiles and continues, "You are a double-pupiled one. To demons and monsters, you are like a lighthouse. A double-pupiled one will attract the attention of demons and monsters and will be relentlessly hunted by them. The monster from 3 days ago was just the beginning." Yang-Su feels dizzy. He says, "President Xie, I suddenly remembered I have a delivery to make. I'll be going now." The girl reminds him, "I'll only say this once. Whether you believe it or not is up to you." Then, Xie Bing give him a piece of paper with ancient writing on it, saying, "Take this talisman, it will be useful." He takes the talisman, dazed. Pangu, demon slayers. What monsters? Xie Bing watches his retreating back and thinks to herself, "Sooner or later, he'll come back to find me." Yang-Su quickly walks outside. He suddenly feels strange, always feeling like something is following him. A bush suddenly rustles, and with a meow, a cat darts out chasing a mouse, making him let out a sigh of relief. "So it was a cat. You scared me to death." But suddenly, he feels a chill run down his spine. Yang-Su turns his head, and a ghost is standing there, who knows since when. He screams, "AAA, what's that? A ghost! Help!" Then he turns tail and runs. After running for a while, he sees several more rushing out. The ghosts say, "So fragrant, I can smell it, he's mine." Yang-Su is terrified. "There are 2 more. Grandma, run. They're ghosts. Hide quickly." The old lady, practicing with her sword by the roadside, hears him and wonders, "Ghosts? What ghosts? Crazy. Don't bother me while I'm practicing my sword." He thinks to himself, "What's going on? Can't she see them?" That ghost chuckles. "Got him." He then says, "Grandma, let me borrow your sword for a bit." The old lady exclaims, "Oh my, what's wrong? Is this kid a fool?" Yang-Su is sent flying into the air by a ghost. Xiao Yi hid behind a tree and chuckled to himself. "This is what you get for offending our director. It's just a wooden sword. It can't possibly hurt them." But unexpectedly, he had severed one of the ghost's arms. He couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Another ghost tightened its grip on Yang-Su's neck, choking him. Cough, cough. "I'm done for. I'm going to die here." The old lady saw him floating in midair and screamed in terror, "Are there really ghosts?" He spat out a mouthful of blood. Ugh. The talisman Xie Bing had given him suddenly burst into a brilliant light and sucked the ghost inside. Xiao, he was utterly horrified. How can this be? This kid is too strange. I have to report this to the director. Yang-Su fell to the ground with a thud, panting heavily. Xie Bing was right. I've attracted those ghosts. I don't want to die. He scrambled to his feet and ran towards Xie Bing. Xiao Yi ran back to the martial arts club, shouting, "Director, this is bad. The specters we sent were killed by that kid." Zhang just said in surprise, "What? Specters? Are you talking about these?" He pointed to the 2 low-level specters behind him. Xiao, he was a bit confused. "Director, weren't those 2 specters sent by you?" Xiao Jia, standing behind, muttered, "What are you talking about? The director only told us to observe. We haven't even made a move." Zhang Jia frowned and asked, "What exactly happened? Tell me everything in detail." Yang-Su sprinted to Xie Bing, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Help. I just saw ghosts. They're really after me." The girl stood up and replied, "What you encountered weren't ghosts, but..." With a whoosh, Xie Bing threw another talisman at him, destroying a specter. His face turned pale. "When did it start following me? I didn't notice it at all." The girl explained, "Specters don't have high attack power, but they can move freely between the 2 realms. However, the specter that ambushed you is no ordinary specter, but a higher level demon. It seems what I was worried about has happened. Your attraction to the surrounding demons is increasing rapidly." Yang-Su cried out in fear. "What? Then in the future, won't I be in more and more danger?" Xie Bing nodded gravely and replied, He felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Yang-Su clenched his fists. I don't want to die yet. Xie Bing, I want to learn those exorcism arts. She replied, follow me. The two arrived at the basement of Z University. Yang-Su looked around, astonished. I never knew Z University had a place like this. Xie Bing said, I can help you become an exorcist master, but whether you succeed or not depends on you. The training process is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you're ready? Yang-Su replied confidently, I can definitely do it. Xie Bing took out a talisman and said, let's begin. She performed a spell, whoosh whoosh whoosh. A ring of light surrounded the yin-yang circle. Xie Bing called to Yang-Su, go in, sit down. He stepped in seriously and sat cross-legged. Xie Bing said, to become an exorcist master, the most important thing is to sense spirit power. A stream of light blue energy appeared on her hand. Yang-Su was amazed. Spirit power. Xie Bing began to explain. Spirit power is the greatest secret of exorcist masters. It wasn't until modern times, with research into the light absorption of dark matter, that ordinary people came into contact with the tip of the iceberg. Spirit power is a type of dark matter. Its energy is immense, and it's invisible to the naked eye. This formation will help you sense spirit power. Now focus your mind. Try to feel the changes around you. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Xie Bing reminded him, your first time cultivating won't be smooth. It should take at least 30 minutes to. But Yang-Su had already entered a meditative state. Seeing this, she was a little surprised. Huh? That fast? Even a high-level exorcist master needs 3 minutes to enter a meditative state. But he's even faster than a high-level exorcist master. He saw the surging flow of spirit power within his body. So beautiful is this spirit power? Xie Bing also sensed it. Such a dense and powerful fluctuation of spirit power. Could this be the special trait of the double-pupiled one? She instructed, guide the spirit power into the spirit sea near your navel, and you can accumulate energy. An hour later, Yang-Su exclaimed, awesome, I have spirit power too. Xie Bing said, being able to sense spirit power means you are qualified to become an exorcist master. Next, I will teach you the simplest exorcism art. She channeled her energy and shouted, decree. Her hands moved in a blur. Evil spirits disperse. A talisman appeared, fizzle, fizzle, fizzle. The line of spirit power severed the specter, causing it to dissipate. The spirit exorcism art, it counters all non-corporeal specters, which is the most effective for your current situation. Yang-Su praised. So cool. Xie Bing instructed, you need to practice more from now on. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. By the way, this is a protective spirit talisman. It can keep you safe for a short time. If there's danger, I'll be able to sense it. He took the talisman and waved, saying, don't worry, I'll definitely master it. For the rest of the day, Yang-Su diligently practiced the art. He stood on the sports field, concentrating on casting the spell. Evil spirits, disperse. Evil spirits, disperse. The news immediately reached the martial arts club. Zhang couldn't contain his anger. He slammed his fist on the table with a bang, roaring. Oh. Xie Bing actually taught that rotten kid an exorcism art. Xiao Yi bowed his head and reported, President, Xie Bing has always ignored you, but now with that kid. Zhang cracked his knuckles. Shut up. I put in so much effort. I absolutely cannot let some nobody ruin my plans. 1 week later, Yang-Su was on his knees on the field, panting as he exclaimed, I've finally mastered it. I'm exhausted. Just then, his phone rang. Ring, ring, ring. As soon as he answered, he heard his manager's roar. You rotten kid. Why aren't you out making deliveries? Do you still want to get paid? Yang-Su was startled. Oh no, how could I forget about this? He quickly replied, coming right away. Soon, the packages were delivered to the customers. Your delivery, sir. Your delivery, ma'am. Your delivery, sir. A bald man grunted impatiently. What took you so long? I'm giving you a 1-star bad review. Arriving at an apartment complex, Yang-Su had to climb the stairs. Damn it, 30 floors, this is killing me. He wiped his sweat, panting, just one last stop. But when he got back to his parking spot, Yang-Su saw someone smashing his vehicle. Haha, kick it harder for me. Let's see how he's going to make deliveries now. He thought to himself, what's going on? A guy with dyed red and green hair opened his delivery box, casually took out some food, and cursed while gnawing on a chicken leg. Damn it, why isn't that kid out yet? This chicken leg doesn't taste half bad. Yang-Su shouted, what the hell are you bastards doing? Stop it right now. The thug yelled loudly. Yo, kid, you're finally out. Seeing him, Yang-Su's heart skipped a beat. Crap, it's Chun Dedeo. This guy is a notorious thug in Z City. I haven't even offended him. Why is he targeting me? He asked cautiously. Hey, this is my vehicle. Do I have some kind of grudge with you guys? Chun Dedeo walked over with a baseball bat and replied nonchalantly, taking someone's money to solve their problems. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. His two cronies laughed loudly. Haha, he swung the bat. Come here quietly. Yang-Su realized he was outnumbered and couldn't win a fight. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. As if anticipating this, Chun Dedeo shouted, Everyone, get him, break his legs. A thug happened to block Yang-Su's path. You're not getting away. Beat him to death. Facing this aggressive mob, he thought to himself, I'm screwed. This is my only move. With that, he channeled his energy and used the spirit exorcism art. The thugs grunted and groaned, unable to move. One of them said, This kid knows sorcery. It's a ghost. Yang-Su was secretly pleased. I didn't expect the spirit exorcism art to be so useful. He shouted, That's what you get for messing with me. He landed a heavy punch on Chun Dedeo's face. Bastard. How dare you eat my chicken leg? He cried out, Big brother, I was blind. Please spare my life. Yang-Su pointed the baseball bat at his face and said, Who exactly sent you? Chun Dedeo replied, I'll talk. Suddenly, a mocking laugh came from his side. You can't even handle a little kid. You're all a bunch of useless trash. Yang-Su turned his head to look, It's Zhang. He snapped his fingers, releasing the bindings. Chun Dedeo stood up, Young Master Zhang. Yang-Su was shocked. So it really was you who sent them? Zhang said loudly, A bunch of useless trash. I still have to handle it myself in the end. Yang-Su roared in anger. Bastard. He unleashed a spirit exorcism art. A spirit snake appeared and lunged at his opponent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But the spell couldn't penetrate Zhang's barrier. He laughed contemptuously. It's useless. This kind of low-level spell can't hurt me. Yang-Su was at a loss. How can this be? He teleported, instantly closing the distance to him, and threw a lightning-fast punch. Yang-Su screamed, Aya. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then fell backward with a thud. Zhang sneered. A mere delivery boy dares to pursue Xiebing? Who gave you the guts? Can't you see the gap between us? He took out a handkerchief to wipe his hand, then threw it in his face. In that case, I'll make you see it clearly. Yang-Su gritted his teeth and cursed in anger. Bastard, Chun Dedeo chuckled. This is what you get for trying to steal a woman from young Master Zhang. Zhang continued his assault. I've seen plenty of unscrupulous people like you. You're trash. He aimed a kick at his face. Yang-Su raised his hand to block his shoe smack. Seeing his foot emit crackling electricity, he was a little surprised. Before he could recover, he was kicked into a corner. A loud explosion echoed, and dust flew everywhere. Zhang said disdainfully, You don't know your own limits. Yang-Su coughed. He's too strong. I can't withstand his power at all. Looking at his pathetic state, Zhang said, You can't even take one hit. This is just a small lesson. If I see you clinging to Xie Bing again, I'll beat you half to death. He called to his underlings. Let's go. He sat up, coughing as he said, Cough, cough. You've just been cultivating longer than me, using your strength to bully the weak. Xie Bing would never like someone like you. Zhang suddenly turned around. What? Say that again. He replied coldly. Zhang, do you dare to make a bet with me? Give me 3 months, and I will definitely defeat you and repay the humiliation you've given me 100 times over. Xiao Jia roared, Bastard. How dare you speak to young Master Zhang like that? Zhang stopped him. Stop. He pointed at Yang-Su and said, I'll take your bet. But if you lose, I want you to disappear from Z University forever. He grunted through gritted teeth. He asked again, Don't you dare? Yang-Su replied firmly, Fine. If you lose, you also have to stay away from Xie Bing forever. And you're not allowed to pursue her anymore. Zhang slammed his fist into the wall with a bang and replied loudly, Fine. In 3 months, get ready to get the hell out of this school. He said resolutely, Zhang, I won't lose. In 3 months, I will definitely defeat you. Xie Bing saw this from a distance and was lost in thought. Xiao Jia asked doubtfully, Young Master Zhang, why did you agree to that kid's bet? Wouldn't it be easier to just beat him to death? Xiao Yi also agreed. That's right. Zhang explained, It's not that simple. Xie Bing gave him a protective talisman. We can't kill him. If Xie Bing found out, it could backfire on me. But fists have no eyes. and he was the one who provoked the fight. If I happen to kill him, Xie Bing won't be able to say anything. Yang Su returned to the student council office, panting as he asked Xie Bing, "Is there a faster way to increase my spirit power?" The girl said, "Why do you ask?" He stammered in reply, I just want to improve myself quickly to better protect myself." Xie Bing reminded him seriously, "Increasing spirit power requires gradual accumulation. You can't rush it. But if you want to improve at the fastest possible speed, I do have a way." His eyes lit up. What is it? The two entered the Panga world. Xie Bing explained. Although the Panga world has many wraiths, it can rapidly increase one's cultivation speed. The girl channeled her energy. A yin-yang symbol appeared. She looked around. "Hey, are you sure you still want to cultivate here?" He looked at the swarm of wraiths, hesitating slightly. Seeing his hesitation, Xie Bing said, "It's okay. Even if you back down, I can understand. There are many other exorcists cultivating in this world." Afraid she would change her mind, he immediately said firmly, "No, I want to stay here." The girl let out a no. Yang Su thought to himself, "I will absolutely not lose to Zhangzhe." A few days later, although he had practiced the spirit exorcism art many times, he felt his spiritual power was growing too slowly. At this rate, there was no way he could defeat Zhangzhe. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Your spiritual power is growing slowly because your method is wrong." Yang Su turned his head and asked, Who's there?" A tiger suddenly rushed out, scaring him out of his wits. He screamed, "Ah, a tiger, a tiger." Calming down, he saw clearly that it was a young man in a Taoist robe, riding on the tiger's back. On his hat was the character Tang. I don't know his name either, so let's just call it Brother Tang for now. Yang Su was astonished. "A demonic beast?" "No, you're an exorcist. There are many exorcists cultivating in the Panga world. He must have run into some senior." Brother Tang said cheerfully, "Young man, you're more than diligent enough, but this cultivation method of yours yields little result for much effort." He was stunned. "Huh? It's wrong?" The man laughed heartily. "This old master has a type of spell that can help you improve quickly. It's just that." Yang Su quickly asked, "Is it too dangerous?" The man took out a book and replied, "You could say that." He said seriously, "I'm not afraid of danger. Senior, can you teach me?" Brother Tang jumped down from the tiger's back. He suddenly said, "It's not impossible to teach you, but you must answer a question for me first. Are you risking your life like this for power?" Yang Su answered honestly, "Not exactly." Then he began to recount the situation. "Actually, it's like this." A moment later, after hearing the story, Brother Tang couldn't stop laughing. So it's for beauty. Youth, interesting. He made a gesture. "Keep it down." "Sure." Brother Tang channeled his energy and said, "It's rare for you to have this affinity with me. Today, this old master will teach you a move. Watch closely." With a whoosh, a flash of light appeared, and a monster materialized. Yang Su cried out in shock, "Damn, where did that demonic beast come from?" Whoosh, its body dissipated. He thought to himself, it was destroyed? He then absorbed the demonic beast's power. Brother Tang explained, "Spiritual power is everywhere, and it's most concentrated in the bodies of strange beasts. The fastest way to increase spiritual power is to absorb the essence of demonic energy." He tossed the book to Yang Su. "Take this demon locking art. This old master has matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving. We'll meet again if fate allows." He chased after him, shouting, "Senior, what's your name?" Brother Tang replied, "If we are fated to meet again, you will know my name." Yang Su muttered, "What a strange person. Are all powerful exorcists like this?" He walked away, fanning himself and muttering, Demons. Why are there so many ghosts and monsters? So the great disturbance in the Panga world is all because of you, the one with the heavy pupils. It's been several hundred years since someone with heavy pupils has appeared. I wonder what this portends. But oh well, I'll protect him for as long as I can." Suddenly, Brother Tang heard a rumbling sound. He blurted out, "Haven't you beasts left yet?" The strange phenomenon in the sky continued to roar, and Brother Tang's song rang out again. In the Peach Blossom Den, there is a Peach Blossom Temple. Under the Peach Blossom Temple, there is a Peach Blossom Immortal. The Peach Blossom Immortal plants peach trees and plucks peach blossoms to trade for wine money. The outskirts of the Panga world. Day 15. The demon melting art was cast, tightly binding the wraith. Yang Su controlled the spell, absorbing its spiritual power as the flames blazed fiercely. He shouted, "Awesome! I can absorb the essence of wraiths too. But there are too few wraiths around here. I've already used them all up over the past few days. Recalling Zhang Zhe's disdainful expression, he thought to himself, but with my current strength, I'm definitely no match for Zhang Zhe. I can only go deeper inside to hunt wraiths and absorb their essence. Yang Su stepped into the inner city area of the abandoned city. He thought to himself, as expected, there are a lot of monsters here. Xie Bing once said that the Pangu world is constantly encroaching on the real world. This place is probably a modern city that was swallowed by the Pangu world. To increase my strength, I can only take the risk and come in here. He jumped inside. It seems there are no wraiths here. A whoosh sounded from behind him. A monster lunged at Yang Su. He ducked to dodge the attack. Hee, I detected you long ago. He cast the demon melting art, instantly binding it. Suddenly, Yang Su screamed, "Ah!" Another monster burst through the wall from the side and attacked. Yang Su dodged to the side. "There's another one," he muttered. The demon melting art shot out instantly. With a loud bang, the monster turned to dust. He absorbed its spiritual power. The demon melting art is truly powerful. The Panga world is nothing special after all. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a cackling laugh. With a loud crash, the wall collapsed, and a tragic scream of R rang out. Yang Su recognized it as a Yiksha. Yiksha, a C-rank demonic beast, possesses great strength and swift speed. It requires at least 3 C-rank exorcists working together to defeat it. Yang Su immediately cast the demon melting art and took the offensive. The demon Yiksha struggled violently, and the bindings snapped. He shouted, "Damn it, it broke again." It retaliated with a kick, sending Yang Su flying backward with a loud crash. He scrambled to his feet. "The Yiksha is too strong. I'm no match for it at all." Before he could prepare, the demon Yiksha charged. He immediately turned and fled, shouting, "Hey, what do I do now? I can't escape. At this rate, it'll catch up to me sooner or later." The demon Yiksha was right behind him. Yang Su cast a demon melting art, binding it together with several large rocks. The demon Yiksha struggled with all its might, making a cracking sound. It snapped the thick vines. With a loud rumble, the large rock behind it collapsed, crushing the demon Yiksha. Yang Su shouted, "It's all over." Ha ha ha. As expected, the stronger the demonic beast you defeat, the more abundant the spiritual power you gain. A pack of demon Yikshas peeked out, letting out a series of roars. A smile crept onto the corner of his mouth. "Humph, come on, not a single one of you will escape." Yang Su panted heavily. He had wiped out an entire pack of demon Yikshas. This was the 23rd one. He sat on the corpse of a monster and opened the book to check. Strength increased by 6 times. Speed increased by 4 times. Strength growth rate, 612% speed growth rate, 416% endurance growth rate, 363% agility growth rate, 262% note. The intensity growth rate of the plant-like entity condensed from spiritual power is 577%. Yang Su calculated. There is still more than 2 months left. At this rate, I can definitely defeat Zhang Zhe. He closed the book, feeling incredibly excited. This feels great. I'll cultivate a little longer, then leave this place. Z University, Lecture Hall area. Yang Su walked into the classroom. Finally back. He looked around, wondering, where's Lu Yu? He's usually so diligent. He's usually here early by this time. A classmate replied, "Lu Yu? You don't know? He got beaten up and is still in the hospital." He shouted, "What?" and quickly ran to Z City Central Hospital. Yang Su pushed open the door to Lu Yu's hospital room. His arms and legs were in casts as he sat on the hospital bed. Seeing Yang Su, he asked, "Why are you here?" Yang Su was furious. "Damn it. Who the hell did this to you?" Lu Yu lowered his head and replied, "No, I just fell down carelessly." Yang Su asked, "Was it the people from the martial arts club?" Lu Yu recalled that day. He was sweeping the school grounds when a group of people approached and asked, "Are you Lu Yu, Yang Su's good friend?" He answered honestly, "I am. What do you want with me?" The blonde-haired guy sneered. "Then we've got the right person." He then tossed a ball up and landed a vicious kick on Lu Yu. He asked angrily, "Who are you people? I haven't done anything to offend you." That bastard stepped on his head and said, "It's true you haven't offended us, but your good friend, Yang Su, has." A group of people rushed forward, punching and kicking him, cursing, "How dare he offend young Master Zhang? This is what happens to those close to him. Beat him up." Yang Su roared, "Zhang Zhe, you and I are not done." Lu Yu pulled him back. "What are you going to do?" He replied, "I'm going to find Zhang Zhe and settle the score." He quickly tried to stop him. "Forget it. The people from the martial arts club are so strong. You'll just be asking for trouble if you go. It's better if we just endure it." Yang Su said through gritted teeth, "No, I must get justice for you." At this moment, Inside the martial arts club, chatter broke out. This is to let Yang Su know we have 1,000 ways to deal with him. Does he really think young Master Zhang will meekly accept his challenge? Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and the martial arts club sign fell to the ground. Someone inside shouted, "Who is it?" Yang Su yelled, "Zhang Zhe, get your ass out here." Xiao Ding roared, "You bastard. How dare you smash our martial arts club sign? I'll break your legs." Yang Su, you're too arrogant. Do you think you can just meet young Master Zhang whenever you want? He replied, "Fine, you won't come out? Then I'm here to challenge the club." Everyone was stunned. Huh? He looked at the small sign hanging on the wall, which read, "To promote the progress of the martial arts club, any member who believes they are strong enough may challenge the president. The martial arts club also accepts challenges from outsiders. The winner will automatically become the president of the martial arts club." The members of the martial arts club immediately surrounded him. Xiao Ding roared, "You brat, who do you think you are?" The blonde-hair guy shouted, "Everyone get him! Beat him to death." Yang Su was not afraid at all. He struck decisively. "This is for Lu Yu." Suddenly, Zhang Zhe's loud shout was heard. "Stop!" Xiao Ding called out. "The president is here." Yang Su said, "Zhang Zhe, you've finally shown yourself. Why did you drag my friend into the grudge between us?" He looked at Yang Su with contempt. "Oh, so it's about this. I thought that from the day you challenged me, you were already prepared to face my revenge." Yang Su cursed. "Damn you. Zhang Zhe, no need to wait 2 months. I'm challenging you now." He immediately replied, "If you're in such a hurry to die, I'll grant you your wish." At this time, at the student council president's office, a male student ran in to report, "President Xie, this is bad. Yang Su and President Zhang are fighting." The girl exclaimed in surprise. "What?" The two stepped onto the fighting ring. The members of the martial arts club laughed. "Haha, young Master Zhang is the national martial arts champion. Let's see how this guy dies. Daring to fight the president over a woman. He really doesn't know his place." Xie Bing pushed the door open. She asked loudly, "Zhang Zhe, what are you doing?" He replied, "Xie Bing, he challenged me. I had no choice." She looked at Yang Su and said, "Call off this match now. You're still no match for him." He replied resolutely, "Xie Bing, I've made up my mind. I must defeat him. I must vent this anger for Lu Yu." The person beside her said, "President, it seems Yang Su's friend, Lu Yu, was beaten up by people from the martial arts club." The bell to start the match rang. Yang Su made up his mind. "No matter what, I have to let out this frustration for Lu Yu." Zhang Zhe feigned a concession. "Yang Su, I won't bully you. I'll use the simplest moves." He threw a lightning-fast kick. He leaned back to dodge, inwardly terrified. So fast. Zhang Zhe was a little surprised, not expecting his opponent to be able to block this move of his. He said, "Is that all you've got? Forgot to tell you, I haven't even used my full strength yet." The people below shouted, "Young Master Zhang, don't hold back. Teach him a lesson." Zhang Zhe said arrogantly, "If this is all you've got, then let me finish you off completely." Yang Su's eyes lit up. "I will absolutely not lose to you." Xie Bing immediately recognized it as the heavy pupils. His movements seemed to slow down. He carefully observed the direction of the attack and then dodged. With a loud bang, a large chunk of the fighting ring was shattered. Xiao Ding was extremely shocked. He actually dodged it. This is the first time anyone has dodged the president's attack. Zhang Zhe was truly panicked. Impossible. He rushed forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks. The members of the martial arts society shouted, "How is this bastard so fast? His speed can actually match the president's." After a round of dodging, Yang Su began to counterattack. Now's the time. He used the crane form from the five forms fist. Zhang Zhe also threw a punch in response. But the moment their hands touched, Zhang Zhe was utterly horrified. Impossible. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but buzz with discussion. Hasn't Yang Su never learned martial arts before? How does he know the five forms fist? The boy with glasses gritted his teeth in anger, hearing them praise Yang Su one by one for hiding his skills so well. Just then, Xie Bing suddenly spoke up. He learned it by watching Zhang Zhe perform it. This made the boy with glasses agitatedly retort, "How can someone learn another person's martial arts just by watching it once?" Meanwhile, after the collision, both Yang Su and Zhang Zhe took a few steps back. Zhang Zhe let out a cold laugh. "Yang Su, I admit I underestimated you, but this time I won't hold back anymore." With that, he rushed towards Yang Su, launching an attack. Yang Su was a bit surprised, silently assessing. So fast. And that's not all. Zhang Zhe threw an elbow strike with a thud. Yang Su was knocked back repeatedly, panting heavily. He frowned, looking at the opponent before him. A second later, Zhang Zhe swung a punch towards Yang Su, shouting, "Take another one of my moves." But Yang Su nimbly jumped up to dodge the blow. A look of surprise appeared on Yang Su's face. He thought to himself, so strong, even more formidable than the Five Forms fist, and there's also a wave of hidden energy coming at me. Immediately after, he regained his composure and analyzed the situation. His experience is far richer than mine, plus my training time has been too short. There's a considerable gap between us. But I can definitely defeat him. Zhang just seemed to be on steroids, roaring excitedly. "I want to see how long you can keep dodging." In Yang Su's eyes, the faint points of light on Zhang Zhe's body lit up, and his heart stirred. "I see it." Then he spoke with a deadpan expression. "Zhang Zhe, it's my turn." With that, Yang Su's foot stomped hard on the floor, making a loud noise, and he used the force to launch himself forward. Moments later, to Zhang Zhe's astonished gaze, Yang Su threw a punch at his face. Yang Su quickly switched to his right hand, landing a powerful uppercut from under the chin. Finally, Zhang Zhe couldn't take it anymore and lay on the ground groaning. The surrounding audience was stunned by this scene, everyone crying out in shock. He actually managed to turn the president's move into a combo. Zhang Zhe is defeated. Even Xie Bing stared blankly, her whole body frozen stiff. However, Zhang Zhe still refused to admit defeat. He staggered up from the ground, saying, "How could I lose to a nobody like this? Unacceptable, unforgivable." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Zhe channeled his internal energy, and a giant white lion immediately appeared behind him. He even said venomously, "You brat, you forced me to do this." Swanny, ferocious art. Xie Bing couldn't help but get angry. She warned, "Zhang Zhe, you dare." Yang Su also said fearlessly, "Zhang Zhe, even if you use a sorcery art, you're still no match for me." With that, he placed his hand on the ground and shouted, "Demon transformation art." The sound of cracking rubble was heard, and then something was seen breaking through the ground. Green tentacles danced wildly, continuously wrapping around the white lion behind Zhang Zhe, binding it tightly. Even Zhang Zhe was stunned, crying out in shock, "Impossible! How long have you been cultivating? How can you have such a high-level sorcery art?" Amidst the chaotic scene, as the tentacles and the white lion gradually faded away, Yang Su said softly, "I already told you." He stood firm and continued, "I will definitely." Yang Su roared, "Knock you down." With that, he raised his knee and viciously drove it into the face of the astonished Zhang Zhe before him. Zhang Zhe's body was sent flying, only stopping when it slammed into a pillar behind him. The previously unusually lively atmosphere now became frighteningly silent. Just then, Xie Bing spoke up and announced, "Yang Su, congratulations on your successful dojo challenge. From now on, you're the president of the Martial Arts Society." Then she stood where Zhang Zhe had fallen and said, "Zhang Zhe, the dojo challenge is a rule established since the founding of the Martial Arts Society. Yang Su has defeated you fair and square. Do you have any objections to this result?" He cursed angrily under his breath. Damn it. Afterwards, Zhang Zhe's underlings helped him leave. "Young Master Zhang, let's go." One of the underlings, still unwilling to accept it, deliberately said, "Yang Su, don't get too cocky. We'll just wait and see." In a nearby hallway, the clear chatter of children could be heard. What on earth happened? Then a little boy jumped out to explain. Did young Master Zhang really just summon a giant white lion? Suddenly, Xie Bing's voice rang out. "All right, everyone look over here." The children had just turned their heads when they saw Xie Bing and Yang Su standing behind them. "We won't leave until we meet." After the incident at the Martial Arts Society, Yang Su returned to his normal life. The current scene is Zhou Baoyuo handing Yang Su a piece of paper, saying, "This is your payslip." He thought happily to himself, "Great, I'm finally getting paid." Yang Su read the information on the paper. Base salary 800, performance bonus 5200, salary receivable 5800. After reading, he couldn't help but exclaim with joy, "That's so much. Awesome." Then Yang Su discovered his thumb was covering a line of text on the right. A line of text appeared before his eyes. Actual salary received 1900. Yang Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait a minute. Why are there so many deductions? Zhou Baoyuo angrily pointed at him. "You rotten brat, what do you mean by that? Don't you even think about how many times you were late this month?" Yang Su refused to back down, raising his voice. You're going too far. 3,900 times? Zhou Baoyuo just roared one sentence. I'm the boss. I'll deduct as much as I say. Do you not want to work here anymore? Yang Su silently swallowed his tears, thinking to himself, when I make it big in the future, I'll make Zhou Baoyuo serve me tea and pour my water. He would order the old man, hold it steady. If you dare spill a single drop of wine, I'll dock your pay. But on the outside, he was still negotiating with him. I wouldn't dare. 1,900 is already a lot. It's enough for my living expenses for 3 months. Yang Su was then seen holding a bottle of wine and pouring it for him, saying flatteringly, Boss, let me pour you some wine. Don't worry, I guarantee not a single drop will be spilled. Yang Su also wanted to beat Zhou Baoyuo to a pulp. A moment later, Yang Su rushed home. As soon as the door opened, his voice rang out, Dad, I'm home. But what answered Yang Su was a group of gangsters waiting for him. Brat, we finally got you. Yang Su turned his head and found his house full of thugs. One of them said, a father's debt is paid by the son. Yang Dianfeng borrowed from our loan sharks. You'll be the one to pay this debt. The letter left behind by his so-called father immediately appeared in Yang Su's mind. He wrote, Son, the world is so big. Your dad wants to go out and travel. But traveling is very expensive, and we don't have much money at home. So I sold the house and borrowed another 500,000. You don't need to worry. Although it's not easy being out there alone, I'll take good care of myself. I'll write to you when I have time. Love you, Manhwa. Next to it was a chibi-style self-portrait of him. Thanks to that damn old man, Yang Su's family now not only owes a huge loan shark debt, but he also has to cover his own tuition and living expenses, so he absolutely doesn't dare to offend his boss. Afterwards, Yang Su was furiously pedaling his bike while cursing loudly. Damn you, Zhou Baoyuo, I curse you to eat instant noodles without the seasoning packet, to eat watermelon full of seeds, and to step in dog poop when you go out. As he was cursing, an ugly dog suddenly appeared in front of Yang Su, blocking the middle of the road. He blurted out, crap, it just ran out of nowhere. Yang Su didn't have time to think and immediately slammed on the brakes. A screeching brake sound was heard, and the man and dog just stared at each other for a few seconds. It was Yang Su who spoke first. That was dangerous. Lucky I braked in time. Yang Su stared at the dog, which was crawling towards him, clearly approaching slowly. It just lay silently under his bicycle wheel. Not only that, but it also proactively stuck its short leg out in front of the wheel. Yang Su watched it stage this whole act by itself and couldn't help but curse helplessly. Crap. Just then, a child on the roadside suddenly shouted, Mom, that big brother hit the little dog. After that, other passersby also chimed in with criticism. So young and yet so cruel? Yang Su couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily, You stinking dog, get up right now. But it just let out a pitiful woof. Veins popped on Yang Su's face as he cursed hatefully. Damn it. The passersby heard this and continued to criticize Yang Su. This pug is clearly a purebred. It must be worth at least 8,000 yuan. Hitting it like this and still talking trash. How inhumane. Their words entered Yang Su's ears without missing a single one. He was a bit dazed, exclaiming in shock, What? 8,000? Without a second word, Yang Su picked up the pug by the scruff of its neck. Yang Su was seen holding the dog with one hand and pedaling his bike with the other, saying, There's a vet hospital nearby. I'll take it there right away. The passersby who were just criticizing him were now silent, watching him pedal away furiously. A moment later, Yang Su cautiously looked back. There was no one. He quickly threw the dog to the ground with a thud, then got on his bike and rode straight off. The dog was in so much pain that it stood up on its hind legs, groaning, you bastard, this great one is so adorable, yet you dare to treat me like this. It looked in the direction Yang Su had fled and said hatefully, You just wait. That night, in the Manga realm, next to the skyscraper were thick layers of clouds. A man with a buzz cut appeared, riding a large displacement motorcycle, and then he stopped in front of a hazy figure. The person within asked softly, You've arrived? The man with the buzz cut immediately replied, My lord, what mission do you have for this subordinate this time? From within the purple mist, a giant dressed in the attire of an ancient eunuch appeared. He replied in a deep voice, The plan has begun. It's time for you to act as well. With that, the giant threw a dazzling red pearl towards the man with the buzz cut. The man with the buzz cut quickly caught it, and he replied happily, Yes. This subordinate will definitely complete the mission. As he drove away, the giant suddenly spoke up, Wait, there's one more thing. The giant ordered, The heavy pupil wielder has appeared. The one above is very concerned about him. For Mia's eyes, the man with the buzz cut began to ride off wildly, popping a wheelie, and he laughed excitedly. Haha. The legendary heavy pupil wielder, Zhang Yi, will definitely complete the mission. At the same time, Yang Su had just opened his eyes to find himself standing in a large hall, surrounded by 4 pillars connected by iron chains. Yang Su looked around in a daze, wondering, where is this? Why am I here? Hearing a sound, and I suddenly opened from nowhere, staring at him. Then a giant hand appeared, covered in incomprehensible talismans. As it drew closer, it said, "Heavy pupil wielder, you cannot escape." At some point, sharp claws appeared before Yang Su. Then, Yang Su could only watch helplessly as those long fingernails stabbed straight into his eyes. He let out a long, terrified scream. Everything before Yang Su's eyes was pitch black. He tried to command himself to open his eyes, but the result was the same. Finally, Yang Su said helplessly, "My eyes? I really can't see anymore." Yang Su mumbled to himself, asking dazedly, "Where is this? It stinks." Then, a rustling sound reached his ears. His hands began to grope around. The stench was overwhelming. Gradually, Yang Su finally managed to open his eyes. Before him was something soft and sticky. Yang Su wondered curiously, This is... Looking closer, there was even a tail wagging on it. Yang Su immediately realized it was the butt of some animal. The pug from before turned its head, grinned at him, and kindly gifted him a stink bomb. Yang Su shouted an angry "ah" and forcefully threw the pug against the nearby wall. The commotion in the apartment could be heard even from outside. At this moment, a man and a dog sat on the bed, staring at each other. Yang Su couldn't help but think to himself, why is this stinky dog here? Just then, the pug raised its paw and greeted him. "Hey, handsome, we meet again." As soon as it finished speaking, the scene became dead silent. Yang Su didn't say a word, but a second later, he immediately jumped up from the bed and stammered. You can talk?" The dog shyly scratched its nose and replied, "What's so surprising? It's not like I'm mute." Yang Su pointed at its face and declared, "What kind of intelligent animal is this? You must be a demon." With that, Yang Su immediately raised his hand, channeling the power in his body. He aimed his hand at the dog and attacked it. A stream of power flew straight towards the dog, but remained calmly seated on the bed. With just a light tap of its paw, Yang Su's power was shattered. The pug even said disdainfully, "Child's play." Yang Su was a bit stunned. This demon is really strong. Just as he was marveling in his heart, the dog hit him on the head with a book. "You idiot. As an exorcist, you don't even know who I am?" A book titled Pangu Realm slowly slid off Yang Su's face. Looking closely, the open page read, "Spirit Beast, the partner of an exorcist, extremely rare." After reading, Yang Su looked down again at the ugly and dirty dog on the bed. Yang Su couldn't help but be skeptical, and he asked, "Your spirit beast?" After speaking, he didn't forget to silently size it up. So tiny, yet it dares to call itself a mountain king. The pug calmly crossed its paws and explained, "Kid, you should be secretly rejoicing that you get to be this master's partner." But while it was explaining, Yang Su had already finished preparing a bowl of instant noodles with all the fixings. He turned away and replied, "I can't be bothered with you." The pug was so angry its mouth watered. Just then, Yang Su's phone rang. Yang Su immediately answered the call. On the other end was Xie Bing, who said concisely, "Yang Su, the Alliance has an important mission. Get to University Z quickly." Yang Su replied softly, "Okay." Suddenly, Yang Su froze, remembering something. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the pug had, at some point, buried its head in his bowl of noodles. Yang Su couldn't help but roar, "Damn it, this damn dog." He looked at his empty noodle bowl and forcefully threw the dog into a corner of the room. It still said, "Isn't it just a bowl of noodles?" In the end, Yang Su dragged it to the door and warned, "I'll deal with you when I get back." The pug obediently went outside. A moment later, in the student council office, Xie Bing leaned forward and handed a card to the person opposite her. A line of text was prominently printed on the red card, "Exorcist Rookie Training Base." Then, her voice rang out, "The Exorcist Alliance has strict regulations." Xie Bing continued to explain, "Each level of the Pangu realm has strict restrictions. Only those of the same rank can enter. G rank and below, including newly joined exorcists, must all enter the rookie training base to register for training." Xie Bing crossed her arms and said to Yang Su, "If you want to learn more advanced spells, you must first obtain the rookie certification." Yang Su replied seriously, "Don't worry, I will definitely get the rookie certification." After that, they entered the S-City Exorcist rookie training base together. Yang Su followed behind Xie Bing, looking around in a daze, and exclaimed, "So S City has this many exorcists." Xiebing knew he was a little nervous and comforted him. "Don't be nervous. With your abilities, it won't be a problem." Just then, a pink-haired girl appeared before them. She sneered contemptuously and said, that depends on who it is." Her face was filled with a competitive spirit. She was Han Ziki, the student council president of University H and also an exorcist. Han Ziki moved close to Yang Su, trying to intimidate him with her presence. "With only 2 types of spells, you want to be an exorcist while being this dirt poor?" Hearing her words, Yang Su was a bit stunned, thinking to himself, "She can actually tell how many exorcism techniques I have." Han Ziki continued to belittle him. "If the president elected by the Southern Campus Alliance only has this much skill, it's best to step down soon." But facing her, Xiebing just crossed her arms and smiled. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiebing walked past without hesitation, not even giving her a glance. As the 2 women passed each other, Xiebing said softly, "Talk to me when you've caught up." Han Ziki shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Unable to deal with Xiebing, Han Ziki turned to continue scolding Yang Su. "Hey kid, our University H will absolutely not lose." The young man asked with an innocent look, "Are you taking your anger out on me?" A tall young man behind Han Ziki deliberately said loudly, "President, I will definitely defeat him." Xiebing's voice called to him from a distance. Yang Su immediately ran over, replying, "Coming." After walking behind Xiebing for a while, Yang Su asked, "What is the Southern Campus Alliance?" Xiebing continued walking forward, her steady voice ringing out. "The Southern Campus Alliance is an organization of student exorcists in Z City, comprising 5 universities in the city." Xiebing recalled the red, throne-like chair and continued in a low voice. "To compete for the position of president, there is constant infighting within the Southern Campus Alliance, with the battle between University H and University Z being the fiercest." Xiebing glanced at Yang Su, deliberately letting him know, "The Alliance presidency has belonged to our University Z for 7 consecutive years." Hearing this, Yang Su understood and continued on his own. "So the people from University H are resentful and want to snatch the position from University Z." The 2 of them talked as they walked, and before they knew it, they had arrived. Xiebing reminded him, "Stop talking. We're here." The doors slowly opened from the inside. They saw 2 dejected people walking out. Those people couldn't help but wonder despondently, "Do we not even qualify to be new exorcists? How could this be? How are we going to face our big brother when we get back?" Seeing this scene, Yang Su looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, thinking to himself, "No way. Is the rookie certification that difficult?" Seeing Yang Su's frightened expression, Xiebing glanced at him. At the trial assessment point, Yang Su sat in the stands looking around and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "It's huge." Not long after, the 12th round of assessment began. The arena floor suddenly cracked open, and then the audience on all sides saw an iron cage rise from below the ground. The cage was covered with strange talismans, and inside was a very terrifying monster with countless eyes. Facing that horrifying thing, Yang Su said softly, "These wraiths are different from the ones I usually encounter." Xiebing stood beside him with her arms crossed, and upon hearing this, replied, "They are wraiths transformed from demonic beasts. Their ferocity and attack power are comparable to demonic beasts, making them the most dangerous type of wraith." Just then, a contestant raised his hand and said to the examiner above, Can I withdraw?" The examiner immediately roared in anger, "Get out, you useless thing!" Han Ziki and her energetic underling appeared. She still spoke toughly, "Don't disgrace our University H." On the surface, she acted unconcerned, but inwardly, she was gloating. It seems no one in the Southern Campus Alliance can surpass him. "Xiebing, your University Z is sure to lose this time." Not long after, the examiner's call rang out again, announcing for the contestants to enter the arena. Xiebing remained calm, crossing her arms and saying, "Go on, don't be reckless." Yang Su just gave a soft grunt of acknowledgement. Yang Su looked at the gloomy cage from a distance, thinking to himself, if it's a group assessment. The talismans on the cage suddenly scattered. Then, the examiner's voice rang out again. The assessment begins. Eliminating 6 or more high-level wraiths is considered pass. The terrifying monster in the cage suddenly broke through the iron bars, its eyes wide with madness as it let out savage roars. Another contestant quickly unleashed his power towards the monster. Witness my skill, spirit expulsion technique. Not only that, another female contestant also went all out to fight the monster, saying with determination, "First place is mine." But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw the power she had just unleashed pass right through the monster. She couldn't help but scream in astonishment. How is that possible? The spirit expulsion technique is useless against them. Very quickly, the tragic screams of from the two contestants echoed throughout the arena. The examiner scoring on the side couldn't help but say with contempt, "How can basic exorcism techniques work on high-level wraiths?" The intelligence of this batch of contestants is truly worrying. Immediately after, Han Ziki's underling, Ji Fanshi, made his move, shouting, "This kind of wraith is no match for me." He threw a punch, shouting, 7. He switched hands and threw another punch, shouting again, 9. With the final punch, he shouted, 11. The two contestants who had just failed sat slumped on the ground, saying in terror, This guy is too strong. I heard he's the rookie king of University H. He's really something." At the same time, Ji Fanshi laughed arrogantly. 6 is a pass? All of you come at me. I'll take on 10 at once. The requirement is too low. Han Ziki smiled to herself in the stands. "This is the strength of our University H. That president's seat is as good as mine." She sent a thought to Ji Fanshi. "Teach that kid a lesson." Ji Fanshi looked at the flustered Yang Su before him and replied obediently, "Yes, ma'am." Ji Fanshi immediately shouted, "Demon binding technique." Countless chains tightened around the monster. Ji Fanshi gripped the chains in his hand, spinning them, and shouted another command, "Demon binding technique." "I'm going to scare this kid until he wets his pants." The monster sprouted countless mouths, seemingly wanting to bite at Yang Su. They opened their mouths, revealing eyes inside, and sniffed cautiously. Immediately after, they retreated. Yang Su stared blankly as they avoided him like the plague. Seeing this, the stands also fell silent. Han Ziki couldn't accept it, jumping to her feet and yelling. These high-level wraiths are afraid of him? The usually calm examiner couldn't help but ponder. To make a wraith feel fear, one must have slain at least 1,000 wraiths. To think there's someone like that in this batch of contestants. As for Yang Su, he looked himself up and down, guessing to himself, could it be because of the ghost Yiksha aura on me? Ji Fanshi urged the monsters from behind. Impossible. Get him. But at this moment, those high-level wraiths were seized by Yang Su's green tentacles and were gradually annihilated within them. Then, all the external power was absorbed into Yang Su's body. He welcomed it openly. These high-level wraiths are indeed powerful. My strength has increased again. As for the contestants who had failed earlier, they were now stunned, saying, "He managed to deal with all the high-level wraiths by himself." Even Han Ziki couldn't help but wonder in shock. A high-level exorcism technique? How does he know this kind of spell? Faced with her question, Xie Bing just seriously watched the good show that was about to unfold. Suddenly, Ji Fanshi put on an aggrieved look, turned his head, and said loudly, "Examiner, he's cheating." But the judge said sternly, "Objection overruled. What he performed was indeed a demon-slaying art." Next is round 2, the spiritual power test. Ji Fanshi couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse inwardly. "Damn it, let's see how you'll pretend during the spiritual power test." Not long after, the second round of the assessment began. Yang Su looked around and exclaimed, "I didn't expect so many people to pass the first round." At the second round's assessment area, a young man placed his hand on the crystal ball, looking on, somewhat stunned. Failed? As if answering his question, the crystal ball immediately deflated. This was followed by an announcement of elimination. The subsequent contestants heard successive announcements of elimination. When it was Ji Fanshi's turn, he said confidently, "Let me show you all my true strength." He then placed his hand on the crystal ball. To their surprise, a board appeared reading Irrankability. Then an announcement rang out, "Pass. Abundant spiritual power, surpassing the G-rank spiritual power for rookie certification." The judge at the front said with a smile, "Not bad. Ji Fanshi, you guys from H University have improved really fast today." Han Ziki, standing in the audience, couldn't help but feel smug. She glanced at the person beside her, boasting, "Xie Bing, see that? Our H University will definitely win later. Get ready to hand over the president's position." But Xie Bing stood there resolutely and said, "I believe in him." Down below, Ji Fanchi glanced at Yang Su behind him and urged, "Kid, it's your turn." He couldn't help but gloat inwardly. The spiritual power test can't be faked. Let's see what you do now. Yang Su stepped forward without a word and placed his hand on the crystal ball. He immediately felt his dantian operating clearly, channeling spiritual power into the test sphere. Everyone around could feel the immense power radiating from Yang Su. They couldn't help but exclaim, "So strong. I can't open my eyes. What rank is he anyway? It's too dazzling." Everyone present clearly saw the golden notification board. D-rank spiritual power, strong. Ji Fanchi, in the back, said angrily, "How is this possible? How can he be so strong?" Then, two things appear before them, a D-rank rookie certificate and an advanced underworld art. Following that, the judge also spoke up to congratulate Yang Su. "Congratulations on passing. This meditation art book is the reward for the overall top performer." Yang Su accepted it proudly, unable to help but chuckle to himself. Haha, it wasn't a waste to absorb so many Yiksha demons. Meanwhile, Han Ziki above was extremely indignant. She pointed at Xie Bing and said, "Xie Bing, I will not lose. The blood moon is coming. Let's see what you do then." Yang Su slowly walked over to them. Han Ziki left in a huff, leaving Yang Su to wonder curiously, what is the blood moon? At the same time, in Yang Su's room, Parker the dog was carrying his things in his mouth, climbing in through the window. He casually sat down to arrange his belongings, muttering to himself, "Finally moved my whole house over here." He rubbed his empty stomach and sighed. "So hungry. Why isn't that guy back yet?" The bit of food from this morning wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Then, his gaze swept over a glass cabinet containing food placed up high. He slowly approached, his eyes completely losing control. He even told himself inwardly, "Just one packet. I'll only eat one packet." A moment later, Yang Su, from outside, was opening the door while thinking, "I'm starving to death. I need to get home and eat some instant noodles right away." Without much thought, he happily opened the door to his home. But just as he stepped one foot inside, he was hit in the face by something. Before him was the fat dog Parker, lazily lying amidst a pile of snacks, and he even let out a satisfied woof. Yang Su instantly transformed into a demon. He asked coldly, "You damn dog, why are you here?" As he spoke, Yang Su, holding a knife in his hand, chased after Parker while threatening loudly, "I'm having dog meat today." The panicked dog ran while barking nonstop. When cornered, knowing he had no way out, he spoke up, "Wait." Yang Su, still as cold as a demon, said to him, "Speak. Do you have any last words?" Sweating profusely, he justified, "Isn't it just a box of instant noodles? I'll compensate you." Yang Su's tone didn't soften at all. He said, "If you can't compensate me, the taste of a spirit beast probably isn't too bad." Huh? Parker the dog suddenly turned and walked out of the house, saying, Today, this old man will take you to broaden your horizons." Hearing this, Yang Su had no choice but to follow behind. It turned out Parker the dog's get-rich-quick scheme was the same as always. He nimbly flopped down in front of Scrap Collector's vehicle, letting out a whining woof. Seeing Parker staging an accident in front of the old man, Yang Su couldn't help but think helplessly, a dog can't change its ways. But the old man just glanced up slightly at Yang Su and reminded him, "Kid, if you don't pull this dog away in a moment, the one lying on the ground will be me." As soon as he finished speaking, Parker the dog immediately stood at Yang Su's feet, and together they stared at the old man, stunned. Not long after, the room's door opened from the outside and then slammed shut. Yang Su and the dog both leaned against the door, panting. Luckily, we ran fast. Otherwise, if that old man had laid down, we couldn't afford to compensate him even if we sold both of us. Parker the dog said angrily, "How outrageous. This is the first time I've almost been tricked by a human. Damn it." Yang Su couldn't help but scold him angrily. "You still have the nerve to talk. This is all your fault." The dog was immediately stunned. Yang Su pressed the knife closer to him and roared, "That box of noodles was my food ration for a whole month. If you don't give me an explanation, I'm definitely having dog meat hot pot tonight." He frowned in fear and stopped him. Wait. As he spoke, he again rummaged through the pile of things he had just moved into the house. Not long after, Parker proudly showed off a statue of Guanyin in front of Yang Su, saying, "This should be enough to compensate for your box of noodles." Yang-Su took the statue in his hand to examine it. What is this? He saw a line of text carved on the base of the statue. God driving art. Can use the god statue as a medium to invite a deity's assistance. Parker the dog, while using his paw to nudge the pile of junk on the floor, lied. This is my family heirloom. An ancient relic. You've gotten a great deal. He thought to himself, I'll just trick him to get through this for now. Yang-Su is still observing the statue intently. He asked softly, really? Parker the dog immediately replied, if I'm lying to you, I'm a dog. Yang-Su stood to one side, pondering the cultivation technique on the statue, wanting to give it a try, so he didn't notice the dog slowly moving towards the door. Yang-Su hugged the statue tightly, then chanted with one hand on his chin, esoteric arts of the universe. All gods descend. But he was met with silence. At the same time, the dog had already slowly opened the door and gone outside. Yang-Su transformed into a demon again. He turned around coldly and said in a deep voice, you tricked me. But Parker the dog easily turned the tables, pretending to be impatient as he said, you think a god-level spell is that easy to master? Inwardly, he couldn't help but exclaim, this guy is really not easy to fool. Yang-Su suddenly got close to him and asked, really? Parker was sweating bullets, but still managed to answer, of course, you're a rookie. It's normal for you not to know. Yang-Su stood up straight and said, I'll trust you this one time. After that, Yang-Su's shouts continued to echo, esoteric arts of the universe. All gods descend. Parker the dog tiredly flopped onto the floor and let out a long sigh, finally managed to trick him for now. He recalled the time he picked up this statue when he was a stray. At the time, he didn't think much of it, just picked it up to scratch an itch. Looking at Yang-Su's back as he focused on cultivating his internal arts, he had no choice but to grab the pile of junk in his mouth and sneak away. Better sneak away first. At the same time, in Z City, inside a KTV named Shangtang, Zhang Yi, with his hands in his pockets, walked in coldly from outside. He quickly entered a private room. Seeing him enter, Zhang Zhe, who was already waiting with a beautiful woman, immediately called out, older cousin, you're here? You have to get revenge for me this time. Zhang Yi swaggered over and sat down on the sofa, letting the girls pour him a drink before slowly scolding. Useless thing, can't even handle a novice demon slayer. Zhang Zhe, while pouring a drink, recounted hatefully, older cousin, if it wasn't for that guy being too weird. But Zhang Yi couldn't help but interrupt him, scolding, enough. I'm not interested in hearing your trivial matters. I came today because I want you to help me find someone. Zhang Zhe asked, a bit stunned. Who? Zhang Yi only said one name, the one with the insect pupil. Zhang Zhe couldn't help but ask curiously, the person from the prophecy? Zhang Yi gave a soft that person is in Z City. Zhang Zhe's mind suddenly recalled the scene from the match that day. Xie Bing's answer to him, I will handle this matter. Zhang Zhe couldn't help but become serious, saying, older cousin, I think I know who the one with the insect pupil you're looking for is. Zhang Yi immediately looked up at his younger cousin. At the same time, Yang-Su was sitting cross-legged in his formation, meditating peacefully. He abruptly opened his eyes. In the room, a burst of energy radiated a strong light. Yang-Su's voice immediately followed. The effect of the meditation art is so powerful. It didn't take much time for me to liquefy my spiritual power. The Demon Slayer Alliance has a rule that after liquefying spiritual power, one can enter the Panga world to explore. The phone he left on the table suddenly rang. Its profile picture a pig in a suit. But as soon as he answered the phone, Exploiter Zhu screamed frantically, you rotten kid, you're still not here? You don't want your salary anymore, do you? Yang-Su could only reply gently, I'll be right there. Parker the dog brazenly gave him the middle finger and even said, this bald old man is too arrogant, kid. Do you need me to help you teach him a lesson? But Yang-Su just turned around and tapped him on the head, saying, if it weren't for you freeloading at my place, would I need to work overtime delivering packages every day? After that, Yang-Su quickly rode off on his scooter. After a while, he appeared in Z City. Yang-Su happily hugged Lu Yu, exclaiming, this is great, you're finally out of the hospital. He chuckled and asked him, how does it feel to be by Xie Bing's side day and night? Yang-Su cursed lightly. Get lost. Since when did you become such a bootlicker? The two of them stood there talking in the middle of the road, not noticing two figures appearing in the bushes nearby. Zhang Zhe and Zhang Yi observed them seriously. Finally, Zhang Yi spoke. Whether he's the one with the insect pupil or not, we'll know with one look. As he spoke, he took out an orange sphere and held it in his hand. A flame suddenly flashed in Yang Su's left eye. He clutched his eye in pain and shouted, "Ah, it hurts." Lu Yu couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Yang Su, what's wrong with you?" He just replied softly, "It's nothing." Zhang Yi immediately smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, it really is him. At this moment, Zhang Zhe realized something and exclaimed, "Damn it, no wonder Xie Bing suddenly started ignoring me." Zhang Yi glanced at the spider crawling on his hand and comforted his cousin. "Don't worry, he won't live for long." As soon as he finished speaking, that spider quickly crawled towards where Yang Su and Lu Yu were standing. Zhang Yi even proudly recalled the victims he had harmed in the past, asserting, "Dying like this is already showing him respect." The spider continued to crawl forward. It crawled towards Yang Su while he was still rambling on. "You just rest and get well. In a few days we'll go get rid of our bad luck together." The 10 eyes on its head darted back and forth. Just as the spider crawled behind Zhang Yi, it seemed to sense something strange and immediately stopped. Unbeknownst to them, Parker the dog had appeared from behind and stepped on the spider with his paw. "Finally found you." Yang Su and Lu Yu heard his voice and immediately turned their heads to look. Yang Su asked him quizzically, "Why are you out here?" Parker the dog put on a pitiful look and said, "I was about to starve to death alone in the room." But that spider still wouldn't give up. It quickly crawled towards Parker the dog's butt. With just a glance, Parker the dog spotted it immediately. He quickly stuffed the spider into his mouth to eat, saying before he ate, "Caught you, you're my food again." Zhang Yi, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel helpless. Has that dog become a spirit? He hid behind a tree and muttered softly, "Looks like I'll have to do it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi looked to his right with some surprise, and he couldn't help but let out a Leading the crowd was Xie Bing. Zhang Yi couldn't help but say, "It's her." At this moment, Xie Bing's eyes were filled with killing intent. Just then, Yang Su received a message. The preliminary Demon Exorcist assessment mission is officially announced. The Blood Moon is coming, and all new Demon Exorcists will be evaluated for promotion based on their actual performance. He was immediately stunned and asked, "What is this?" Xie Bing's stern voice appeared out of nowhere, explaining, "To ordinary people, the blood moon is an astronomical phenomenon, but to us demon exorcists, it is a great trial." With one hand on her hip, Xie Bing continued, "A large number of wraiths and strange creatures, which are monsters from the deepest parts of the Panga realm, will take this opportunity to enter the human world to slaughter, possess human bodies, and destroy the current world." Yang Su turned around in surprise, calling out in a daze, "Xie Bing?" But she just announced coldly, "Complete the assessment mission, and you can officially become a preliminary demon exorcist." Yang Su smiled confidently and replied, "Don't worry, I will definitely complete the assessment mission." Xie Bing didn't forget to remind him, the school's anniversary is coming up. The Alliance takes this blood moon very seriously. We absolutely cannot let the wraiths harm ordinary people. Yang Su obediently acknowledged. Not long after, the school anniversary was held, with thousands of students returning to attend. A few days later, a banner hung in front of the school gate that read, "Welcome to the 15th anniversary of Z University." Zhang Zhe and Han Ziki also came to attend. Yang Su was showing Lu Yu around nearby. Seeing Han Ziki, he couldn't help but say contemptuously in a loud voice, "It's our Z University's 15th anniversary. Why are people from other schools here?" Hearing this, she snorted softly. But Lu Yu naively answered his question, because Z University, H University, X University, Y University, and M University were all split from the same university 75 years ago. Yang Su feigned an "oh" and replied, "So that's how it is." Suddenly, the cheers of girls erupted around them. What a cute little dog. At this moment, Parker the dog was being hugged and petted by female students. He sighed in satisfaction. Now this is the life. But Yang Su's hand grabbed him. His face darkened as he reminded him, "I didn't bring you here to flirt with girls." Parker the dog immediately struggled. "You stinky brat, let me go." While the man and dog were arguing, a couple walked by, gossiping. "Have you heard? Brother Zhang is back." The girl next to him immediately replied, "Really? That's great." Before they got far, Yang Su turned back in a daze and asked, "Who is Zhang Yi?" The girl kindly introduced, "Brother Zhang Yi is the #1 genius recognized by the entire Southern Schools Alliance, the only legendary figure that all the top students of the Southern Schools admire." From behind, Hanziki said contemptuously, "How can you be so ignorant? Zhang Yi is the 7th president of our Southern Schools Alliance, recognized as the genius with the most hope of ascending to S rank." Yang Su couldn't help but be amazed. "He's that amazing?" Zhang Yi appeared out of nowhere, wearing a dapper suit. He laughed and said, "Ha, you flatter me." A look of adoration immediately flashed in Han Ziki's eyes. "Brother Zhang Yi." At this moment, Zhang Yi stood opposite Yang Su and spoke first. "You're the head of Z University's new martial arts club, aren't you?" This also surprised Yang Su, who asked, "You've heard me too?" Zhang Yi smiled and replied, "Of course." Then he deliberately said loudly, "That's right. Tonight at the school anniversary party, I have a magic show. You all must come and watch." After speaking, Zhang Yi turned to leave, waving goodbye before he left. "I have something to do. I'll be going now." Yang Su also replied friendly, "Yes, yes." But as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Su suddenly remembered. "I just remembered I have to make a delivery tonight." Han Ziki immediately scorned him. "Humph, you idiot." That evening, Zhang Yi stood confidently on stage, with the crowd below cheering, "Brother, brother." Yang Su had just run up, panting, while the crowd was shouting loudly, "Brother, brother." Zhang Yi performed confidently on stage. Afterwards, during the interactive segment, he said, "One of the 4 greatest fictional creatures in the world, our eyes distinguish things, while bats do so through sound waves. With different methods, the perception of the world is also different." After speaking for a moment, Zhang Yi placed his hand on a cloth covering something and continued, "Next, I will perform a magic trick for everyone to demonstrate." He abruptly pulled off the red cloth, and glowing butterflies immediately flew out. Zhang Ye's voice continued to ring out. "The form of perception determines the form itself." The audience below, including Han Ziki, stared in a daze, exclaiming in amazement, "The butterflies are so beautiful." Yang Su turned his head to look at her and asked, "You guys are seeing butterflies?" He only heard Parker the dog beside him answer, "That's right, kid. They're indeed very beautiful butterflies." Yang Su suddenly looked behind him warily. His eyes immediately widened at the sight before him. From above, spiders were slowly crawling down to the ground on their threads. But the common thing was that they were all heading towards Yang Su. Yang Su could be sure of one thing. These are clearly all spiders. At the same time, a young man beside him exclaimed, "Ah, the red moon is so beautiful." Yang Su followed his gaze and thought to himself, "Has it begun?" Yang Su remained rooted to the spot, observing everything around him. He suddenly saw something appear in the sky. Yang Su's eyes immediately widened, and he said, "There's something wrong with Zhang Yi." Yang Su immediately turned his head to look at Han Ziki, urging, "Quickly tell everyone to get out of here." She looked at him with a puzzled expression. At the same time, Zhang Yi stood on stage with his arms crossed, watching Yang Su's reaction. He smiled with satisfaction, as expected of a bug-eyed one, but it's too late. Then, Zhang Yi deliberately shouted, "My dear students, let's enjoy this beautiful red moon together." Inside and out, the students heard him say, "Tonight, we are holding a truly grand party." As they were enjoying that beautiful red moon, the shadow of a giant spider appeared in the sky. Zhang Yi's sinister voice rang out again, "Come out, my darlings." As he finished speaking, the giant spider slammed down onto the ground. It was an ancient spider demon, an extremely dangerous type of monster in the Panga realm. Immediately after, those butterflies instantly turned into ferocious spiders, falling to the ground in droves. The crowd immediately fell into chaos. They pushed and shoved each other, screaming in terror. "Monster!" A spider landed on a girl's shoulder, and she screamed in fear. "Ah?" Soon, their silk had tightly wrapped around the students. They kept screaming, "Help me, help me," but it was all in vain. They used their silk to wrap the victims tightly into cocoons and hung them in midair. The young people who were lucky enough to escape were now using their magic to attack Zhang Yi. They frowned and shouted, "Zhang Yi, what are you doing? You bastard! Release the students." Zhang Yi changed his form, returning to his original roguish appearance. He sneered, "What am I doing? Killing all of you, of course." But right after, a loud explosion was heard. A blue phoenix was confronting Zhang Ye's giant spider. It turned out to be the phoenix's fire attack. Seeing the person who had just acted, everyone immediately shouted, "President Han!" Just as the spider was knocked to the ground, Han Ziki said loudly, "Everyone, attack together. Don't let him get away." But the spider heard this and immediately glared. It said contemptuously, "Humph, you all underestimate the ancient spider demon." With a whoosh, it quickly returned to its previous stance. It used its 6 legs to sweep the students away. At the same time, the blood-red moonlight gradually approached the spider cocoons holding the victims. The blue phoenix circled a few times, passing through those cocoons. Although Hanziki was exhausted, she still stood up to launch an attack. Raging Fire Phoenix. This chaotic scene was all taken in by Yang-Su. He glanced warily to his left. Yang-Su stretched out his hand, controlling the demonization art. Several tentacles immediately blocked the wooden beam that was about to hit Hanziki. He also didn't forget to use those tentacles to pull her towards him. With a loud crash, the giant wooden beam immediately slammed down where Hanziki had just been standing, making a deafening sound. She was pulled away by Yang-Su in time, escaping a fatal blow. Afterwards, Yang-Su immediately turned and fled. He pulled Hanziki along and grabbed Parker the dog's tail. Parker the dog howled in pain. "Damn it, put me in a more comfortable position." But he just shouted loudly, "Let's go." But at this moment, a swarm of monsters like an inescapable net had completely surrounded the area. With a whoosh, Yang-Su immediately looked up towards the source of the sound. Hanziki struggled to speak, reminding him, "There's an alliance barrier stronghold outside the university. Let's go there first." Yang-Su immediately ran, as she said. He couldn't help but worry, wondering how Xiebing was doing. At this time, in the Panga realm, this place had also been attacked and was now in ruins. Everyone was surrounding Zhang Yi. He raised his head, smiling at the person opposite him. "Xiebing, I knew you would chase me here." But Xiebing maintained a cold expression. Looking at him with her arms crossed, she asked, "Zhang Yi, or should I call you the fallen exorcist, the poison master?" Zhang Yi still maintained his flippant attitude, as expected of the genius recognized by the alliance. Xiebing shouted angrily, "Surrender without a fight." But even with her sword at his throat, he remained stubborn. Surrender? It's not yet certain who will. Xiebing was slightly startled, a bad premonition rising in her. "You did this on purpose." But Zhang Yi had already unleashed his ultimate move. Haha, too late. Then he threw the pearl into the air, shouting, "Holy Origin Pearl. Activate." The power of the pearl immediately enveloped a vast area. Explosions echoed everywhere, and the people within it seemed to have all their life force drained. It was as if it was sucking out their souls. Zhang Yi said gleefully, "While the righteous climb a foot, the wicked climb 10. After devouring you all, no one will be left to ruin my plan." Just then, at the Z University convenience store, Ji Fanchi ran in from nowhere, panting and shouting, "President, the Alliance's equipment is being jammed. All communication lines in Z City have been cut." Hanziki was shocked. "How can that be?" From outside came another cry for help. "Is anyone there? Help." Two people hurriedly carried Zhang Zhou in. "Our young master has been poisoned. Save him quickly." Hanziki stepped forward, trying to help. "Quick, come in." But suddenly, a strange smile appeared on the face of the person named Zhang Zhe. Yang-Su immediately realized something was wrong and shouted, "Be careful." But that Zhang Zhe had already grabbed Hanziki's hand and charged forward. From his sleeve, a venomous spider crawled out and jumped straight onto Hanziki's hand, scaring her pale. Before she could make any move, that spider immediately merged into Hanziki's body. A strange aura immediately rose from her entire body, and her strength gradually faded. Yang-Su shouted worriedly, "President," and launched a kick at Zhang Zhe's face. The kick was so powerful that it sent Zhang Zhe flying more than 10 meters away in pain. But he quickly staggered to his feet and cursed, "You brat, you're ruining my plans again." Ji Fanchi, on the side, still didn't understand the situation, shouting, "Zhang Zhe, what are you still doing over there?" Zhang Zhe, holding his face, laughed slyly. "Haven't you all figured it out yet?" Then he transformed back to his original form, which was Zhang Yi. Ji Fanchi realized the truth, unable to contain his anger. "So it was you, an imposter Zhang Yi." Hanziki hurriedly advised everyone, "Don't be rash. This barrier has a strong directional effect on wraiths. Zhang Zhe wouldn't dare to charge in alone." Zhang Yi transformed back into Zhang Zhe's appearance and said contemptuously, "It's only a matter of time before the barrier is broken. All of you will die." He declared grandly, "Right now I have a more important score to settle than with you trash." At this moment, Yang-Su saw something familiar and was shocked. It was Liu Yu, but he was being held captive by a ghost with a spider on his shoulder. That Zhang Zhe sneered, "Yang-Su, my target is you." Duong Huk roared angrily, "Let Liu Yu go now." But Zhang Zhe naturally wouldn't back down. "You come out, and I'll let him go." Hanziki saw Duong Huk getting agitated and about to rush out, and hurriedly stopped him. Are you crazy? You actually believe his words. Then, that Zhangzhe controlled the spider to crawl onto Lu Yu's head, preparing to sink its venomous fangs into him. Duong Huk's face darkened. He pushed Han Ziki's hand away and said, I'm coming out. You have to keep your word. The fake Zhangzhe replied smugly, That's more like it. 1 for 1. Very fair. Duong Huk still tried to persuade Zhangzhe. It's not too late to turn back now, if Xie Bing finds out. But he cursed right in Duong Huk's face. Shut up. How dare you mention that wretched woman to me? From the ceiling, another venomous spider had targeted Duong Huk. Taking advantage of his distraction, the spider leaped onto Duong Huk's neck, immediately sinking its 2 venomous fangs into his skin. The potent venom took effect quickly, leaving Duong Huk unable to move. The fake Zhangzhe on this side thought triumphantly, success. He said coldly to Duong Huk, poisoned by the ancient demon spider, you'll be completely paralyzed, unable to move. The venom will invade your organs. Just wait obediently for death. This is the price for crossing me. Then Zhangzhe turned to the others and said, You're next. But as soon as he looked away, he was hit by a thunderous punch. Zhangzhe, you son of a bitch. He was sent spinning from the blow, screaming in pain, his cheeks swollen and the corner of his mouth bleeding. Zhangzhe said in astonishment, Impossible. Why didn't the spider's venom work on him? Because the one who hit him was none other than Duong Huk, who had just been poisoned. The remaining people were quickly evacuated from the convenience store. The fake Zhangzhe, reeling from the punch, roared in anger, I won't let you get away with this. Demon spider, take care of them for me. Immediately, countless spiders emerged from nowhere, viciously attacking everyone. They not only had venomous fangs, but also sharp teeth, looking incredibly terrifying. They could even suck out the souls of those present without getting close. Zhangzhe was ecstatic, gleefully announcing to everyone, I forgot to tell you, all the wandering souls in Z-City are now controlled by the demon spider. They will absorb human life force. Zhangzhe toyed with them like a cat with its pitiful prey. All of it is nourishment for the ancient demon spider. Ha ha ha, let's see how long you can last. Then, a loud explosion echoed from inside the building. The tremor was so strong that rocks and debris flew everywhere, stunning everyone. It was Zhang Yi who had finally revealed his true form. See, the ancient demon spider is the spirit of the Saint Origin Pearl. All the human lifeblood it absorbs will be transferred here. On Xie Bing's side, even though everyone attacked the pearl with all their might, it remained completely unscathed, and so they could only watch the pearl helplessly. Seeing this, Zhang Yi just laughed contemptuously that don't waste your energy. You can't break it. Xie Bing, your holy sword may be powerful, but this barrier was created specifically to deal with you. His formation was constantly shrinking, his voice still echoing in their ears. What a pity. The young genius of the Xie family is about to lose her life. A member of Xie Bing's team called out to her worriedly, President, what do we do now? But deep within Xie Bing's heart, a wave of determination was rising. The situation was extremely critical. The giant spider's attacks were very powerful, and Zhang Yi was even urging them on, kill them all for me. Duong Huk's side was also giving it their all. Han Ziki tried to command the battle, seal the breach, reactivate the formation. Seeing the situation worsening, Duong Huk made a decision that it seems this is the only way. He dripped his blood onto a small, palm-sized golden Buddha statue. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, tearing through the dark, gloomy clouds. The lightning even struck the very center of the Bagua formation. Duong Huk stood there chanting, Om Mani Padme Hum. A pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Zhangzhe stared at this strange phenomenon in shock. What is this? Han Ziki was so dazzled by the sight, he couldn't open his eyes, thinking in astonishment, how does a newcomer know such an advanced exorcism technique? Barker the dog shouted in surprise, Isn't this the tattered thing I always play with? It actually works. At the same time, the chant of Amit Ba echoed, and a 6-armed Buddha statue appeared majestically at the site of the phenomenon. As soon as the Buddha statue appeared, it pointed unhesitatingly at the spider and scolded, Wretched beast, how dare you commit such a heinous act in broad daylight? It truly breaks my heart. Then it gently advised the spider, lay down your butcher's knife and attain Buddhahood. Surrender to me at once, and do no more harm to the mortal world. But everyone immediately sensed something was off. Weren't its words a bit too much? The Buddha's statue continued, abstain from all evil and practice all good. Someone below, seeing the Buddha statue was too talkative, asked directly, Bodhisattva, no, Duong Huk, can you just attack it directly? You're saying so much to it. Does it even understand? Duong Huk, trapped inside, retorted loudly, that's not me talking. Zhang Zhe, recovering from his shock, immediately ordered the demon spider, playing tricks. Demon spider, get rid of it from me. As the spider was about to attack, the Buddha statue still said, unrepentant. In that case, this humble one will send you to the Western paradise. And so, the Buddha statue raised one hand. Gradually, light gathered around it, finally forming a dazzling golden longsword. Then, without another word, its eyes cold, it swung a powerful slash forward. The entire blade plunged straight into the ground, the immense force kicking up a cloud of dust and dirt. After the dust settled, the corpse of the demon spider was revealed, its abdomen pierced by the longsword. Seeing this, Zhang Zhe screamed, This is impossible. But it wasn't over. The giant golden foot stepped forward, about to stomp on the spider. When the foot came down, its body directly transformed into hundreds of scattered purple lights. Those lights floated everywhere. The Buddha statue remained calm, gently waving its hand to sweep through those strange lights. The small spiders trying to escape in the air were all instantly decapitated. This also directly affected the Panga realm. The barrier trembled, and Zhang Yi realized there was a problem, that something's happened to the demon spider. Who injured it? He looked at his connection with Zhang Zhe and cursed, that little brat. While he was distracted, combined with the impact of that immense power, his pearl began to emit cracking sounds. Crack! Xie Bing had been watching his every move, so she immediately spotted the opening. Zhang Yi felt it too and immediately fled for his life. This is bad. The ancient demon spider has been killed. The Saint Origin Pearl can't hold her back anymore. He even directly used the Dark Nightmare technique, but it was too late. A wave of power struck, shattering his barrier, and he himself was pierced through, still screaming no. But in the next second, a loud explosion rang out, and Zhang Yi fell straight to the ground. It was Xie Bing who had launched a precise and full-powered strike, calmly taking control of the situation. Not long after, the blood moon disappeared. Everyone saw Duong Huk sitting alone in meditation amidst the rubble. Han Ziki asked worriedly, Duong Huk, are you okay? Barker the dog stood on the demon spider's head, proclaiming, I am the great king. He even ordered Duong Huk, stinky brat, I'm hungry, go home and make me some noodles. But in reality, no matter who called him, Duong Huk didn't respond. He didn't look well. Then Barker the dog directly pushed him over. Duong Huk weakly collapsed to the ground, scaring Barker the dog so much his face turned pale. He cried out, Huk, you can't die. Han Ziki also rushed over to check, then discovered and told everyone, it's okay, he just passed out from exhaustion. Barker the dog looked at Duong Huk with contempt and snorted coldly, why didn't you say so earlier? Meanwhile, in a distant forest, a figure was fleeing. It was Zhang Zhe. He clutched his injured arm and cursed, I won't let you get away with this. But as soon as he finished speaking, crack, a tree was chopped down right above his head. Zhang Zhe was so scared his face drained of all color, muttering, Xie Bing. After capturing Zhang Zhe, Xie Bing said to everyone, leave Duong Huk to me. In his delirium, Duong Huk called her name, Xie Bing. Then he sleep-talked a direct confession to her, I like you. This sudden confession made Xie Bing blush, unsure how to react. Zhang Zhe, tied up high and in pain, had to witness this public display of affection. Seeing this, Han Ziki cursed under his breath, shameless. But Barker the dog seemed interested, both praising and cursing. Hooligan, I like it. Suddenly, a group of people in black appeared and announced, Class A leakage incident. From now on, we will handle the aftermath. They were the Dark Special Affairs Management Organization, specializing in handling all leakage incidents involving exorcists and the Panga realm. Afterward, on every street where battles had taken place, people in black were everywhere, using their abilities to seal, support, and repair. The citizens were quite surprised. How did the Dark Special Affairs get here so fast? A man with an extraordinary aura and a dapper demeanor replied, I called them. I'm already aware of what happened here. He was the Minister of Exorcists for Z City, Lu Zhengqing. Zhengqing then ordered his assistant initiate the purification program. The assistant, Qi Shi, immediately replied yes. Right after, Thunder rumbled in the sky, and a cleansing rain poured down like a waterfall. All the citizens touched by the rain forgot everything. Why do I feel so tired? What just happened? Why am I here? After the purification process was complete, Shishi reported, "It's done. The cleansing rain has erased all memories of this disaster from ordinary people." Zhang Qing didn't turn around, just replied nonchalantly, While no one was paying attention, Zhang Ye's pearl managed to escape. It flew into the hands of a mysterious person. Zhang Yi failed. The cloaked figure said, "Wasn't that expected? He was never qualified to join us." Then he consoled himself, "It's fine. Although we collected less lifeblood than expected this time, combined with previous collections, it's almost enough." The two of them were standing on the rooftop of a lecture hall at Z University. One of the two spoke again, "Let's go. It's time to proceed to Phase 2. After everything was cleaned up, the citizens returned to their normal lives. A cleansing rain had erased everyone's memories, and Z City returned to peace. But my disaster was just beginning. Duong Huk was now kneeling in front of the bathroom door, knocking and cursing for half an hour. "Are you done yet?" Barker the dog replied leisurely from inside. "Almost. Just wait a little longer." His paw was flipping through a magazine, looking at pictures of beautiful female dogs. Flip, flip. Meanwhile, Duong Huk's face had turned pale, as if he couldn't hold it in any longer. "Damn it, hurry up." But then a loud bang was heard. Barker the dog was still sitting comfortably in the bathroom, humming, "So refreshing." He finished his business and walked out, even criticizing Duong Huk. "Stinky brat. I'm done, you can go in." But he, with tears welling in his eyes, said no, it's not necessary anymore. Despite saying that, Duong Huk still had to go into the bathroom to wash his pants. He was still furious inside. "You damn dog, one day I'll make you pay." Just then his phone rang. Ring, ring. A text message arrived. "Brat, it's time. Pay up." It was a message from that gangster. Duong Huk recalled the scene where he was threatened by that guy. "Kid, debts must be paid. That's the law of heaven and earth. If you don't want us to cause trouble at your school, remember to pay on time every month." The law of heaven and earth that guy mentioned meant an age-old, undeniable truth. Duong Huk looked dejectedly at the text message. Dad ran away, and as a result, the loan shark's debt fell on my head. Then he flopped onto the bed and let out a long sigh. "Looks like I'll have to tighten my belt again this month." Suddenly, the scene shifted to a place full of fire. Duong Huk didn't know why he had appeared in the middle of a strange magic formation, with flames dancing ceaselessly around him. A real eye with a slitted pupil was staring at him, saying, "Found you." He screamed in panic. Fake pupils. A hand had already grabbed him, and then his entire body was tightly bound. Only then did he jolt awake, screaming at the top of his lungs. "It hurts so much." Backcock the dog suddenly appeared at Duong Huk's feet, crying and saying, "Wah, kid, you're finally awake. I almost thought you were dead." He looked at it with disgust, struggling to push it away. "Damn dog, let me go." Backcock the dog still bit tightly onto Duong Huk's leg, saying, "Not letting go. You slept for 3 days and 3 nights. You scare me to death." Hearing what Backcock the dog said, Duong Huk was horrified. 3 days? Only then did he suddenly realize this was a hospital. "Why am I here?" Ta Bang, who was also by his side, asked, "Duong Huk, do you remember what happened before you lost consciousness?" He didn't expect this either, and subconsciously called her name, Ta Bang. Then he tried to recall what happened before he passed out, but what he remembered was his nightmare. He hurriedly rolled up his sleeve to look. Duong Huk saw that the mark had really appeared on his body, utterly astonished. "How can this be? Wasn't that a dream?" Ta Bang also immediately shifted her attention to his arm. Then she tried to cast a spell. Dispel evil. The spell was indeed effective. The mark gradually faded, but the problem was this also affected Duong Huk, who screamed miserably without stopping. "Ah, it hurts so much." Seeing Duong Huk's reaction, Backcock the dog asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" Ta Bang then calmly explained, "This is the purest heavenly demon seal. According to the records of the Exorcist world, once this kind of seal is placed, the person is almost certain to die." Duong Huk's eyes went wide, not believing his ears. "What?" But Ta Bang continued very seriously. "Only a few top-tier demons can cast this kind of seal. As far as I know, there is currently only one person who can save you." Duong Huk immediately asked earnestly, "Who?" Ta Bang didn't hide it, and answered frankly, my master. Sometime later, the scene shifted to a certain park in City B. Ta Bang was explaining the situation to Duong Huk. My master is not good at socializing and is detached from worldly affairs. You have to become his disciple first before he will step in to solve your problem, she said as she walked forward. Whether you can successfully become his disciple depends on you alone. Duong Huk hurriedly chased after her and replied, I understand. The two of them kept walking until they reached a place where health-promoting exercise music was playing. Draw a dragon with me on the left, draw a rainbow on the right. Amidst a group of elderly people exercising, a man was enthusiastically instructing, Miss Zhao, you need to twist your waist a bit more and stick your butt out a bit more. Yes, 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 just like that. Auntie Zhao turned around flirtatiously, casting a sidelong glance in reply. Yes, sir. Mr. Chun Yiqian. The man named Chun Yiqian's face flushed, and he said happily, Ah, I'm about to fly. Duong Huk watched from a distance, covering his mouth and sighing. For some reason, my eyes suddenly hurt a little. Batcock the dog also had to admire. Wow. This old man is even more lecherous than you. Suddenly, Ta Bang approached the man, clasped her hands in a salute, and then bowed respectfully. Master Chenichian. This action made the two people and one dog in the distance drop their jaws in shock. Duong Huk couldn't help but shout rudely, He's your master? Batcock the dog also chimed in. She means that lecherous old man? Hearing this, Chenichian asked unhappily, What? I don't look the part. Little Bing, this boyfriend of yours has no manners at all. Ta Bang hurriedly explained on Duong Huk's behalf. Master, he's just my friend. We came this time because there's a very important matter we need your help with. Chun Yiqian replied sourly. I knew it. How could you possibly like a foolish brat? Then he bid farewell to the woman. Miss Zhao, let's exercise again tomorrow. She simply replied, Yes, sir. But on this side, Duong Huk and Batcock the dog were both cursing. Shameless, lecherous old man. Afterwards, the group of them arrived at the City B mental hospital. Chenichian just said faintly, We're here. But Duong Huk and Batcock the dog were once again speechless. What, you live here? Duong Huk even had to confirm with Ta Bang again. Your master really lives here? Ta Bang replied nonchalantly. Master doesn't want to attract attention, so he lives here. Afterwards, everyone went in together. As soon as he stepped inside, Duong Huk was attacked by a patient. Demon, take a blow from your old son. That old man swung a staff fiercely towards him, cracking even the floor tiles. Luckily, Duong Huk dodged in time. Duong Huk was a little scared in his heart. If he had been hit, he would definitely have been seriously injured. After that, the patient relentlessly chased Duong Huk and Batcock the dog. Where are you running, demon? You even brought a demon dog. Killing you would make for a nice dog meat meal. This made Batcock the dog dodge frantically, cursing loudly. You're the demon dog. Suddenly, a bald-headed man appeared, saying elegantly, Ba, Yukong, you're being naughty again. Duong Huk's surprises came one after another. Another old man? But the other patient swung his staff towards the bald-headed man. Let's talk. Take this. Seeing this, Duong Huk hurriedly shouted in panic. Sir, it's dangerous. Get out of the way. But the bald old man stood still and said, Ka. Golden fillet. The patient playing son Wukong immediately fell to the ground, clutching his head and shouting, My head hurts, master. Stop chanting. He rolled on the ground, even sticking his head out the window and crying, Master, stop chanting. Duong Huk watched this scene, unable to understand. It actually works? Could he be a great master? But upon listening closely, the sutra the bald-headed man was chanting was just, fertilizer will evaporate. Black fertilizer will turn to ash. Gray fertilizer will turn black. Black fertilizer turned to ash will evaporate. Duong Huk and Batcock the dog were as if turned to stone, truly insane. Only then did he shift his gaze to the side, noticing the surrounding space. The entire spacious room seemed to have gathered all sorts of superheroes and martial arts masters from both China and the West. Duong Huk couldn't help but marvel to himself. What in the world is this divine place? At this moment, Chenichian pulled him over, examining his arm. Senior, what's wrong? After looking, he slowly picked up a glass of water and said, Kid, go home and prepare for your funeral. Those light words entered his ears, yet they were like a clap of thunder. His mouth hung open, his face pale as he asked, Senior, what on earth is going on? Batcock the dog showed disbelief. Old man, don't talk nonsense. Ta Bang was a little helpless and had no choice but to speak up as a reminder, Master. But Chenichian didn't change his tune at all, saying in a calm tone, believe it or not. The mark on your arm is the heavenly demon seal, left by the demon leader of the Panga realm. Speaking of which, he even painted an extremely dark picture. The Panga realm has countless demons, and the strongest one in the deepest part, who rules all demons, is called the Heavenly Demon King. Then his voice grew deeper, telling Duong Huk, the mark on you was left by the Heavenly Demon King. A person who is given this kind of seal is equivalent to being targeted by the Heavenly Demon King, with death as the only way out. After hearing this, Tabang, understanding the gravity of the situation, immediately pleaded, "Master, is there any way to remove it?" But Chunichian didn't answer, instead casually asking Tabang, "Is he really not your boyfriend?" She blushed and hurriedly denied, "He's not." So he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Then I'm relieved." Then he looked straight into Duong Huk's eyes and called out, "Kid." He was immediately startled and replied, "What is it?" Chunichian didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. Removing the Heavenly Demon Seal requires a great deal of energy. You and I are not related. On what basis should I help you? After hearing these words, Duong Huk and the other two were somewhat at a loss for words. At this moment, Duong Huk finally saw the gravity of the situation, hurriedly knelt on the ground, and shouted loudly, "Master, above all, please accept this disciple's bow." He even kowtowed with a thud. Seeing this, Batcock was pained and scolded. Is this kid stupid? Actually taking this lecherous old man as his master. Seeing Duong Huk overdoing it, Chun Ichian slowly stepped forward to support his head, saying, "Hold on." The old man continued, "You're a quick-witted kid, but you want to be my disciple, and I don't want to take one." But right after, he glanced at Ta Bang and said, "For Ta Bang's sake, it's not impossible to help you." He also set a condition. However, you have to help me do one thing first. Duong Huk immediately agreed and asked, "What is it?" So the old man took out a photo of an incredibly beautiful girl and said, "Simple, you just need to help me ask her out for a meal." Holding the photo in his hand, Duong Huk was truly speechless, and Batcock cursed. An old man chasing a young girl, shameless. Seeing Duong Huk's unenthusiastic attitude, Chunichian decisively waved his hand. If you won't go, then don't. You can all leave. I won't see you out." Afraid the old man would change his mind, Duong Huk hurriedly agreed. We'll go right now." At this moment, Tabang spoke up, "Master." Her appearance made Chunichian feel a bit guilty. "Crap, I forgot Binger was still here." Tabang asked with concern, "Master, Anime already rejected you last time. Are you still going to look for her?" Then she didn't want to pursue it further and took her leave. Never mind, the Alliance just sent news. I have to go. Hearing this, Chunichian let out a sigh of relief. Phew, she's finally gone. On the way back, Duong Huk looked at the photo while thinking, that old man deliberately brought this up. It's definitely not that simple. Batcock immediately mocked him. No kidding, if you were her, would you give that old man the time of day? Even I can see his scheme. That old man has a wicked heart. He doesn't want you to succeed. We have to think of another way. Reminded by Batcock, Duong Huk seemed to realize something, raised an eyebrow, and thought to himself, I've got a plan. After Duong Huk left, Chunichian also sat drinking and pondering. That stinky brat wouldn't have given up halfway and gone back to school, would he? Suddenly, Chunichian's phone rang. As soon as he answered, a voice came from the other end. Lecherous old man. Get to Sure Phone Park, that older sister agreed. He was startled and asked back, his heart full of doubt. How did this kid manage it? Afterwards, Chunichian really did meet that beautiful woman. Junior sister, long time no see. The woman was laughing so hard she couldn't close her mouth, saying, Where did you find this kid, brother? He's so sweet-tongued. I'm already 50, but he keeps calling me big sister. After hearing this, Chunichian could only blush, feeling a bit embarrassed. And Batcock at this moment was furious. Lecherous old man, say what you need to say. My fur is about to be plucked clean. At this time, Duong Huk was hiding behind a tree, a sly smile on his face, recalling what happened earlier. I didn't expect her to love dogs so much. Luckily, Batcock offered himself up, making it so easy to get her to agree. The woman adored Batcock. Batcock is such a great name, and he even has hair. A while later, Chunichian returned with a plucked Batcock. Kid, well done. I agree to help you remove the Heavenly Demon Seal. Batcock was furious, threatening with great indignation. Kid, if I don't get 3 crates of instant noodles for this, you and I are not done. Duong Huk was now seated peacefully in the middle of a huge magic formation. Chen Yiqian carefully informed him, "Kid, get ready to start." Then the old man began to channel his magic power. "Heaven and earth as I will. All dermas like the wind." Then he shouted a 20-character Grand Seal incantation, and the entire magic formation instantly lit up. Immediately after, a shout of seal was heard, accompanied by an extremely powerful beam of light that shot straight into Yang Su's marked arm. A sizzling sound rang out. The beam was incredibly hot, as if it intended to incinerate Yang Su's entire arm, causing him to scream in agony. Boku, standing by, watched with a heart burning with anxiety, shouting his name loudly, Yang Su. Chen Yiqian was also exerting all his strength. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "Suppress it for me." Another beam of light filled with dense yang energy was channeled directly into Yang Su's body. At this moment, a ferocious demon emerged from Yang Su's arm, staring intently at Chen Yiqian. Boku actually recognized it. Why is it here? As its full form appeared, the creature's true identity was revealed to be the Heavenly Demon King. When Chen Yiqian saw that figure, he broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. This mark actually contains a sliver of the Heavenly Demon King's power. Just a remnant image from the mark easily shattered Chen Yiqian's power, and even threatened in a deep voice. "So it's you. You think you alone can remove my mark?" Then, it directly waved its hand, sending Boku flying, who howled in pain. The Heavenly Demon King angrily swung its chains to attack. "Perish! No one can stop me. The mortal world will become a purgatory at my feet." Chen Yiqian still struggled to stand his ground and resist. "Wait until you can get out before you talk." His figure looked incredibly small compared to the mark's remnant image, but his determined gaze was exceptionally firm. Then, Chen Yiqian gathered all his strength and launched another palm strike at it. The palm force was sharp and powerful, like a giant long blade roaring as it charged forward. Chen Yiqian shouted, "Primordial Unity, Qi, Great Treasure Sword." A series of explosions rang out as the blade of Qi slashed across the waist of the Heavenly Demon King's mark. It was actually defeated by Chen Yiqian, leaving only a pair of furious, blazing red eyes and a faint, unwilling growl. But that remnant image also gradually vanished into the air, leaving not a single trace behind. At the same time, Chen Yiqian shouted, "Double-Pupiled one, you can't escape." The mark on Yang Su's hand also gradually disappeared. Yang Su's complexion returned to a healthy color, and he exclaimed excitedly, "The Heavenly Demon mark is really gone." Boku smacked his lips, admitting, "This pervy old man actually has some skill." Then, Yang Su hurriedly turned to Chen Yiqian and bowed deeply. "Thank you, senior." But the old man waved his hand and replied, "Don't celebrate too soon. That was merely a projection of the Heavenly Demon King." Chen Yiqian even showed a wary expression. "My magic can at most buy you 6 months' time, after which the mark will reappear, and the Heavenly Demon King will still be able to find you as usual." Hearing this, Yang Su's expression changed again. Boku immediately retorted stubbornly, "Pervy old man, after struggling for so long, you didn't solve the problem at all." But Chen Yiqian did indeed have a way, so he said, "I do. If you can reach S rank within 6 months, then you can completely resolve this matter." Hearing this, Boku asked in astonishment, "S rank?" But Yang Su didn't quite understand. Is it that hard to reach S rank? Upon hearing this silly question, Boku immediately slapped Yang Su on the head and scolded, "Kid, do you have any idea what S rank represents? That's the 1 in 10,000 Grandmaster among demon hunters." Chen Yiqian also added, "It's not entirely hopeless." He slowly told him, "In the deepest part of the Panga realm, there's a type of spiritual pearl called the Heavenly Demon Saint Fruit. If you can obtain it, the probability of breaking through to S rank will increase greatly." This information truly ignited Yang Su's passion. "Understood. Then I have to figure out how to get the Heavenly Demon Saint Fruit first. No matter what, I must reach S rank." It's just that Boku found it hard to understand where this kid got his confidence from. Even Chen Yiqian himself felt that this kid was indeed a bit different. The scene shifts to an area shrouded in Yin energy. An extremely mysterious person sitting on a throne asked, "Any news?" The subordinate below replied respectfully, "Reporting to my lord. It's confirmed the double-pupiled one is a student at Z University. But he has a master demon hunter by his side who is not easy to deal with. The person broke out in a cold sweat and said, the double-pupiled one has gone to be City's psychiatric hospital because there's always a master demon hunter following him. We haven't been able to make a move. The person on the high throne cast a cold glance and replied, understood. For the next matter, I will send someone to handle it. Is the three-headed beast in position? A man and a beast listened to the order. Zhang Yi has already failed. Next it's your turn to act. In the dim scene, a pair of murderous eyes replied, yes, my lord. Back at Chun Yiqian's psychiatric hospital, Chun Yiqian sat with his legs crossed, listening with disgust to the flattery. Master, this is the wolfberry chrysanthemum tea your disciple brewed for you. Master, this is the apple your disciple peeled. Master, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Your disciple will give you a massage. Seeing this, Boku thought to himself, is this kid on something? Annoyed to the point of irritation, Chun Yiqian said, you brat, when there's nothing you need, you call me old man. When you need something, you call me master. Spit it out. This old man can't stand this whiny tone. Yang Su requested coaxingly. That move you used to defeat the heavenly demon king, that's the one. Teach it to me. But Chun Yiqian immediately refused. No. With tears welling in his eyes, Yang Su pleaded, Master, you're so powerful. Teach me a little something for self-defense. Chun Yiqian, disliking him, scolded. Humph, you brat, stop calling me master all day. I haven't even accepted you. Besides, even if I taught you, you couldn't practice it now. He then added, to cultivate the primordial unity Qi great treasure sword, your spiritual power must be at least A rank. You're only D rank. You should focus on increasing your spiritual power first. After speaking, he casually picked up the phone and answered cheerfully. What, 2 in the afternoon? Manhwa Park? Zhao Jia is there too? Good. I'll be there on time. The man and the beast watched Chun Yiqian's flip-flopping attitude, both speechless. Then Chun Yiqian stood up to leave. Although I'm not taking a disciple, I would have helped you even if you didn't ask. Otherwise, wouldn't this old man have saved you for nothing? And so, he tossed a book to Yang Su. Take this book and increase your spiritual power first. I have something to do. I'm leaving. Holding the guiding primordial Yang book in his hand, Yang Su looked seriously at Chun Yiqian's departing back and muttered, truly old in age, but not in spirit. However, something given by this pervy old man must be very powerful. Regarding the guiding primordial Yang technique, this advanced magic is explained as follows. First, absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance the demon hunter's spiritual power. When cultivated to its peak, it can form a primordial Yang shield to suppress demons and exorcise evil. Yang Su sat down to cultivate, sighing in his heart. Advanced magic, I knew that pervy old man wasn't simple. I really found a treasure. Time to start cultivating. A few hours later, as Chun Yiqian was happily on his way to find love, he suddenly remembered, crap, guiding primordial Yang is extremely difficult to cultivate, with many things to pay attention to. That kid is hot-tempered if he doesn't practice it well. He'll suffer a Qi deviation. So Chun Yiqian rushed back, wanting to give him some more instructions. But as soon as he opened the door, he heard a curse. Damn it. Failed again. At this moment, he saw Yang Su practicing, his whole body enveloped in a layer of faint blue light. Chun Yiqian was utterly astonished. How is this possible? This brat has actually managed to condense primordial Yang? It's only been a few hours. Suddenly, that energy exploded. Boku was nagging from the side. I told you to just cultivate according to my method. You see, you've already failed twice. Chun Yiqian couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly. You too? Is this how you practice magic? Then, both of them got a lump on their heads from Chun Yiqian's knock and were scolded. You brat, since you like cultivating like this, I'll give you a hellish training course. At this time, in another place, a white-bearded demon was aggressively doing something. It turned out it was chasing Yang Su, while Yang Su was running for his life, constantly cursing. Damn old man. Let me out. Yang Su ran desperately while chanting, primordial Yang ejection. But the move couldn't be executed. Cultivation failed. Yang Su was furious, being cornered like this and still getting scolded. Kid, you're no good. You haven't grasped the essentials of casting I told you about. He angrily retorted, old man. Why did you only throw me in here? Where's Boku? Boku outside the mirror. watched Yang Su's clamor and replied, "Kid, my limbs are so small. Do you have any humanity?" Then Bo Ku turned to Chun-Qian and said very cooperatively, "Grandmaster, are you satisfied with the pictures I gave you? If not, it's okay, I have more." At this moment, Chun-Qian was blushing while looking at a shady magazine. "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect someone like you to have some taste." But he still lied. "Disciple, your master is training you. You must cherish it. Don't be ungrateful for this blessing." Yang Su cried in the mirror, "Don't call yourself master at a time like this. Help." Outside, Bo Ku was presenting a pile of magazines to Chun-Qian and said, however, throwing him into a dangerous place like the Panga realm. "Is that really okay?" Chun-Qian paid no mind, his eyes glued to the pictures as he replied, "He's too comfortable now. Only danger can stimulate his potential. Besides, the double-pupiled one doesn't die that easily." Hearing this, Boka found it reasonable. That's true. And so, in the Panga realm, Yang Su was tormented to the point of exhaustion. "Damn old man, are you trying to work me to death? I've only been practicing guiding primordial yang for a few days. How could I learn so fast?" He gritted his teeth and looked around. "But I won't let you look down on me." Then, Yang Su quickly came up with a few ideas. "That's right, I don't have enough spiritual power, but I remember Sieb Bing said that the Panga realm has spiritual power in abundance. Maybe." No sooner said than done. He started smashing the surrounding rocks. Several hours passed. Chun-Qian finally finished looking and just remembered Yang Su. "Crap, I forgot about that kid. It's been so long. He couldn't have actually died in there, right?" A huge tremor came from a mirror, accompanied by Yang Su's laughter. "Ha ha ha, I did it." At this moment, a horde of demons was trying to attack him in unison. But Yang Su's entire body was already filled with an incredibly dense and powerful energy. Chun-Qian was astonished when he saw this. This is guiding primordial yang? He's only been cultivating for such a short time. How can it be so powerful? And Yang Su was killing demons with ease. "You chased me just now. Take this." As he spoke, he controlled the sun of energy to smash towards the demons. One hit, one kill. Even after killing the demons, red orbs flew out from their bodies. Yang Su picked up an orb and muttered, "A demon beast core. This is much better than demon beast essence." Then he used the demon transformation art to directly absorb all the energy in the core. So refreshing. I feel like my spiritual energy has increased quite a bit again. Chun-Qian watched how Yang Su used the technique, scared out his wits, and shouted, "You insolent brat. The primordial yang technique is for body protection. Are you treating it like a ball?" Only then did Yang Su notice his presence. Ah, pervy old man. The next second, he was pulled out by Chun-Qian, followed by a deafening scolding. "You brat. Primordial yang is intrinsically linked to your life. You're using it to attack demon beasts. Are you trying to die?" Chun-Qian was furious. "And another thing, I told you not to call me a pervy old man." Yang Su's face turned pale with fear. Hurriedly denied. "Oh no, you must have misheard. Boka didn't dare to speak human language anymore. Woof." After that, there was no after that. Only miserable screams remained. Yang Su picked up the spirit testing plate, and when he saw the character Foresee appear on it, he joyfully said to Bo Ku, "That lecherous old man is truly amazing. In just 10 short days, my spiritual power has gone from level D to level C." Hearing this, Bo Ku nodded in agreement. Although the old man is a lecher, his strength is indeed very formidable. Yang Su sighed and continued. "This breakthrough was thanks to the beast core. If I could get a stronger beast core, my cultivation speed would probably be even faster. I don't want to sit here and wait for death forever." Boka smiled and said, "Haha, kid, isn't it easy to get a beast core? I'll take you to a place where I guarantee you'll get a high-level beast." The Panga realm is divided into 4 layers in total, each layer more dangerous than the last. The deeper you go, the higher the probability of high-level beasts appearing. The first layer, wraiths. The second layer, yikshas. The third layer, rakshasas. The fourth layer, an unknown region. The dangerous area beyond the fourth layer requires permission from the Exorcist Alliance. The fourth layer of the Panga realm. Hearing of such a magical place for the first time, Yang Su couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "I've never been here before." Looking at the guard dog at the cave entrance, Yang Su was a bit skeptical. "This thing has a high-level beast core inside it?" Boka's eyes were full of confidence as he said, "Of course, you can't judge a book by its cover. Actually, it is a high-level beast, and it absolutely has the beast core you need in its body." However, as soon as the battle started, the powerful beast he spoke of just cowered in fear. Seeing this, Boku immediately roared in anger. Damn it, you were so fierce when you fought me for food. Why are you so cowardly now? Realizing its motive, Yang-Su flew into a rage and said, so you just wanted to get revenge on someone. Boka showed no remorse, openly urinating in front of Yang-Su, then said nonchalantly, Humph, what's the big deal? They're all beasts of the Pangu realm anyway. A moment later, the ground suddenly began to shake. Yang-Su shouted in shock. What's happening? From a distance, a rock monster was slowly approaching them. Yang-Su looked up at it and cried out in horror. What is this? Boku immediately recognized the monster and hurriedly explained to Yang-Su, a mountain ghoul, also what you humans call a mountain specter. Seeing the mountain ghoul begin to attack, Boku immediately turned tail and fled, constantly urging Yang-Su. Yang-Su, run. What are you standing there for? But Yang-Su didn't turn and run. He chose to face it. He looked at the monster with a cold gaze and gave a challenging smile. It's stronger than I imagined, but not unbeatable. Besides, a beast this strong must have a high-level beast core in its body. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped high towards the monster, deciding to test his strength with the spirit exorcism art. Seeing Yang-Su stubbornly charge towards the monster, Boku turned his head back to mock him. Useless brat, the mountain ghoul's skin is harder than steel. With your strength, you can't even hurt it. A moment later, the monster controlled rubble to attack Yang-Su. Seeing this, Yang-Su couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It can actually control rubble to attack. Unwilling to yield, Yang-Su immediately struck back at the beast. Take a taste of my move. Primordial Yang art. Although the move he unleashed was still ineffective, Yang-Su refused to give up. He said in a determined tone, as expected, it's as tough as I thought. However, I refuse to believe I can't deal with you. Seeing the monster about to go berserk, Boka hurriedly said to Yang-Su, Yang-Su, run. However, Yang-Su resolutely stayed, using the beast transformation art to bind the monster tightly. Then attacking again with the primordial Yang art. He shouted loudly, it's over. Looking at the monster lying motionless on the ground, Boka couldn't help but exclaim in shock, you stinky brat, you're so powerful. Even a mountain ghoul was no match for you. Yang-Su laughed smugly, his eyes sparkling with the joy of victory. Haha, now for the final blow, and I can get the beast core. Just then, a long spear flew from nowhere, grazing past Yang-Su. Seeing this, Boku immediately roared in anger. Who's the blind fool? You almost hurt someone. A moment later, a man suddenly walked over. He openly approached the mountain ghoul, took the beast core, and turned to leave. Finally got it. Seeing this, Yang-Su shouted, give me back the beast core. His companion, walking behind him, heard this and spoke up. Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? We clearly killed this mountain ghoul. Everyone saw it. Seeing how young you are, you're not trying to snatch our treasure, are you? Seeing the old man using his power to bully others, Boka couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward, saying, damn it, you're twisting the truth, calling a deer a horse. I'll bite you all to death. But before it could act, Yang-Su stopped it. He looked at the group and said coldly, so, you're planning to use your numbers to rob me. Hearing this, the man sneered contemptuously. Don't put it so harshly. If I were you right now, I would just obediently leave. However, in his heart, he was constantly marveling. This kid is quite something. A mountain ghoul this strong. Even our group didn't dare to act rashly, yet he killed it outright. Too bad. This mountain ghoul's beast core has been targeted by young Master Zhao. How can an ordinary exorcist compare to young Master Zhao? At this moment, a dignified voice suddenly came from a distance. That's enough, Uncle Zhao. A red-haired man slowly walked over. He was the young Master Zhao the man had mentioned, Zhao Changsheng, a descendant of a genius exorcist family. As soon as he arrived, the man immediately bowed his head in salute. Young Master. Zhao Changsheng took the beast core and looked at Yang-Su, saying, my friend, it's nothing. I had my eye on this mountain ghoul 3 months ago. I just didn't expect you to get to it first. We are not unreasonable people. Take this money. Consider it payment for your hard work. With that, he threw a stack of money from his hand onto the ground with a look of contempt. Seeing their disdainful attitude, Yang-Su couldn't take it anymore and directly pulled the long spear from the mountain ghoul's body, saying in a challenging tone, what if I refuse? Seeing his arrogance, the group began to speak up. Kid, is that how you talk to young Master Zhao? Do you know who young Master Zhao is? You wet behind the ears, brat. If you don't leave, we'll teach you a lesson. Yang-Su immediately threw the long spear in front of them, startling them. so fast. Then he looked coldly at Zhao Changsheng and said, I don't take what belongs to others, but what's mine is mine. Don't even think about snatching it. Give the beast core back. Seeing his persistence, Zhao Changsheng frowned unhappily. You asked for this. Don't blame me. Uncle Zhao, teach him a lesson. The man named Zhao heard the order and immediately replied, yes. Then he looked at Yang Su, smiled contemptuously, and said in a smug tone, Kid, for daring to disrespect young Master Zhao, I'll break your legs and cripple your dantian and teach you a lesson. Seeing him make a move, the others gathered around to mock Yang Su. Uncle Zhao is a top-tier physical arts master. His speed is incredible. Exorcists of the same level have no chance to cast spells in front of him. This kid is dead for sure. Yang Su was not afraid at all. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, then opened them, activating his heavy pupils. The man named Zhao saw the main character standing still and laughed smugly. Haha, got you. Yang Su immediately grabbed his hand and said, You talk too much. Witnessing Yang Su's speed, the man named Zhao couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What? Seeing him sent flying into the air by Yang Su's punch, the others couldn't believe their eyes. Shouting, How is this possible? The man named Zhao lay on the ground in pain, frowning as he asked Yang Su, How can there be such a strong newcomer? Who on earth are you? Yang Su snorted coldly and said to him, Give me my thing. At this moment, another old man stepped forward and said menacingly, Young people who are too arrogant will pay a heavy price. Boku immediately sensed a danger and shouted a warning to Yang Su. Be careful. The three pythons summoned by Old Wei immediately spat out venom, the spirit summoning poisonous python art. Seeing that Old Wei had made his move, the onlookers began to mock and gossip. Old Wei is a level B exorcist, even stronger than Zhao Yu. Now that he's used his signature technique, that kid is in for a world of hurt. The old man named Wei, not yet knowing that the king of hell was beckoning him, said very smugly, just a wet behind the ears brat after all. Seeing the lackeys trying to act tough, Yang Su gave a helpless cold laugh. Did you really think I didn't notice? Then he directly used a spiritual power clone to intimidate them. Seeing Yang Su's power, the group said in shock, It's a spiritual power clone again. One of them also noticed something unusual and shouted, Crap, look up. It turned out that Yang Su was casting the primordial Yang art, but this time he had upgraded the move to a supersized version. A single blow defeated Old Wei's spirit summoning poisonous python art, causing the group to break out in a cold sweat, channeling primordial Yang. Could he be a mid-stage level B exorcist? A moment later, Yang Su threw the primordial Yang art straight at them, saying, You guys can also have a taste of this primordial Yang burst of mine. The man in yellow saw this and immediately turned to flee, muttering nonstop. How can primordial Yang be used like that? He must have a death wish. The old man, named Wei, also agreed. This madman. But before he could take a few steps, he was bound by Yang Su's beast transformation art. Only then did he cry out in fear. No, just like that, he was strangled by thorny vines. Seeing this, his subordinates immediately drew their blades to fight Old Wei. Kid, let Old Wei go. You've got a death wish. Yang Su couldn't be bothered to waste words on them and created several more vines, hanging them upside down. Suspended in midair, they could only scream in despair. Ah, save me. Impossible. How can he release so many vines? At this moment, a strong beam of light suddenly shot over, making Yang Su exclaim in shock. Crap. Luckily, he managed to lean back in time, narrowly escaping. On the other side, Zhao Changxing's entire body radiated a murderous aura as he slowly walked forward, saying, A bunch of trash. In the end, I still have to do it myself. He then threatened Yang Su, Kid, you're not the only one who knows the primordial Yang art. Looking at his aura, Yang Su thought to himself, so strong. Boku, beside him, also sensed it and added, We've run into a tough opponent this time. Seeing that the strongest one had finally made a move, the lackeys began to suck up to him again. Haha, young master, finish him off. The young master is a grade A genius exorcist on the Alliance's list of heroes. This brat is dead for sure. Kid, you dare to go against me. You're dead for sure. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhao Changsheng unleashed the Six Harmonies spirit sword formation. Seeing his chance, Yang Su called out to Bo Ke. Xiaoba, now's the time. Hearing this, Zhao Changsheng said in surprise, What? Hearing the command, Bo Ke flew towards Zhao Changsheng, saying, Hee hee, Success. Zhao Changsheng forced a smile, celebrating a bit too early. Then, he kicked Boku away, saying, "Fool, did you think I wouldn't notice anything?" Seeing this, his subordinates hurriedly praised him. "Young master is so cool." But the girl beside him had noticed something was wrong and hurriedly said to Zhao Changsheng, Young master, the mountain demon's inner core." Hearing this, Zhao Changsheng looked down at his waist. He was horrified to discover that his inner core had vanished. After pulling away to a safe distance, Boku taunted, "Na boo boo, you fell for it." Having lost his inner core, Zhao Changsheng's power was greatly affected. He painfully ordered his subordinate, "Damn it, how dare you play tricks? Get him for me." His subordinates heard the order and immediately gave chase, saying, "Yes." Seeing the group about to catch up, Boku anxiously urged Yang Su, hurry up and run, they're about to catch us. Yang Su, panting as he ran, said, "Can't you see I'm running?" As he spoke, he took out something and pressed it a few times. Instantly, the two of them vanished from the Panga realm. Seeing this, the subordinate said to Zhao Changsheng, "That damn brat, he got away." "Young master, the mountain demon's inner core is gone. The gift we prepared for that great lord." Zhao Changsheng angrily crossed his arms and said, "We'll talk about what's past later, but that brat absolutely cannot be forgiven." Then, he ordered his subordinate, "Investigate for me. You must find out that brat's background." The subordinate dared not delay, hurriedly bowing to accept the order. "Yes, young master." At this moment, in a patient room of a psychiatric hospital in the real world, after hearing the two's story, Chun Ichian roared in anger. "How audacious. I was gone for just one day, and you two ran to the 4th level of the Panga realm. Are you tired of living?" Being berated by his master, Yang Su retorted resentfully, "Master, keep your voice down. Didn't I come back safely? And I even killed a mountain demon." Boku also tried to reason. "Old man, why are you hitting me? I'm not your disciple." As a result, both of them got a beating from Chun Ichian and had to listen to his lecture. "You two listen up. Without my permission, you are absolutely not to enter the 4th level again." Neither of them dared to talk back and could only nod obediently. Yes. Nodding and nodding. He added, "This is a lesson for you. The world of demon exorcists has many geniuses and masters. You're not the only one." Nodding and nodding. Just then, a nurse came to announce, "Master E, there's a Rolls-Royce outside. They say they were referred by the Demon Exorcist Alliance to visit Senior." Hearing this, the other two immediately perked up their ears to eavesdrop, whispering, "A Rolls-Royce is here to see old E." Hearing the nurse's report, Chun Ichian's expression immediately turned serious. Outside the clinic room, Zhao Changsheng had been waiting for a long time. He carefully asked his subordinate, "Is everything ready? That senior is very important to the family." The subordinate carefully opened the car door for him, saying, "Rest assured, young master, there will be absolutely no mistakes." Hearing this, he said imposingly, "Let's go." Inside, Zhao Changsheng bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "Senior, this humble one is Zhao Changsheng." But he didn't expect Yang Su to be here as well. Zhao Changsheng exclaimed in astonishment, "It's you?" Yang Su replied in surprise as well, "It's you?" Then he vented all his grievances, saying, "Damn it, you dare to show up here." Zhao Changsheng was still doubtful and asked, "Why is it you?" Hearing the tone of their conversation, Chun Ichian spoke up and asked, "Do you two know each other?" Boku, without any hesitation, pointed at the two of them and said, "Old goat, he's the one who stole our mountain demon's inner core in the Panga realm." The old man named Wei, not wanting to ruin his master's good business, spoke up to explain, "A misunderstanding. It's all just a misunderstanding." "Young master, don't you have something important to discuss with Master E?" After hearing this, Zhao Changsheng stepped forward and presented his card to Master Chun, saying, "Senior, I hope you will accept this humble one as your disciple. I was referred by the Demon Exorcist Alliance." Realizing the guy had come to become a disciple, Yang Su and Boku both said in astonishment, "What?" Boku then thought about what he had done to him and shouted contemptuously, "Old man, you absolutely cannot accept this despicable villain as a disciple." Zhao Changsheng immediately retorted, "Who the hell do you think you are? Whether Senior E accepts me as a disciple or not is not for you to decide." Seeing his young master arguing heatedly, Old Wei worriedly stepped forward to advise quietly, "Young master, becoming a disciple is more important. Don't waste your breath on them for now. Find another chance later." As for Chun Ichian, he looked at the letter of recommendation in his hand and remarked, "I didn't expect your Zhao family to obtain a letter of recommendation from the Demon Exorcist Alliance." But even so, he still didn't change his mind, saying, "But I've said it before, I don't accept disciples." Seeing himself being rejected, Zhao Chongqing felt a bit confused and pressed. "Why, senior? If you agree, I absolutely will not let you down." To make him leave without hope, Chen Yiqian said, "You should go. I already have a disciple. I won't take another." Hearing this news, the other two exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Zhao Chongqing's face turned red with anger, pointing at Yang Su and saying, "Senior, the disciple you accepted isn't him, is it?" Yang Su, finding himself caught in the crossfire for no reason, had a helpless expression. "When did I become that old goat's disciple?" Seeing that the old man Chen didn't deny it, Zhao Chongsheng said arrogantly, "Forgive me for being blunt, but a low-level demon exorcist with mediocre aptitude like him is fundamentally unworthy of being your disciple. Only our Zhao family can carry forward Senior's way of the sword." Being insulted like this, Yang Su couldn't take it anymore and immediately retorted, "Damn it, don't be so arrogant." But the guy named Zhao was no pushover either. He asserted decisively, "I, Zhao Chongsheng, have every right to be arrogant. Is that so?" Seeing how arrogant this guy was, Chen Yiqian spoke up to teach him a lesson. "All things in the world are equal, yet your Zhao family wants to be a cut above others. Moreover, you rely on your talent to look down on people, showing no respect for anyone. Besides the way of the sword, on what ground should I accept you?" Hearing Chen Yiqian's profound words, Zhao Chongsheng lowered his head in shame. He hesitated for a long time before managing to say 3 words, "Senior." But before he could explain, Chen Yiqian interrupted, "I've made myself very clear. Yang Su, see our guest out." Being rejected so bluntly, Zhao Chongsheng angrily turned and left. Before leaving, he added a sarcastic remark, "Choosing rotten wood over precious jade. Master E, you will regret this." Then he immediately tore the Alliance's letter of recommendation to shreds. After that guy left, Yang Su sidled up to the old master fawningly. "Old goat, did you really accept me?" Hearing this, Boku also poured him some water and added, "Now that's a wise move on your part." But right after, the old man's attitude changed as he said, "That was just an excuse to reject the Zhao family. Our relationship remains the same." This left the other two a bit disappointed, saying, "As expected." Chen Yiqian explained, "The Zhao family's reputation has never been very good, and they have a complicated relationship with the vice chairman of the Demon Exorcist Alliance, which is why I don't want to get involved." Hearing this, the other two nodded in unison. "So that's how it is." Nodding and nodding. Then he turned to Yang Su and said, "If you want to be my disciple, your strength absolutely cannot be lacking. At the very least, you can't lose to Zhao Chongsheng. Guiding primordial yang is just a self-defense technique. Tomorrow I'll start teaching you an offensive technique." Hearing this news, Yang Su exclaimed happily, "Awesome." At the Zhao residence, after returning home, Zhao Chongsheng said in a great rage, "Humph, that blind old fool daring to reject our Zhao family to accept that idiot." Hearing this, his subordinate reminded him worriedly, "Young master, what should we do now? The old master has high hopes for you." Zhao Chongsheng gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, just a mere human. What's so great about him? Just when he didn't know what to do, suddenly, a strange beam of light appeared. Zhao Chongsheng said in shock, "Who's there?" Before he could compose himself, he was sucked into the beam of light. Space-time teleportation. Although the subordinate desperately wanted to save him, he could only cry out helplessly, "Young master." The figure vanished. At this time in the Pangu realm, a mysterious force suddenly appeared, its eyes wide open as it looked at Zhao Chongsheng and said, "Zhao Chongsheng, I can help you." At this time in the Pangu realm, Chen Yiqian was helping Yang Su practice. He was seen performing with one hand the primordial unity Grand Treasure Sword. In an instant, the ground shook and the mountain in front of them was split in two. As soon as Yang Su saw it, he exclaimed in amazement, Amazing." Then he immediately proposed to him, "Master, I want to learn." As a result, he made him practice balancing by carrying water, leaving Yang Su so tired his whole body trembled. Chen Yiqian explained, "The first step to cultivating the primordial unity Grand Treasure Sword is to train the mind. Focus on returning to simplicity, holding fast to your true self, and not being changed by external people or things." Seeing this, Boku gloated and chimed in, "Right, just like that. Don't be impulsive due to external stimuli." Not only could he not eat, but he was also being mocked. Yang-Su couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Stinky third brother, are you doing this on purpose?" Then he muttered weakly, "Damn it, why does cultivating the primordial unity grand treasure sword require abstaining from savory food?" Chun Ichian explained to his disciple, "Kid, the way of the sword places extreme importance on willpower. We're doing this to help you. As long as you practice well, you can eat and drink with us." To avoid seeing the food, Yang-Su ran to another spot and shouted, "Out of sight, out of mind. I can definitely master this immediately." Seeing him in such a hurry to master it, Chun Ichian said, "This old man has been practicing for 5 or 6 years. You've only been at it for 2 weeks. It's impossible." Bokus said to him, "Old goat, Yang-Su is a double-pupil bearer. Maybe he can master it right away." Chun Ichian continued, "If he can master it in such a short time, I'll go dance in the public square for you to see." After making the bet, the two happily clinked glasses. "Come on, cheers." A few hours later, Yang-Su was exhausted after balancing for a while and squatted on the ground. He pouted and muttered, "It's easy to say it can be mastered quickly, but it's still very difficult without finding the key point." At this moment, a beautiful girl suddenly approached and spoke to him. "Is something wrong?" Seeing that it was Xie Bing, Yang-Su couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Xie Bing, when did you get back?" Xie Bing calmly replied, "Just arrived." Then she said to him, "Master doesn't easily pass on his sword techniques to others. He thinks very highly of you." But Yang-Su didn't think so. He felt he was close to that old goat. "I clearly feel like he's torturing me." As he spoke, he raised a bowl of water and muttered, "Just wait until I master this. I'll definitely show them." Xie Bing gently took the bowl of water and said, "Master isn't making things difficult for you. Besides, didn't he say to hold fast to your true heart? The heart can be like a surging river, but it can also be as still as the water's surface." Hearing her say this, Yang-Su finally understood the essence of the true heart and happily turned to tell her, "Xie Bing, I get it now." A few days later, no matter how harsh the weather was, Yang-Su persisted in his practice without any slack. Chun Ichian was very pleased to see him comprehend it so early. He nodded, walked up to him, and said, "Now I will teach you the way of the sword. You must remember it well. Sink your chi to your dantian. Unite your heart and the sword." This sword art is very difficult to cultivate. You must be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Yang-Su replied, "This disciple understands." Then he began to practice the sword art. But things were not as easy as he thought. Failed again. This primordial unity grand treasure sword is truly hard to practice. Not only has the magic weapon not been forged, but I'm also being disturbed by that noisy bunch. Those two big brothers are so cool. Come on, let's toast to this drink. Eldest brother, Master has been captured by a demon again. Demon, taste old son's staff, taking out his anger on them. Yang-Su turned to the side and shouted, "Can you guys go play another room?" Hearing him shout, the group went silent for a few seconds. Silence. Then they continued to have fun. Demon, release my grandpa. Grandpa, he can't hold on much longer. Yang-Su decided to move to another room. He kicked the door open with force, muttering, "Fine, I'll endure it." At this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, causing the entire building to tremble non-stop. Seeing this, Yang-Su shouted in panic, "What's going on?" Boku, seeing that the situation was not good, hurriedly ran to the next room to urge Yang-Su. "This is bad. It's an earthquake. Yang-Su, let's run." Meanwhile, those old men were still cheerfully playing, shouting loudly, so fun, we get to ride the bumper cars again." Seeing this, Yang-Su yelled loudly, "It's an earthquake, get out of here now." But Chunichian told him, "It's not an earthquake." Then he seriously called him over, saying, "Yang-Su, come here for a moment. There are some things you should know. Follow me." After speaking, he led him to a secret room where there was an incredibly complex system map. Chunichian looked at the map for a long time, then said to Yang-Su, "The tremor just now wasn't an earthquake, but a vibration from the deepest barrier of the Panga realm." Hearing him say this, Yang-Su couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Ah?" Chunichian continued to explain, "The Panga realm and the human world have many special, distorted spatial nodes. This mental hospital building is one of them. Once the barrier of the Panga realm fluctuates, these nodes will react, eventually leading to a large number of creatures from the Panga realm invading the human world through these nodes. But the Demon Exterminator Alliance is short on manpower, so for all these years, I have been handling this node." Yang-Su seemed to have understood something and confirmed with Elder Chun. "So now we need to go repair the deepest barrier of the Panga realm?" Chun-Chin immediately replied, exactly. I've noticed that your cultivation has recently reached a bottleneck. Training in the Pangu realm might be beneficial for you. Binger will also go with you. Yang Su looked at Chun-Chin and said firmly, I understand. Boku also excitedly nominated himself. I'm going too. They immediately teleported to a city in the Pangu realm. Looking at the unfamiliar scene before him, Yang Su couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This is unbelievable. This place is completely different from anywhere I've been before. It's so magnificent. Hearing him say that, Boku sneered, Humph, you country bumpkin. This young master has been in and out of here several times. Sieb Bing said to the two of them, since ancient times, the Pangu realm has always been encroaching upon the human world, which is why you can see relics from various dynasties. This is the Qing dynasty area. Seeing that there were other people in the Pangu realm, Yang Su asked curiously, isn't it just the two of us? Sieb Bing explained to him, they're demon exterminators from nearby. Master's reputation is very high, so every time there's a repair, the nearby demon exterminators almost always answer the call and come. One of them saw Yang Su bringing an animal and unhappily shouted, where did this newbie come from? Don't you know the rules? Bringing a dog in here. Where do you think this is? Hearing this, Boka angrily roared at him, woof, who are you calling a dog? When those people saw it could talk, they exclaimed in shock, a spirit beast. It's a spirit beast. Seeing Boku being revered like this, Yang Su felt a bit confused, thinking to himself, isn't he just a dog? Is the status of a spirit beast that high? And I'm a master. Then they knelt down to pay their respects, saying in unison, son, senior, this junior was blind. If I have offended you just now, please forgive me, senior. As soon as he saw Sieb Bing's figure, Zhou Xingshou hurriedly came forward to bow. Young mistress, we've finally been waiting for you. Leader of the demon exterminators of City B, Zhou Xingshou. Sieb Bing didn't say much and asked him, Uncle Zhou, how is it progressing? Zhou Xingshou calmly replied, the initial phase of the work is almost complete. For the specific situation, please follow me. After speaking, he led them to the Panga Fissure. Looking at the mages diligently casting spells, Yang Su opened his mouth to ask, what is this? Zhou Xingshou told him, this is the barrier. Each dynasty and the intersection between dynasties has a huge barrier enveloping the entire Panga realm. The barrier wall is the steadfast protective fortress of the human world, the life's work of countless demon exterminators. Neither demons nor wraiths can easily pass through it. Hearing this, a bold thought flashed in Yang Su's mind. Was this barrier created by humans? Sieb Bing pondered for a moment, then replied, The ones who created these space-time barrier walls were the 5 strongest grandmasters in the history of the Demon Exterminator Alliance. It is because of these barriers that the human world has been able to avoid a large-scale invasion by creatures from the Panga realm. After hearing this, Yang Su felt extremely excited and said, the power of demon exterminators is actually that strong. Zhou Xingshou looked at the crack in the wall and couldn't help but say worriedly, but this time is a bit strange. I remember it was just repaired not long ago. I don't know why it broke so quickly. Sieb Bing also found it a bit strange and said to him, that's why Master sent me this time. Besides repairing the barrier, he also wants a thorough investigation. Zhou Xingshou immediately took out a sealing talisman and said, let's not talk about these things anymore. The method to repair the barrier is very simple. Just channel spiritual energy into these talismans, then stick them onto the barrier wall. While they were repairing the barrier, an incident suddenly occurred nearby. Oh no, the spirit-devouring beasts are here. Yang Su looked at the dark sky before him and wondered, what is this? Boka told him, spirit-devouring beasts. A type of creature from the Panga realm. Their favorite food is the spiritual energy of demon exterminators and the barrier wall. They are what demon exterminators fear the most. Facing the attack of the spirit-devouring beast swarm, Sieb Bing hurriedly said to the two, the jaws of the spirit-devouring beasts are very sharp. There are too many of them. They can't hold them back. Follow me. At this moment, the swarm of spirit-devouring beasts flew in to attack. Golden Light Fortress. The leader spat a yellow liquid from its mouth, containing countless smaller spirit-devouring beasts. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The demon masters who witnessed this scene also cried out in fear. This is bad. There are too many spirit-devouring beasts. At this rate, the energy shield will soon be depleted. We're about to fall. At this moment, Sieb Bing shouted, Yang Su, use Primal Yang Guidance. In an instant, Yang Su created 3 primal Yang orbs, attacking the spirit-devouring beasts. Standing nearby, Sieb Bing couldn't help but be stunned when she saw it. She never expected that he could use 3 primal Yang orbs at the same time. As for the others, needless to say, they were all terrified to the extreme. Someone even exclaimed, "What is the background of this rookie to be so powerful?" Sieb Bing carefully reminded him, "Yang Su, be careful. Don't let the spirit-devouring beasts get close. The primal Yang can't block all of them." Yang Su got the message and replied, "Understood." Then he cast the demon assimilation art, and the swarm of spirit-devouring beasts was immediately torn to shreds by the vines, thereby replenishing Yang Su's spiritual energy. So refreshing. I can feel my spiritual energy has increased quite a bit. Such a good opportunity to improve my strength. I absolutely can't miss it. A spirit-devouring beast tried to attack Yang Su while he wasn't paying attention. But as soon as it emerged from the ground, it was caught by Boku, who put it in his mouth and chewed it with relish. Crunchy. The people in the Pangu realm witnessed Yang Su's power and were all astonished, saying, so strong. Are all rookies this formidable now? After just a few explosive attacks from Yang Su, the swarm of insects gradually dispersed. Seeing this, the people in the Pangu realm cheered joyfully. The insects are retreating. They're retreating. That's great. Zhou Xingshou slowly walked over and said, "I was a little worried at first, but now it seems I was overthinking. With you all here, I can rest assured, especially this little brother. You're truly worthy of being Master Yi's disciple." Being praised like this, Yang Su said with some embarrassment, "Haha, you're making me blush, Uncle Zhou." Seeing him acting modest after gaining an advantage, Boku, who was beside him, had a look of contempt on his face. At this moment, Sieb Bing suddenly spoke up and asked, "Senior Zhou, about how long will the repair work take?" Zhou Xingshou said, "Since Senior Yi is presiding over a part of it, we are not responsible for much. At the fastest, it will be done in 3 days." Hearing this, she signaled to Yang Su and said, "Then I'll go investigate the surrounding situation." Yang Su, during this time, do your best to cooperate with Senior Zhou and everyone else. Yang Su replied generously, "No problem, leave it to me." At this moment, in a mysterious place in the mountains, a huge black hole suddenly appeared. From within, a pair of mysterious eyes suddenly appeared, saying, "It's finally starting. No one can leave here alive." 3 days later, at the fissure in the barrier, Yang Su was diligently making repairs. Spiritual energy pours in, heaven and earth, the universe, all become one. Order. After a series of incantations, the fissure slowly closed. Yang Su put his hands in his pockets, admiring the result of his past few days' work, and said confidently, "Once this largest fissure is repaired, the mission will be complete." Hearing this, Zhou Xingshou was overjoyed. He approached Yang Su and said gratefully, "You've all worked hard during this time." Boku, seeing a chance for profit, quickly said to Zhou Xingshou, "Woof, it was no trouble. Just have the Alliance give us some benefits." Hearing it say such shameless words, Yang Su immediately scolded, "You damn dog, shut up." At this moment, Zhou Xingshou's subordinate suddenly came to report, "Sir, the formation's accumulated energy is full. We can begin the final repair. 1,800 energy points have been accumulated." After completing the formation, Zhou Xingshou said to them, "We can begin the repairs." The formation activated immediately, and a large number of talismans flew towards the fissure, repairing the barrier. When only a very small crack remained, everyone cheered joyfully. The final barrier point is finally repaired. Just then, a longhorn monster suddenly rushed out, destroying the barrier shield. Seeing it, everyone screamed in terror. An ancient ice realm beast. It's an ancient ice realm beast. But there's a powerful seal here. A demon beast of this level shouldn't be able to get in at all. Without hesitation, Yang Su immediately used the primal Yang technique, saying, "We should quickly think of a way to deal with this demon beast." Then he used the demon assimilation art to bind it. At this moment, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. "Hee hee, you stinking brat. You think you can stop it?" After suppressing the monster, Yang Su turned his head and shouted loudly, "Who's there?" From the shadows, a familiar yet strange figure slowly walked out. He gave a sinister smile and replied to Yang Su, "Has it been so short a time that you've already forgotten me? I've been waiting for you for a long time." When Yang Su saw that the person who came was Zhao Changsheng, he shouted in utter astonishment, "It's you?" Boku also couldn't help but curse at him angrily. "You despicable villain." Zhao Changsheng, holding a red orb in his hand, walked towards Yang Su and said, "From childhood until now, no one has ever dared to take what's mine. Since you dare to treat me that way, you must pay the price." After speaking, he crushed the orb. In an instant, the entire Pangu realm fell into a sealed state. Seal. At this moment, Zhou Xingshou's subordinate ran over in a panic to report, "This is bad. The communications signal has been cut off." Hearing the news, Zhou Xingshou's eyes widened in shock. What? Yang Su immediately realized it was Zhao's doing and angrily pointed at his face, saying, "Zhao Changsheng, master, he will not accept you. Just by yourself, can you deal with so many of us?" Zhao Changsheng replied with a straight face, "If you die, that old man will have no reason to refuse my Zhao family. Besides, who said I came alone?" Not long after, an ancient ice realm beast slowly approached, carrying another mysterious person on its back. As soon as this person saw Yang Su, he said provocatively, "The one with double pupils, I found you." In a world full of danger, demon soldiers from ancient dynasties who did not die but were demonized, collectively known as demon soldiers, appeared and brought a great threat. Yang Su gave the order, "Kill." Wei Shanhai sat paralyzed on the ground, terrified. Ancient demon soldiers were doomed. Zhao Changsheng, a dangerous figure, actually dared to collude with the demons of the Panga realm. This alliance made one person unable to help but criticize. The Zhao family is a great clan in the world of Exorcists. Aren't you afraid of bringing disaster upon the Zhao family? But Zhao Changsheng was unfazed. "Do you think you can get out of here alive?" The people around spoke with utter disgust. "Despicable villain. Yang Su, teach him a lesson." Yang Su descended like a god. He transformed with divine powers, his moves incredibly spectacular. He opened his mouth and said, "The double-pupiled one." Then he soared into the sky, leaving an echo. "Follow me." An ally declared resolutely, "As long as I'm here, no one will touch him." A woman appeared, wanting to cross swords with him. Yang Su looked at the woman and couldn't help but admire. Such powerful sword intent, worthy of being a successor of the Xie family. "Zhao Changsheng, I'll leave that brat to you." Yang Su was dispatched to deal with Zhao Changsheng, while the others had to eliminate the horde of demon soldiers. An order was given, kill them, devour them all. Hearing the order, Wei Shanhai also quickly charged into battle. Zhao Changsheng laughed loudly. "You rotten brat, I'll show you just how vast the gap between us is." He unleashed a move, Six Harmonies Spirit Sword Technique. Zhao Changsheng confidently emphasized, "What you know, I also know. What I know, you don't necessarily know." It seems he's determined this time. I must show Master E that his choice was a mistake. Zhao Changsheng executed countless sword techniques. Yang Su had now returned to his human form, standing tall and observing. Zhao Changsheng quickly transformed into a tall, burly man with bulging muscles. Everyone present was flabbergasted, exclaiming in shock, "It's the spirit-driving technique." Yang Su sensed the danger, his expression revealing his astonishment. How does he know the spirit-driving technique? Zhao Changsheng unleashed a flurry of punches towards Yang Su and threatened, "You know quite a lot." But Yang Su was not to be outdone. "Do you think you're the only one who knows the spirit-driving technique?" The confrontation intensified. Zhao Changsheng couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Impossible! How can a novice exorcist know such an advanced spirit-driving technique?" He roared madly, "No one can compare to me. I will definitely kill you." Yang Su did not back down, declaring resolutely to Zhao Changsheng, "You are too selfish, harming so many people. I will absolutely not spare you." With that said, Yang Su quickly threw a fireball. Zhao Changsheng sneered, "It's useless. You're no match for me at all." He quickly rushed forward, seizing the initiative to attack. Yang Su also realized something was wrong. His power is greater than mine. The sense of danger grew as Zhao Changsheng declared resolutely, "Now I will let you taste despair. Before me, you are nothing but an ant." He continuously unleashed countless spectacular moves and said in a mocking tone, "A true genius. Is not someone a street ruffian like you can compare to?" Zhao Changsheng's sword energy pierced through Yang Su's armor, causing him so much pain he couldn't control his body. Seeing this, Zhao Changsheng said smugly, "Before me, you are just an ant. I am a recognized genius exorcist. What right do you have to compare yourself to me?" But his smugness didn't last long, as his wrist was grabbed by Yang Su. He asked, "Is that so?" Yang Su faced Zhao Changsheng's threat without any fear, asking in return, "Is this what you call a genius?" Boke, who was following him, praised aloud, "Yang Su, well done." Yang Su landed a punch on a weak spot, mocking what? Zhao Changsheng was so angry he flailed his limbs. Enraged, but Yang Su did not spare him, sending him flying with a kick. Zhao Changsheng still refused to admit defeat. "I underestimated you." But he quickly composed himself. "However, I won't give you another chance." Immediately after, he executed the demonization technique and grew larger. Zhao Changsheng declared resolutely, "It's useless. You can't defeat me." He didn't stop, but instead attacked even more fiercely, stabbing a giant, pillar-like sword into Yang Su's heart. At this moment, his limbs were limp, and he was on the verge of giving up, muttering, "Damn it." But just as Yang Su was about to counterattack, a sudden voice rang out, "Is that so? Have you won already?" Yang Su turned his head in shock and asked, "What?" A beast with two giant, sharp pincers appeared, its face revealing a ferocious expression. Although the situation was extremely unfavorable for Yang Su, the people around did not stop cheering. Everyone, hang in there. However, there were still many who screamed in panic, "It's over. All our people are going to die here." Yang Su did not give up, but both below seemed to have realized something, reminding him, "You rotten brat, don't celebrate too soon. Old man, he is still in the middle of a great battle in the human world. He will definitely know about this plot." Zhao Changsheng immediately replied, "Don't worry, he can't make it." Zhao Changsheng continued to threaten, "Brat, prepare to die." At the same time, in the basement of the mental hospital, a violent tremor interrupted everything. Chen Yiqian felt that something was wrong. Something's happened underground. "I have to go check quickly." He prepared to teleport, but was blocked. A cold voice rang out, "Chen Yiqian, you're not going anywhere." He was shocked that his teleportation was interrupted. "What?" Ao Xiaobao appeared with a sinister greeting. "We haven't seen each other in a long time." Seeing the person before him, Chen Yiqian exclaimed in shock, "It's you." Back at the intense battle, the current technique was Panga Realm. Zhao Changsheng declared resolutely, "A gap is a gap. No matter how you struggle, you're no match for me." He continued to mock, "That old man took you as a disciple. Didn't he teach you these things? Or do you think you can fight me by relying on those cat-scratching tricks from a dojo?" Yang Su was seething with rage. "Damn you." Outside, Boke advised. Yang Su quickly used the primordial unity Qi Great Treasure Sword. The advice still echoed. Yang Su quickly used the primordial unity Qi Great Treasure Sword. Yang Su said in confusion, "But I don't know it yet." Zhao Changsheng was shocked. "What?" He seemed quite disappointed. "I begged him for so long, and he just passed it on to you so easily?" Zhao Changsheng quickly regained his composure, mocking, "The old man's ultimate technique. Even a genius like me might not learn it in a year or two. How could you possibly know it?" Then what was bound to happen happened. Yang Su stood motionless, rigidly enduring the attack. Yang Su's seemingly weak body looked like it was about to give out, and a dry cough was heard. Yang Su gritted his teeth and persevered. But at that moment, Boke shouted, "Damn it, I won't let you harm Yang Su." Yang Su wanted to stop him, but it was too late, only managing to shout, "I don't," but in the form of a small puppy. He was immediately sent flying by Zhao Changsheng's kick. Beast! The pressure in the space skyrocketed, and his power suddenly exploded. Zhao Changsheng also noticed, why did this brat's aura suddenly surge like this? Countless green vines appeared. A technique was instantly unlocked. Demonization technique. Zhao Changsheng suspected. That brat is devouring the essence of a spirit beast. When he realized something was wrong, he immediately tried to stop him. "I won't give you the chance." Yang Su also did not hesitate to execute the sixth spirit seal. At the same time, Zhao Changsheng also used the Sword of Six Harmonies. He said coldly, "I'll just use my strongest sword technique to send you on your way." Zhao Changsheng declared with grim finality, "It's over." Boke, who had just been kicked away, couldn't sit still, reminding Yang Su to be careful. Yang Su activated his double pupils. He could see clearly. This was how the energy operated within Zhao Changsheng's body. A flash of insight struck him. A mind as still as water. A mind as still as water. Isn't spirit energy just like water? He thought to himself. So, just as 100 rivers flow into the sea, all spirit energy will also converge at a single point, forming all kinds of sword techniques and spells, consistent and clear. Primordial unity chi. Everything became clear. I understand. Yang Su radiated a terrifying power. Everything became blurry. No one knew Yang Su's plan, and the enemy couldn't guess his thoughts. Everyone wanted to ask. This is. Zhao Changsheng was shocked. How is this possible? The final technique was at last unleashed. Primordial Unity Chi Great Treasure Sword. It shot straight towards Zhao Changsheng and defeated him. The woman who had just fought with Yang Su couldn't help but admire. The Primordial Unity Chi Great Treasure Sword. He actually mastered it. At this moment, Yang Su was handsome and dashing, like a star in the sky in everyone's eyes. A bizarre scene appeared before them. Seeing it, Old Wei angrily cursed. Damn you! How dare you injure our young master? That leader roared as if he had lost his mind. Courting death. Ancient beast of the ice realm. Finish him. The ancient beast of the ice realm became bizarre. And without hesitation, it charged forward to attack, letting out a piercing scream. With one head and 6 arms, it gripped its great blade and raised it high, then delivered a fatal slash towards the monster. Old Wei was so scared he was like a dog, stammering. How could this be? How is his power so great? Distracted for a moment, the sword in his hand fell to the ground. The people on this side fell in heaps. Chief Zhu panted and said, so strong. He blocked the attack of the ancient beast of the ice realm. His power is even greater than the ancient beasts. Excellent. Worthy of being Master Yi's disciple. It wasn't over. That black, ape-like demon lord said through gritted teeth, I want to see what you're made of. The ghost soldiers holding blades and swords charged on command. Kill him for me. A swarm of giant insects rushed forward. Seeing the giant spirit energy sword appear, Yang Su frowned. Senior, I'll take it from here. He immediately summoned thousands of swords, sweeping the ghost soldiers into a vortex. The swarm of insects was split in two, and those ghost soldiers suffered the same fate. On the other side, Xie Bing was still engaged in battle with the Demon Lord. Hearing the commotion, the Demon Lord saw the outcome and was horrified. Impossible. Xie Bing frowned in thought. The Unity Chi Great Treasure Sword is Master's ultimate technique. He only just comprehended it. How did he learn to split the sword energy so quickly? Yang Su's giant form walked over under a halo of light. Xie Bing, I'm here to help you. He struck coldly, his sword and Xie Bing's combining as one. An evil, murderous aura rose from Shan Rong's body, and he charged with his sword. You're courting death. Yang Su's blade was blocked by Shan Rong, and Xie Bing suffered the same result. The debris increased. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Su and Xie Bing quickly landed several slashes on him. Then, his body was pierced through the heart by Yang Su's blade. Shan Rong cursed. Damn it. A moment later, Shan Rong's body vanished. The Demon Lord roared, Go quickly. A leopard-like creature appeared behind him, charging forward uncontrollably to attack. The ghost soldiers ran towards the barrier. At this moment, the barrier cracked. At the mental hospital, the spirit energy outside grew more and more abundant. Ao Bai appeared and disappeared within the evil aura. A piercing scream rang out. The barrier is broken? How is this possible? From within the ashes, Ao Bai materialized and said, Chenichian, I'll spare you for now. We will meet again. Chenichian's eyes widened, looking at him with great worry. Ao Bai, he's out too? The Pangu realm grew increasingly restless. An announcement echoed through the mental hospital. The underground barrier has been repaired. After returning from the Pangu realm, I was praised by Old Manny. However, my peaceful life did not last long. A voice rang out, Exorcist University. Xie Bing smiled and handed over a book explaining. That's right, Minister Zhu specially sent someone to bring this to you. Yang Su looked dejected, mumbled wearily. It hasn't been long since I repaired the underground barrier. I wanted to rest for a few more days. Besides, what is this Exorcist University? Xie Bing explained. Exorcist University was established by the Alliance. It's a place that trains elite exorcists with a systematic training program. She continued. It's a sacred place of cultivation that all exorcists dream of. Many powerful exorcists graduated from there, and Master was one of them. Suddenly, Yang Su shouted loudly, "Huh? Is that amazing?" His shout startled Chun-Ichian. "You rotten kid, if you want to quickly advance to S rank, Exorcist University is a very good choice." Yang Su reluctantly crossed his arms and retorted, "But I haven't even graduated from Z University yet." Chun-Ichian calmly took out a deferment permit, threatening, "Don't worry, I already had Xie Bing handle the deferment procedures for you." Seeing his action, Yang Su broke out in a cold sweat. "That fast?" Yang Su stammered, but Boko waved his hand and said, "That's right. I remember that at Exorcist University, you can apparently receive a 2,000 yuan subsidy from the Alliance every month." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Yang Su shouted, "What? Boko, you bastard. I'll go." Immediately after, Chun-Ichian pushed his head down and scolded, "You rotten kid." 3 days later, Yang Su went to meet Ji Fanchi. He greeted him cheerfully. "Senior, over here." Yang Su was doubtful. "Senior? I'm younger than you." Ji Fanchi explained. "In the exorcist world, strength is all that matters, not age. You're stronger than me, so of course you're my senior." Then he pointed to the crowd behind them and asked curiously, "Are all these people going to Exorcist University?" Xiao Ji replied, "Each district has a few people who get to go. These people are all from our Z city." Suddenly, someone was knocked to the ground. The crowd started to stir. "Oh no, the people from the Wuyue group are here. Run. Oh my god. It's that killer Wuya." Yang Su was startled. A guy named Wuya, holding a ball of lightning, appeared with his underlings. Ji Fanchi quickly said, "They're from the Wuyue group. These people are vicious and unscrupulous. It's not an exaggeration to call them the underworld of the exorcist world." Suddenly, his expression darkened, and his voice held a hint of hesitation. "The one in the lead is their leader, Wuya, the recognized genius exorcist of Z City. His strength is extremely terrifying." Yang Su was skeptical. "Guys like them can also get into Exorcist University?" Xiao Ji replied, "The exorcist world is different from the human world. After all, the most important thing is an exorcist talent. Other aspects aren't that important." Wuya interrupted them, speaking as if he'd caught them red-handed. "Are you two talking about us?" The two of them looked at him with scrutinizing eyes. Then, Wuya pointed and said, "I hate you people from the Nanchang Alliance the most. Recently, all of Z City has been saying that Minister Zhou recommended someone, a once-in-a-century genius from Z District. Is it you, kid?" Yang Su frowned, not understanding. "What do you want?" He smirked. "Nothing, I just want to see what the person Minister Zhou recommended is like. And while I'm at it, borrow something from you too." Yang Su was startled. "What?" Wuya said smugly, "Your acceptance letters to Exorcist University." This terrified the other two out of their wits. Yang Su was so angry he was drenched in sweat. Ji Fanchi, standing beside him, couldn't help but curse. "Bastard, you're even robbing acceptance letters. You've gone too far." He didn't answer, but responded with his actions. Then, he sent Xiao Ji flying with a single kick. Seeing this, Yang Su quickly shouted, "Ji Fanchi." Wuya turned his head back to remind them, "I'm not negotiating with you. I'm just informing you." The lackeys behind him chimed in, "Ha ha ha. Big Brother. Teach him a lesson, cripple him. Let's see who else dares to compete with Big Brother for the #1 spot." Big Brother is the #1 genius of Z City. The person Minister Zhou recommended should have been Big Brother. Under the flattery of his underlings, Wuya smiled smugly. "Kid, it's your turn." Then, he used the clone technique. With a pop, his 3 clones attacked from 3 directions. Next, a giant sphere appeared, flying towards him. Ji Fanchi, sitting under a tree, shouted, "Yang Su, be careful." Yang Su quickly counterattacked, using the primordial Yang technique. Seeing the 1-on-3 scene, he didn't flinch. "What? 3 primordial Yang orbs?" Then with a loud explosion, Wuya was slammed into a tree, and his clones also disappeared. Yang Su's fist stopped right in front of his face, but then he held back. His body went limp with fear. Yang Su warned, "Don't let me see your face again." The lackeys rushed over. Big Brother is hurt." Wuya felt humiliated and angrily cursed. "Get lost." He looked at Yang Su with a resentful gaze. "I really underestimated him. However, don't celebrate too soon." Double-Pupiled 1. A centipede train appeared in the sky, making a sound. Departing. Prepare for departure." The crowd below shouted, "It's the centipede train from Exorcist University." It made a sound. "Everyone get inside, let's go." Then they entered the formation. Exorcist University is located in a special twisted space within the Panga realm, and Exorcist University used beasts from the Panga realm to create the centipede train, one of the few tools that can enter Exorcist University. At Exorcist University, everyone shouted, "We're here." They started to move out. Yang Su's eyes widened. So there are this many people. In the sky, masters appeared riding immortal cranes. They looked up at the sky, discussing. Zhao Hemming? Why is he at Exorcist University too? He's the once-in-a-century genius of a sect world. All eyes were on the extraordinary Zhao Hemming. Yang Su grew curious. Who's that? His clothes are so strange. Ji Fanchi shared. That's Zhao Hemming. Disciples of sects in the Exorcist world must wear their sect's attire. What he's wearing is the uniform of the Higui sect, and those immortal cranes are the spirit beasts of the Higui sect. Yang Su chuckled. Everyone started to head inside. Wow, so cool. What a nice car. A dazzling red sports car stopped in front of them. The girls, with hearts in their eyes, screamed, "Brother Mao, look at me." "Ah, it's Brother Mao." The boyfriends beside them pouted. Inhumane. The person who appeared was Han Mao, the genius youth from E District, a disciple of an exorcist family. Gasps of admiration were heard. "Wow, he's looking this way. Look over here, I'm about to faint." "No, he's looking at me." Amidst the girls' admiring gazes, Han Mao secretly smiled. "I'm still as dazzling as ever today. Oh, this damn charm of mine." In contrast, Yang Su asked irritably, "Who is this idiot?" His question was overheard by one of Han Mao's fans, who asked angrily, "What did you say?" Brother Mao is not an idiot. Before she could finish, a girl riding a rhinoceros appeared. Ji Fanchi's eyes widened as he said excitedly, "So many powerful new exorcists." Soon, they were noticed by the group of S City's rookie king, Wei Shanhai. "Hey, are you two from Z City?" Xiao Ji frowned. "They're from S City." The regional alliances are always in competition. Our S District and Z District have always been rivals. They're definitely here to cause trouble for us. Wei Shanhai spoke up and asked, "I heard a double-pupiled one appeared in Z City. Is it you?" Everyone started to pay attention. The double-pupiled one is here too. "I heard long ago that a double-pupiled one appeared in Z City. Who is it?" Han Mao's side also took notice of the double-pupiled one. Even Zhao Hemming on his immortal crane was curious. The one from the legends. Fong Xiaoan gossiped. "This is interesting." Yang Su impatiently and coldly asked, "What do you want from me?" Wei Shanhai revealed a sinister expression, threatening. "Nothing, just reminding you to be a little careful. Don't die here." Xiao Fan, standing behind, couldn't help but interject. "You." Suddenly, a fog appeared in the sky. Why is there fog? A voice announced, "All candidates, listen up. The entrance exam begins now." Yang Su was suspicious. An exam? Weren't we directly admitted? Han Mao asked a similar question. What's going on? What exam? Why haven't I heard of this before? Suddenly, the sky changed color. Shan Rong and Yekshaz appeared. They started to worry. So many beasts, we can't possibly handle them. Run. As long as we get into Exorcist University, we'll be safe. The fog still surrounded them. A pink-haired guy said in fear, "What's happening?" Xiao Ji broke out in a cold sweat and said, "It's an illusion. The scene we just saw wasn't real." Yang Su, questioning his life, said, "No way. This is allowed?" They fled in a panic. The announcement urged, all candidates must reach the destination within 15 minutes. Once you fail, you will be immediately eliminated. The candidates fell into a panic. Get past 7 beasts to reach the destination in 15 minutes? How is that possible? With so many beasts, charging through is certain death. Besides, we don't even know where Exorcist University is. Han Mao used his car to fly away quickly. Immediately, the car was covered by a bell. It was the golden bell shield technique. But Han Mao coldly left a remark. "Humph, a bunch of cowards, a few beasts have scared you into this state. I think you all should just go home early." Han Mao sat in his car, smugly. "Watch how this young master easily breaks this formation for you." Yang Su witnessed this scene, which piqued his interest. This guy's strength is really powerful. His spiritual power has been cultivated to be as hard as iron. The immortal spirit art appeared, fighting fire with fire. Seeing Zhao Hemming riding his immortal crane, safe and sound, Yang Su cursed. "Damn it, this is cheating." Meanwhile, Fong Xiaowen controlled her rhinoceros to charge forward, clearing the obstacles. Yang Su glanced at Xiao Ji, thinking to himself, Ji Fanchi was right. The people who get into Exorcist University are all geniuses. He stood up and said to Ji Fanchi, "Let's go." The two of them advanced menacingly. scaring the monsters into cowering. The closer they got, the more terrified the monsters became. Watching the mountain monsters flee, Zhao Heming secretly smiled. The mountain monsters are afraid of him. Fang Xiaowen was bewildered. This person is too special. Han Mao, sitting in his car, was extremely annoyed. You rotten kid, how dare you steal this young master's spotlight? Suddenly, the ground exploded and the candidates were trapped by monsters. It was a level 6 earth-sinking beast, extremely dangerous. The monster emerged from underground, causing the candidates to panic. Why is there an earth-sinking beast? Run! The candidates ran through the rubble. In the air, flying monsters targeted Zhao Heming. He began to skillfully maneuver his immortal crane to evade them. Yang Su made a move to control the monster. Demon transformation art, followed by the primordial Yang technique. But at this moment, the monster was still unharmed. It turned around and chased after him. Yang Su was skeptical. Are you kidding me? This is insane. Xiao Ji was scared out of his wits, lamenting, we're dead for sure. Gunshots rang out. A group of people watched the fleeing candidates, sneering, a bunch of cowards. Do you really think the test is that simple? We have a death list authorized by the Alliance. The underling beside them asked worriedly, Big sister, isn't this a bit too much? Many officially registered exorcists can't even handle an earth-sinking beast, let alone these newcomers. She glanced over indifferently and warned, the 15th cycle of the Pangu realm is approaching. Don't you know what that means? A helicopter appeared. That group of people said, if they can't even handle the earth-sinking beast in front of them, how will they adapt to the upheavals to come? She smugly reminded them softly, besides, our Exorcist University has never accepted incompetence. The people sitting there laughed loudly, passed down the order, increased the difficulty. We can't let these kids pass so easily. The earth-sinking beast below let out a world-shaking roar. Its sound created a sonic wave that swept people in. Yang Su frowned, trying to keep his balance. This is insane. These earth-sinking beasts not only have high defense, but their strength is also terrifying. There's no way to block them. Run. Didn't you hear there are only 15 minutes left? The voice from the loudspeaker grew louder, its content more urgent. All candidates must hunt 2 earth trap beasts to qualify, or they will be eliminated. At this moment, Zhao Heming, Han Mao, Fang Xiaowen, and the group of mysterious masked people all heard it. He was startled and shouted, Are you kidding me? What kind of exam is this? An earth trap beast chased after a male student who panicked. Help, I don't want to die. I give up. And so, he had to accept defeat. The demon exorcist from Area E, Lei Peng, voluntarily withdrew. Immediately after, countless others who couldn't take it also withdrew. I give up. I don't want to die here. I give up. I give up too. The earth trap beast over here suddenly reared back, let out a roar, and fell to the ground dead. Wei Shanhai wiped his sword and said contemptuously, a bunch of useless trash. It's good they're eliminated early. A girl behind him asked, Young Master Wei, is it considered a violation for us from Area S to team up against the Earth Trap Beasts? He replied, Did the exam say we couldn't team up? The corner of his mouth curled up, smugly, his tone casual and fearless. Besides, this might be a test of teamwork. In that regard, no one can surpass our Area S. A male student next to him, who had caught a giant dragonfly, said, Young Master Wei, we found traces of the double-pupiled one from Area Z. He snorted coldly and ordered, we absolutely cannot let the person from Area Z have it too easy. Shan Miao thought of a way. Let's make that double-pupiled one stand out in the sea of beasts. The person behind him obeyed, yes. Then, swift as the wind, he set off on his mission. The person was completely covered, his eyes glowing. Hiding in a corner, found him. He looked at the earth trap beast chasing Yang Su and the others and sneered. Looks like I don't even need to make a move. They'll die here anyway. At the same time, they were running and screaming. Just as it opened its huge mouth, about to swallow them both. Yang Su turned and unleashed his technique. Primordial Chi Great Treasure Sword. It stabbed straight into the earth trap beast's throat. Struck with pain, it reared back. The masked person was horrified. How can he be so strong? Over here, after defeating the enemy, his body also underwent a change. He was extremely pleased. So what if your defense is strong? I don't believe your internal defenses are just as strong. Yang Su took a deep breath, exclaiming with great satisfaction, What a great supplement. Ji Fanchi was full of admiration. As expected of you, senior. You're amazing. Just as he urged, let's go. We just need to reach the finish line and kill a few more earth trap beasts to pass. A green magical blast shot towards them. Yang Su turned and easily dodged it. Seeing his plan fail, the masked person fled. Ji Fanchi recognized him and shouted, "It's someone from Area S." Yang Su roared in fury. That way, Shanghai. A drop of blood fell. Instantly, the ground cracked and began to shake violently. A creature with blood-red eyes emerged from underground, its hoarse voice making it even more ferocious. Blood, the blood of the double-pupiled one. The strange noise made everyone feel uneasy. Yang Su asked, "What's that sound?" "It's terrifying." As someone voiced their doubt, the anxiety grew. Could there be beasts in the exam even stronger than the earth trap beasts? It turned out to be those dinosaurs roaring. The sense of danger sent everyone into a panic. "This is bad. Run." Another voice shouted in indignation. "Whoa, have those bastards increased the difficulty again?" Outside the Demon Exorcist University, an alarm blared. A massive, abnormal energy fluctuation has appeared outside the barrier. An urgent announcement was broadcast. A large number of wraiths, yakshas, and rakshasas are breaking through the barrier and entering the examination grounds. Furthermore, all the beasts within the examination grounds have gone berserk and are frantically attacking the candidates. The person who heard the news was horrified. Beasts don't go crazy for no reason. Quickly, open the internal cameras. An image on the camera made everyone exclaim, "Ah!" They discovered that these beasts seemed to be chasing a specific target. The gravity of the situation even attracted the attention of Elder Shur. Someone said, "I can't believe even Elder Shur came for this exam." A brief introduction. This is Elder Shur, a member of the Alliance's Central Council and a board member of the Demon Exorcist University. The Elder immediately instructed, "Focus the beasts in the center. I want to know what the target of these beasts is." Elder Shur quickly discovered the double-pupiled one. Those beasts are targeting him. Indeed, wherever the double-pupiled one goes, there is no peace. Someone suggested, "Elder Shur, many candidates have already been injured by the beast tide. Should we summon reinforcements and end the exam?" But Elder Shur said sternly, "No need." He ordered, "Monitor the situation ahead and also notify the forward security team to prepare for action. We can't let the candidates be too heavily affected." The person replied, "Yes." At the same time, on the battlefield, everyone was facing danger. One person shouted, "What's wrong with the exam grounds? These beasts keep targeting the two of us." Yang Su said irritably, "Less nonsense. Just run." While running, Yang Su cursed furiously. "That bastard Wei Shanhai. Once I get through this, I'll deal with him." But the dinosaurs were too fast and had already caught up to the two of them. They no longer hesitated and charged forward to fight them. After thinning the beast numbers a bit, Yang Su and the other guy turned tail and ran again. Suddenly, some kind of symbol appeared up ahead. One of them recognized it. "Look, the finish line is up ahead." But suddenly, a reckless car sped towards them, the driver shouting, "Get out of the way." Not to be outdone, Yang Su yelled back, "What kind of driving is that? Don't you have eyes?" A crash was heard. The driver retorted provocatively, "Who told you to block the road?" But unfortunately, more beasts appeared ahead, blocking the path. At that moment, the person in the car used the Skyfall axe, and one by one, the beasts were incinerated by flames. Yang Su quickly used his strength to pull the car back. He had successfully tied a rope to the back of the car. Without a second word, Yang Su pulled his foolish teammate along. Only then did he explain, "It's a good opportunity. Let's go." Han Mao, sitting in the car, looked in the rearview mirror and shouted angrily, "You two bastards. Get the hell off." But the two shamelessly held on, even making strange noises. But the danger wasn't over yet. A voice was heard, "I've finally found you." Double-pupiled one. A giant beast suddenly appeared, menacing everyone. Facing the beast, Han Mao screamed in panic, "What is that thing?" Yang Su recognized it. The double-pupiled one. These beasts suddenly went berserk. It really was because of me. The giant beast just casually swung its arm, sending the car flipping 360 degrees. Han Mao screamed desperately from inside the car. Yang Su immediately unleashed his strongest move. Primordial Chi, Great Treasure Sword. But the result shocked him. It had no effect. He said in astonishment, "How is that possible? Even the Primordial Chi, Great Treasure Sword can't do anything to it?" Its sharp claws lunged towards Yang Su. Even Yang Su was sent flying. crying out in terror. So strong. The beast let out a savage laugh. Haha, double-pupiled one. As long as I eat you, I can evolve into a level 9 great demon, or even the legendary Beast Emperor. Just at this critical moment, a voice rang out. Who dares touch my student? Lu Xing intervened with a decisive attack. Die. Then, she raised her sniper rifle and fired continuously at the beast. Blazing flames shot straight towards the beast. But the beast didn't back down. No matter who it is, I must eat you. It let out a threatening roar. Yang Su looked at Lu Xing, unable to hide his shock. Is this woman even human? So terrifying. The others couldn't help but admire her. So cool, unbelievably cool. After dealing with it, Lu Xing turned back to congratulate him. Kid, congratulations on passing the test. But at this moment, Yang Su's eyes noticed something was wrong. Yang Su turned tail and ran, not forgetting to remind. There's not much time left. Ji Fanqi. Run. Ji Fanqi asked doubtfully, what? Haven't we already reached the finish line? Lu Xing stood to the side, observing the situation and assessing. Interesting kid, a little smarter than I thought. Ji Fanqi trailed behind him like a tail, asking, Senior, what on earth is going on? Yang Su replied, Do you remember the time limit announced on the loudspeaker earlier? Ji Fanqi quickly answered, 15 minutes. Yang Su's eyes sharpened as he stated his deduction. So, how much time do you think we've used? Ji Fanqi scratched his head and said with a laugh, Well, I don't know. Yang Su pictured a map in his head and explained based on it. From the starting point until now, we've used a total of 14 minutes and 12 seconds. I used to deliver food every day, so my time estimation is very accurate. He continued his analysis. We encountered countless monsters blocking our way. Do you think this stage would let us reach the finish line so easily? Then he concluded, furthermore, they hung up a red flag, but there was nothing to indicate it was the finish line. This is definitely part of the test. Yang Su emphasized, the test isn't over yet. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. Ji Fanqi also understood. In other words, this is actually a trap. At the final point of the test, Ji Fanqi said, both relieved and angry. So shameless. It's a good thing you were here, Senior. The loudspeaker announced, Congratulations to the new recruit from Area W, Zhao Hemming, for reaching the finish line and passing the test. Yang Su realized they figured it out too. There are quite a few skilled people. However, there was a troublemaker, none other than Han Mao. He yelled, Bastard, pay for my Ferrari. 10,000 explosion talismans to send you to heaven. Seeing a familiar face, Yang Su said helplessly, Oh no, it's that guy. But Lu Xing quickly landed a kick that dislocated his jaw, then scolded him bluntly. You dare be insolent in front of me. She turned to the candidates and congratulated them. Congratulations to everyone for passing the test. As for those fools standing under the red flag, they are all eliminated. Finally, an announcement was made. We will now officially transport everyone to the Demon Exorcist University. Welcome to the Demon Exorcist University. In a vast city, skyscrapers stood densely packed, reaching for the sky. Someone exclaimed in amazement. It's so magnificent. Han Ziki stood on high, looking down at the crowd below. She said, Congratulations everyone on passing the test and officially becoming a member of the Demon Exorcist University. I am an instructor at the Demon Exorcist University, Hanziki. Ji Fanqi said to Yang Su. Isn't that the demon exorcist who was eaten by the earth trap beast earlier? Yang Su said. The one who was eaten was just a clone they created. It was all just an act coordinated with the earth trap beast. Ji Fanqi asked Yang Su again. You knew all along? Yang Su replied simply and calmly. Han Ziki crossed her arms, holding a notebook, and continued. The test is complete. We will now proceed with class assignments based on your performance in the test. New students will be placed in either a regular class or a special class based on their abilities. There are 5 systems: electric, fire, water, wind, and lightning. The special class will be taught by top-tier instructors. 5 orbs of light appeared one by one: electric, lightning, fire, wind, water. Ji Fanqi looked at Yang Su with admiration and said, Senior, you're so amazing. You'll definitely get into the special class. Wei Shanhai mocked Yang Su. A lowlife from Area Z, like you wants to get into the special class? Dream on. At that moment, the loudspeaker announced, Yang Su, Fire System, Special Class. Wei Shanhai looked very displeased and shouted, How is that possible? That kid got into the special class? The loudspeaker called out the names one by one. Zhao Hemming, Light System, Special Class. Han Mao, Fire System, Special Class. Fang Xiaoyan, Earth System, Special Class. Ji Fanqi, Earth System, Regular Class. Wei Shanhai, Thunder Element. Although Wei Shanhai seemed to be at a disadvantage, he was still unconvinced, provoking Yang Su. Kid, don't get cocky. The future is long. We'll just wait and see. Yang Su retorted without backing down. That's what I wanted to say. Exorcist, University Dormitory. Entering the dorm room, Yang Su exclaimed. As expected of the special class's dormitory, it looks so high-end. I was assigned to the special class. I wonder how that guy Ji Fanqi is doing. There was a knock on Yang Su's door. Someone entered. The two looked at each other and cursed in unison. Holy shit, why are you here? It turned out to be Han Mao, Yang Su's sworn enemy. He looked at his phone and cursed. Damn it, taking money but not doing the job. I specifically asked for a single room for a high-profile figure. How did it become a shared room? And with this country bumpkin, Yang Su also cursed back. Don't think I want to share a room with a stupid rich kid like you. Hearing Yang Su curse him, he cursed back. What the hell did you say? The two not only glared at each other with murderous intent, but sparks were already flying from their eyes. Han Mao couldn't take it anymore and attacked. I've had enough. I have to teach you a lesson. Heavenly Waterfall, Talisman. Yang Su retorted without backing down. I'm not afraid of a fight. As the two were brawling, Han Ziki ran over and shouted, Stop, what's all the noise? This was my arrangement. Yang Su turned his head and saw Han Ziki. Han Mao was even more surprised and asked Han Ziki, Cousin, why are you here? Yang Su was puzzled. You two are cousins? Han Mao was also puzzled. You two know each other? A moment later, Han Mao learned the truth, scratched his head embarrassedly, and said to Yang Su, So you're the one who saved my cousin. It was a misunderstanding, I could just buy another Ferrari. It's no big deal. After explaining, Han Ziki said to everyone, That's what happened. Yang Su said with a disdainful look, spoken like a true rich person. Two mysterious figures were talking to each other. The insect pupil wielder has entered Exorcist University. We can begin the next step. Haha, Lord Heavenly Demon King is about to get the insect pupil he desires. The next day, during a training session, a student shouted, Class is starting. Yang Su said excitedly, I'm really looking forward to this. Han Mao yawned as he followed. So sleepy. I heard the special class has a high-level instructor. I wonder who's teaching us. Suddenly, a female voice called out, Fire Element Special Class. Gather here. The cool-looking woman introduced herself. From today on, I am your instructor, Lu Xing. The other students were immediately captivated, to the point of getting nosebleeds. Oh my god, that body is too hot. Who could handle that? If I'd known, I would have tried harder to get into the special class. As for Yang Su, he was a little surprised. Why is it her? What a coincidence. Suddenly, another female teacher angrily whipped those lecherous students. You rotten kids. Instead of focusing on cultivation, what nonsense are you spouting over there? Over here, Lu Xing spoke up. Today is the first class. To help everyone quickly adapt to Exorcist University, we'll play a little game. Yang Su was a bit expectant. A little game? At this moment, she explained the rules. In 10 seconds, running from here to past those 3 lines means you win. Hearing this, Yang Su frowned and thought, 100 meters in 10 seconds might be difficult for an ordinary person, but for an exorcist, it's very easy. What is she planning? Suddenly, Han Mao said in a flirtatious tone, Teacher, is there a reward for passing? For example, your contact information? Yang Su immediately felt embarrassed inwardly. I don't know him. Lu Xing casually brushed her hair back and agreed. Of course, as long as you pass, you can have whatever you want. A moment later, everyone was in position, ready to start. Lu Xing stood to the side and signaled, ready. A shout of go rang out, and Yang Su and Han Mao immediately dashed forward. It wasn't long before Han Mao took the lead, thinking smugly, Haha, this distance doesn't even need 10 seconds. The championship is mine. As he was running enthusiastically, an explosion suddenly occurred in Han Mao's area. Yang Su, who was behind, shouted worriedly, Be careful. It turned out the explosion was caused by Lu Xing, who smiled smugly. I never said there wouldn't be obstacles in the competition. Next, it's your turn. Immediately after, a barrage of projectiles shot towards everyone. Lu Xing unleashed her ultimate move, the primordial yang technique, and the area was filled with the sound of explosions and gunpowder smoke. Yang Su, of course, wouldn't just sit and wait to die. He used the illusory god technique to counterattack. This move managed to block a portion of Lu Xing's artillery explosions. An onlooker couldn't help but exclaim, so powerful. Seeing this, Lu Xing was somewhat appreciative. Illusory god technique? You even know this spell? Interesting. Unfortunately, it's still not up to standard. Next, Lu Xing used her giant gun to fire a shot at the illusory god. Yang Su was immediately revealed, lying miserably on the ground. This is too much. Using this move to deal with me. Lu Xing said coldly, not up to standard. At this point, everyone was unconscious, which made her extremely disappointed. You call yourselves geniuses? What do you think an exorcist is? Is it about using spells, using skills? Then, Lu Xing seriously warned, if you carry that mindset, you will surely die in the future. Exorcist University is a university, but not the kind of university you imagine. She emphasized, power is just the foundation. How to best utilize it is the key. This is also the first lesson I'm teaching you. Everyone stood and listened, not daring to make a sound. Just then, Lu Xing angrily ordered, everyone 100 frog jumps. Also, no dinner today. This is your punishment. Han Mao, 300 rounds. Hearing this, Han Mao cried out weakly, no. Cute seals were playing in the water. That area was reserved for the water spirit otters. Entry was strictly forbidden. Yang Su asked, not understanding, Ms. Lu, are we taking a break to relax today? Meanwhile, the other female students were engrossed in watching the little seals. Wow, so cute. Lu Xing let out a cold laugh and pointed in one direction. Do you want to rest and relax like him? It turned out to be Han Mao, tied up miserably. Why? I didn't do anything. Back in class, Lu Xing crossed her arms and said, today, I will officially teach you a skill. But before that, I'll take you to meet Xiaobai. Yang Su and the others were all confused. Xiaobai? Before anyone could ask, Lu Xing shouted, Xiaobai, come out. A seal stood up. She introduced, this is my teaching assistant, Xiaobai. From now on, your daily training will be handled by it in my place. It waved a friendly hello. Hello. Yang Su curiously observed the teaching assistant Xiaobai, a water spirit otter. Then he patted its head with interest, an interesting demon beast. At this moment, Han Mao looked at the shell on its rear and asked curiously, what is this shell for? Without a second thought, Han Mao went to grab the shell. It immediately turned around and slapped him so hard his jaw was knocked crooked. Why can he touch it, but I can't? Lu Xing laughed and explained, water spirit otters are not like ordinary demon pets. They're the guardian beasts of Exorcist University, responsible for teaching. Also, absolutely do not touch it. Xiaobai, demonstrate today's skill for these kids. Everyone was stunned. Unable to believe it. It's going to teach us a skill? Xiaobai immediately moved as fast as the wind, then glided through the air. The people below were both admiring and excited. Wow, so powerful. It can walk on air. This is an A-rank technique. But Yang Su seemed to have some doubts. It's strange for a water spirit otter to know such an advanced skill. However, this is probably some kind of powerful lightness skill. He immediately dismissed his own thought. Next, Lu Xing explained, this is cloud steps, a very special footwork technique. By bursting spiritual power from the soles of your feet, you can move through the air and dodge other movements. She continued, next, we will begin teaching you cloud steps. The students were overjoyed and extremely excited. A while later, Yang Su sat reading the Cloud Steps Instruction Manual, an advanced evasion body technique created by simulating the form, transformation, and movement of clouds. Cultivation difficulty. A. Beginners can only move on the ground. Advanced users can soar as if on clouds. Note, spiritual power must reach A rank to achieve the advanced level. After reading a few words, Yang Su gave up and closed the book. Too complicated. Not just him. The other students were also struggling to practice on the poles. So hard. Someone failed again and again. I fell again. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out, mocking, hey, the aptitude of your students is as poor as ever. That person was the Exorcist instructor, Duan Ya. He confronted Lu Xing. Their relationship was like fire and water. Seeing this, Lu Xing gave him a cold glance and said, Duan Ya, haven't you learned your lesson yet? You're not welcome in my territory. Sensing the tension, Yang Su wondered curiously, who is this person? Ms. Lu seems to really dislike him. A girl appeared and answered, that's Duan Ya of the Duan family in the Exorcist world. The Lu family and the Duan family are like fire and water. The heirs of these two families are also both instructors at Exorcist University. At this moment, he provoked, Lu Xing, look at your students. They can't even learn cloud steps. What face do you have to compete with me for the position of Alliance Council member? Meanwhile, Wei Shanhai was hiding in a treetop watching the commotion. How can the instructor of Zone Z compare to my master? But Yang Su immediately recognized Wei Shanhai. Cloud steps, flying, TSK. No good. He laughed coldly without any restraint. Yang Su, we meet again. Wei Shanhai's sudden appearance surprised everyone in the Thunder Element class. Yang Su spoke up. Wei Shanhai, what are you doing here? Your Thunder Element class isn't here. Wei Shanhai sneered. You're really out of the loop. I'm now a student of the Dark Element class, no longer on the same level as your Earth, Fire, Water, Wind, and Thunder elements. Another person retorted, Kid, the students of the Light and Dark Element classes are the most talented freshmen selected from the 5 elements of Earth, Fire, Water, Wind, and Thunder each year. You're still in the Fire Element. Can't you feel the difference? Yang Su sneered. What did you say? But Wei Shanhai continued to mock. People from Zone Z are indeed trash, not even qualified to enter the Dark Element class. The person recommended by Minister Zhu is only this capable. This made Yang Su shout angrily. Bastard, I haven't settled the score with you for your sneak attack last time. I definitely won't let you go this time. Demonization technique. Wei Shanhai laughed coldly. Is this the only move you know? He nimbly dodged all of Yang Su's attacks, not forgetting to taunt. If this is all you've got, then I'm truly disappointed. Wei Shanhai still didn't rush to counterattack, while Yang Su was desperately unleashing his moves. Primordial Yang technique. Illusory God technique. Seeing this, Wei Shanhai became even more contemptuous. Illusory God technique? What garbage. Now I'll let you know just how big the gap between us is. At this moment, Wei Shanhai began to display his ultimate power. Wind God technique. This stunned Yang Su. Wind what? Wei Shanhai laughed loudly. I'll show you what a true genius is. Ancient summoning. At this moment, Yang Su's expression turned serious. His speed was too fast, leaving everyone unable to react. Han Mao shouted from behind. This bastard wants to take the opportunity to kill Yang Su. As for Yang Su, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Insect pupil activated. It's slowing down, but luckily, this didn't interrupt his defensive capabilities. Wei Shanhai stood in place and attacked, praising hypocritically. Oh, you dodged it, but he didn't forget to mock. However, that's all there is to it. Yang Su was still in shock, exclaiming, so fast. Wei Shanhai shouted, cutting off his praise. You rotten kid, who gave you the guts to be so insolent in front of me? But before he could even make a move, he was sent flying by a palm strike from Duan Ya, suspended in midair. Duan Ya shouted loudly, Lu Xing, you dare break the rules. As an instructor, you attacked a student. I see you don't want to stay at this school anymore. Lu Xing was not afraid at all. To hell with the rules. Whoever dares to lay a hand on my student, I'll deal with them. Wei Shanhai said angrily, You wretched woman, just you wait. Wei Shanhai quickly withdrew from the battlefield, but didn't forget to turn back and threaten Lu Xing. Don't celebrate too soon. The martial arts tournament is in 3 months. With just those few students of yours, let's see how you'll compete with me then. Yang Su rested his chin on his hand, thinking to himself, a martial arts tournament? After Wei Shanhai left, Han Mao asked, That Wei Shanhai is too arrogant. Yang Su, are you okay? Yang Su shook his head, I'm fine. But inside, Yang Su blamed himself for being too weak. If it weren't for Miss Lu, I would have really died at Wei Shanhai's hands. No matter what, I have to find a way to improve my strength. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Wei Shanhai, I will definitely defeat you. In Lu Xing's office, she called Yang Su over to ask about the matter. After hearing his account, she understood. So there's such a grudge between you all. He stood beside her and asked, Miss, did you call me just for this? She immediately replied, No, I'm asking you. During the battle with Wei Shanhai, did you use the pupil doubler? He hesitated for a moment, then admitted, Was. Hearing this, she frowned, revealing a hint of annoyance, and began to explain, You are using the pupil doubler purely on instinct. Although it's very powerful, this method will severely affect your lifespan. Most of the previous pupil doubler users didn't live long for this very reason. He cried out in alarm. What? Miss Lu, what should I do? She said coldly, Pupil doubler users are very rare. Only one or two appear every few hundred years. Methods for using the pupil doubler are very few. Even I don't have a solution. He replied sadly. Is that so? Seeing this, she offered a solution. Although there's no method of use, there has always been a saying passed down. The pupil doubler user is their own teacher. The pupil doubler is fundamentally two exceptional spirit seas containing immense energy. He asked blankly, "Spirit seas?" She looked up at the ceiling with him, gazing into the distance, and replied softly, "That's all I know. As for Wei Shanhai, you don't need to worry for now. With my protection, he won't dare to cause you trouble." Then she gave another piece of advice. Also, for some information about the pupil doubler, you can try looking on the second floor of the library. You might find something. He immediately bowed his head in thanks and left. "Thank you, Mississippi." On the second floor of the library, Yang Su asked the librarian for help. After looking up the information, Xiao Bai said, "The book you're looking for is in Section B, third row. Call number QW 135.645. He immediately went in to search as directed and finally found the book. He shouted joyfully, "Found it!" Then he began to read the contents. Throughout history, 6 pupil doubler users have appeared: Song Xian, Yu Shun, Xiang Yu, Yu Zhuo, Huang Chong, and Gu Yanwu. Each one was a peerless genius. Huang Chong was one of the founders of the Exorcist Alliance. Pupil doubler users are different from ordinary exorcists. Their initial strength is very weak, but after entering the Panga realm, they can advance rapidly in a short time. It seems that combat can make them mature extremely quickly. After reading, he was puzzled. Combat? What does that mean? He thought to himself, perhaps because of Miss Lu's reputation, the people from the dark class haven't shown up these past few days. After calming down, I've also started to focus on practicing the cloud steps. Sometime later, at the training area, Yang Su undertook a new skill training exercise. After looking at the notice, he stood on a pillar at the starting line, muttering, "It's my turn. I'll definitely reach the finish line in 10 seconds. With that said, he lightly used lightning-fast footwork to move across the surrounding pillars. After a while, he thought smugly, the finish line isn't far now. Unexpectedly, at the finish line, a group of beavers saw him, rushing over and shot powerful jets of water at him. He was hit and cried out, "Ouch." A few hours later, despite repeated attempts, he still failed, falling to the ground and sighing. Still no good. The cloud steps are too hard. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Yang Su, Miss Lu is looking for you." Hearing this, he immediately stood up and replied, "Oh, okay." Arriving at Lu Xing's room, he called out, "Miss Lu, are you in?" Xiao Bai replied, "You'll know if you come in." After he opened the door and stepped inside, the door suddenly slammed shut, and pitch-black darkness enveloped him. A magic circle suddenly appeared under Yang Su's feet. He looked around, astonished. A soundproof barrier. "I'm screwed. Someone wants to harm me." The sound of mechanisms whirred continuously, and wooden puppets immediately rushed forward, attacking with swords. He was terrified. What are these? While dodging, he thought to himself, their movements are too agile, not like puppets at all. However, there are too many of them, and he was still struck by a sword on the shoulder. He cried out in pain, "There are too many." Suddenly, the talisman on a puppet's forehead glowed, enveloping its body and transforming it into a different monster. He cursed in frustration. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Then he continued to dodge to the side while chanting, summoning thorny vines to bind the monster tightly. Demon transformation art. But behind him, another monster rushed in to attack, leaving him no time to turn. And he let out a pained cry, "Ah!" The bound monster also struggled free, quickly changing back into a wooden puppet. He looked at the crowd in front of him, sighing to himself. There are at least 100 wooden puppets here. It's impossible to dodge them all. Am I going to die here? He suddenly recalled the cloud steps, an advanced dodging body technique created by simulating the form, transformation, and movement of clouds. Practice difficulty: A. At the basic level, one can only move on the ground. At the advanced level, one can soar as if on clouds. Note, spirit power must reach a level to achieve the advanced level. Then he calmed down and made up his mind. This is the only way. Although he tried to execute the footwork, he was still getting hit, muttering, "It's no use. My spirit power isn't enough. I can't execute the cloud steps perfectly." From a corner of the room, a stranger's voice sounded. "Humph, he doesn't know his own limits. He's a dead man for sure." Yang Su gritted his teeth and endured, thinking, "I absolutely cannot die here." There must be a way. He suddenly recalled Lu Xing's words. The pupil doubler user is their own teacher. The pupil doubler is fundamentally two exceptional spirit seas containing immense energy. Then he understood the spirit seas of the pupil doubler. Find a way to focus my consciousness into my eyes. Use the way the spirit seas operate to use my eyes. I will definitely succeed. He began to use his eyes, condensing his power. Then he found a breakthrough. Shouting, found it. His body immediately underwent a huge transformation. Spirit power surging out endlessly. Spirit power eruption. He immediately executed the footwork, effortlessly dodging. Cloud steps soaring. Yang-Su leaped up, unleashing a move. He instantly transformed into a giant, six-armed guanyin. After defeating the wooden puppets, he looked around, thinking, the puppets moved on their own. Someone must be secretly controlling them. I have to see who it is. The strangers shouted in panic. This is bad. He's found us. He immediately launched a move towards them. Primordial Unity Chi Great Treasure Sword. Although they dodged it, the sword energy destroyed the barrier behind them. They shouted in panic. The ceiling barrier is broken. This place will be discovered by others soon. Let's run. He immediately launched a palm strike in pursuit, shouting, where do you think you're going? Just as the palm strike was about to hit, they finished chanting and left. Teleportation. He rushed to the spot, muttering in frustration. Damn it, they got away. A while later, at Lu Xing's office, she looked at the evidence Yang-Su brought, the item they left behind, and concluded, according to the school's investigation, the ones who attacked you were fallen exorcists. He shouted in surprise. Fallen exorcists? She replied worriedly. The fallen exorcists are the greatest enemy of the Alliance. They are exorcists who willingly fell from grace, as evil as demons. I can't believe they've infiltrated this place. Then she warned, they're definitely targeting the pupil doubler user. You must be careful during this time. He replied, yes, Mississippi. She added, the Exorcist University is heavily guarded. For these people to infiltrate it is, by no means, simple. Before the matter is fully investigated, Yang-Su, I hope you can keep this a secret. He replied obediently, yes, I understand. In another room, Elder Sure spoke. It seems those fallen exorcists have followed him all the way to the school. Lu Xing asked worriedly, Elder Sure, are we really doing the right thing? Given his special nature, perhaps putting him in the light or dark class would be the most suitable choice. He replied, it's not that simple. News about the pupil doubler user has long since spread throughout the Exorcist world. Haven't you noticed? Why are there so many new students this year? Then he explained further. Many large families, including internal factions within the Alliance Council, have planted their people here. It's also customary for a pupil doubler user to enroll in the Exorcist University. Having him in your class now is, on the contrary, the best way to protect him. She asked further, then what about the fallen exorcists? He replied softly, there's no need to alert the enemy. I have a feeling the Exorcist University won't be peaceful for much longer. After that, he gave a few more instructions. Also, you must quickly impart skills to him. We need to stimulate his potential as soon as possible. She immediately agreed, yes. Yang-Su's account of what happened in the abandoned room didn't arouse any suspicion from the school. My life also quickly returned to normal. In his private room, he was gleefully practicing his new footwork, floating in mid-air. Seeing this, Han Mao said, not bad, kid. It usually takes an A-level exorcist half a month to learn the cloud steps, but you learn it so quickly. He thought happily to himself, hee, I'm a genius, after all. Then he landed on the ground and asked him how his studies were going. He replied smugly, I'm not like you, a halfway monk. These basic body techniques, people from exorcist families like me were taught by our families long ago. Suddenly, he added seriously, remember Wei Shanhai? He's the same, and he's good at more than just the cloud steps. If you fought him now, you'd still be no match for him. He shouted angrily and sent him flying with a peacock kick. Whose side are you on, anyway? Demon transformation art. After being kicked away, he cursed, damn it. He suddenly saw a flyer on the ground, picked it up, and read, Martial Arts Tournament. He got up, holding a talisman, and roared in anger. You bastard, I'll teach you a lesson today. The two continued to wrestle in the room. Damn it, what do you think you're aiming that peacock kick? You started it. For a rich young master, you fight so dirty. After a while of scuffling, Yang-Su scratched his face and asked, by the way, what's the martial arts tournament? Han Mao frowned and asked back, you don't even know that? Then he began to explain. The martial arts tournament is the Exorcist University's quadrennial martial arts competition. established 800 years ago by the founder of the Exorcist Alliance, Huang Chang. Anyone under the age of 30 can participate. It's the most prestigious event in the history of the Exorcist world. All champions of the martial arts tournament are people with the potential to advance to Grandmaster. Most importantly, the winner gets one chance to enter the Alliance's secret chamber, with a chance to obtain Huang Chang's secret treasures. He exclaimed excitedly, "Secret treasures." He continued, "There are treasures left by Huang Chang there, each one incredibly powerful, but no one knows what they'll end up with. All we know is that everything depends on fate, and each person receives something different. It would be great if I could get one." You immediately pressed, "How do I join?" He sneered, "Just forget it. To join the martial arts tournament, you have to complete an A-rank mission from the Alliance. With your current strength, you don't even qualify to take on a mission." You thought resentfully, "How will I know if I don't try? For the secret treasure, I can definitely do it." A while later, in Lu Jing's class, she was giving today's lecture. "Today, we will learn a new skill, ancient summoning." Yang Su raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, what is ancient summoning?" Han Mao, sitting next to him, explained, "Remember Wei Shanhai? What he performed last time was ancient summoning." You exclaimed in surprise. "What?" The teacher then explained, "Ancient summoning is a type of high-level spell, a specialty of exorcists. It's extremely difficult to succeed, but its power is immense. Ancient times were the most prosperous era for exorcists. Back then, there were many powerful exorcists, as well as many terrifying demons. During that time, many powerful humans, beasts, demons, and spirit beasts died. Their bodies disintegrated, but their souls still wander between heaven and earth. Ancient summoning is the act of calling back those fragmented souls for exorcists to use." She added, "However, ancient summoning is highly unpredictable. Depending on one's talent, you might summon a powerful ancient heroic spirit, or you might summon a rock, a flower, a blade of grass, or an insect." After hearing this, you said to yourself, "This move is so powerful, I must learn it." Afterwards, each person was given a piece of paper. You frowned and muttered, "A piece of paper? How casual." The teacher continued to explain, "This is a simplified version of the summoning formation. It can only be used once. What you summon depends entirely on your individual talent." The whole class replied cheerfully, "Yes." One student tried his best to cast the spell, but in the end, only summoned a small fish. Seeing this, Han Mao boasted smugly, "All low-level stuff. Watch me. I'm the genius of a noble family. This is too simple." He waved his hand and chanted, "Ooh-ah-ooh-ee." Nothing happened. The whole class burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha." He frantically put out the burning paper, shouting, "Ah, my summoning paper." The others also began to try, but nothing special happened. "I'll give a try too." "Woah." Yang Su also quickly chanted, "I'll give a try too." "Hoo-ha-hoo-ee-ee summon." Everyone stared in amazement at the powerful spiritual energy emanating from him. The spiritual energy fluctuation is so strong. What is he summoning? Suddenly, a familiar paw stuck out, saying, "Ah, delicious." San K was instantly summoned, looking around in a daze. "Oh my, where's this?" Yang Su frowned and thought to himself, "What is going on?" San K asked in confusion, "Huh? Yang Su, why are you here?" You roared furiously. "How could ancient summoning summon a stinky dog like you?" It also roared back angrily. "Ancient summoning? Yang Su, what did you do to me? I already said I wouldn't come looking for you at the Exorcist University." You replied impatiently, "Humph. Even if you wanted to come, I wouldn't agree." You recalled San K previously yelling in annoyance, "It's too dangerous here. I'm going to follow that old goat to live a life of luxury." You cursed angrily, "You spineless thing." Suddenly, the whole class started buzzing with discussion. "It's a spirit beast, a high-level ancient spirit beast that can talk. So amazing. This must be an ancient ferocious beast. I can't believe it can disguise itself as a dog. Wow, so cute." San K was hugged by the female students, grinning smugly. "Ha ha ha." Han Mao pointed at it and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. A dog is still a dog. A country bumpkin can only summon a dog." San K flew into a rage and started cursing, then lunged at him to fight. "You stinky brat. Who are you calling a dog? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. You think I'm scared of you?" Yang Su stood to the side, looking at the paper, and thought with doubt, "It didn't disappear? Did I do it wrong?" You tried chanting again. Let's try again. Hoo-ha, summon. Sankei was instantly summoned back to your side. It let out a confused yelp, then furiously chased and bit you, Bop. Why did you summon me over here again? And you said you didn't do anything to me, you stinky brat. I'll bite you to death. You yelled while running and frowning. How should I know? Lu Jing immediately stomped her foot hard and shouted, "That's enough." Sankei was restrained by a stream of spiritual energy and yelled, "Who? Let me go." She approached and explained, although it's very rare, there have been cases of an exorcist summoning their own spirit pet. It stared wide-eyed at her, thinking excitedly, "Wow, what a hot body." She added also, "The summoning formation hasn't disappeared, which means the ancient summoning was not successful. Yang-Su, you can still continue to summon." All right, that's all for today's class. With that, she turned back to threaten Sankei. "Little one, you'd better behave or I'll beat you to death." Yang-Su and Han Mao returned to their room, with Sankei trailing behind, cursing, "You stinky brat. However you brought me here, you'd better send me back the same way." You sighed and replied, "What can I do? You can't just leave the Exorcist University whenever you want. You'll just have to stay here for now. There's an extra bed in the dorm, which is just right for you." Suddenly seeing something on the bed, you turned to ask Han Mao, "Huh? Is this yours?" He replied blankly, "Isn't this the thing you borrowed from the library before?" A stranger standing at the door called out, "Move! That's my spot." Yang-Su looked at Han Mao. The two whispered to each other, "Could it be?" "I think so." Then they both exclaimed in unison, "You're our new roommate?" Han Mao muttered, "This guy is weird." You continued, "That's right, the semester started so long ago. Why is a new student transferring in now?" Then he took out the talisman in his hand and said, "Whatever. This guy is so arrogant, so annoying." You asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" He immediately threw the talisman at the new roommate. Take this." Unexpectedly, the talisman was easily deflected. He exclaimed in shock, "How is that possible?" You asked worriedly, "I've seen the power of the peacock talisman before, but I've never seen you fail. What's going on?" He thought to himself, "Something's not right. Why didn't it work?" Suddenly, a talisman appeared behind Yang-Su, flashing with electricity. You yelled angrily, "Damn it, you stinky peacock, what are you doing?" Han Mao replied nonchalantly, "Besides him, it's just you and that stinky dog left. Who else would I test it on if not you?" You cursed furiously, "Stinky peacock, I'll kill you." Sankei, standing nearby with a terrified face, spoke up, "Stop causing trouble. That person, you guys shouldn't provoke him." The Republic area has 8 extremely important Earth Realm pearls, which protect the national area from being swallowed by the Pangu realm. That's why the Republic area can exist safely within this Pangu realm. But not long ago, a mysterious black storm suddenly struck, and one of the Earth Realm pearls vanished without a trace. He clasped his hands behind his back and said to Yang-Su, "The 8 Earth Realm pearls form a single entity. If one is lost, the demons in the Pangu realm will riot, and the Republic area will also collapse, never to be restored to its former state." Yang-Su, hemming, and Zhu Yin listened intently. "It will even eventually invade and destroy the current human world." Yang-Su immediately asked, "Are there any clues now?" He continued, "We detected the aura of a demon puppet beast at the scene. It is a minion of that person, and only they can break through the restrictions to seize the Earth Realm Pearl." As soon as he heard demon puppet beast, you became suspicious. Let me ask, is that person the Heavenly Demon King? The moment this name was mentioned, everyone looked at you in horror. Wei Shungjin shouted angrily, "Fool, don't mention that name. You're an exorcist. How can you not even know this?" He clasped his hands before his chest, looking at them with a grave expression. The demon puppet beast has a special constitution. If the Earth Realm Pearl is swallowed by it, it will be digested in 7 days at most, which means everything will be beyond saving. At this point, he frowned and crossed his arms. "I previously sent 7 groups of master exorcists, but none of them returned. Therefore, I have sent a request for assistance to the Alliance. A team of elite master exorcists will arrive as reinforcements soon. If you regret this and want to withdraw now, there's still time." Hearing these words, the exorcist team's brows furrowed tightly. Sankei immediately raised its paw. "I want to withdraw." Yang-Su angrily went forward and covered its mouth. "We will not withdraw. Please give us the detailed information." Wei Shungjin stood behind, watching you with his arms crossed. "It seems I've underestimated you. I'm in." After that, Zhu Yin, Zhao Hemming, and Fong Xiaoyan also agreed. "I'll join too. Count me in." Area C, outside the Republic area. This place is all barren rock. The exorcist team quickly led their spirit beasts and ran. After them, Wei Xingjin looked at the crystal ball and quickly judged. The reaction from the super spirit technique is getting stronger. We must not be far from the demon puppet beast. He had just finished speaking when a black shadow with blood-red eyes appeared before them. Wei Xingjin quickly drew his sword and slashed at it, and the demon was instantly cut in two. Yang Su was amazed. Such a fast sword. The thing then curled into a ball of light and disappeared. The super spirit technique has vanished. Wei Xingjin stepped into the halo of light. There's a special power here that has interfered with the super spirit technique. But this indicates that the demon puppet beast is nearby. Everyone split up to search. Hearing this, everyone immediately responded loudly. Right. Yang Su found many giant demons, and he quickly used vines to tie them up. Demon transformation art. After dealing with them, he absorbed their demonic power. After large beasts in the Pangu realm die, their bodies turn into mountains. The demon puppet beast hides among them, making it very difficult to distinguish. Suddenly, Yang Su's eyes widened, as if he had discovered something. He walked over to a large pit and squatted down. It's the footprint of a demon puppet beast. Thinking this, he immediately summoned Sankei, ancient summoning. It cursed angrily. "You bastard, didn't I tell you not to call me over here?" Yang Su also roared angrily. "Cut the crap. You have a keen sense of smell. Hurry up and sniff it out. Find that demon puppet beast as fast as possible. Are you really treating me like a dog? I'm a spirit beast. A spirit beast." You held up 2 fingers. 2 weeks of rest, plus sausages. Its eyes lit up, oh my. Sankei quickly sniffed with its nose, then dashed off. "I found it. It's right ahead." As they were running, they suddenly heard a terrified scream. Yang Su immediately realized something was wrong. That's Zhu Yan's voice. Behind the thick fog was the shadow of a giant demon. Whoosh! The demon puppet beast appeared, its hand grabbing Zhu Yan. It's the demon puppet beast. It squeezed, causing Zhu Yan to spit out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a flash of a sword streaked across the monster's arm. Wei Xingjin had saved Zhu Yan. Then, a strange light enveloped the demon beast's arm, and the wound from before healed quickly. He frowned as he looked at its wound. Such good recovery ability. The giant monster stared at Yang Su and let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. Yang Su frowned at it. It has summoned the nearby beasts. Sankei yelled, "Run!" Zhu Yan sat on the ground and said worriedly, "It's over. With so many beasts, we're all going to die here." A dragon-like beast charged towards Yang Su, and Fang Xiaoyan quickly rode her spirit beast to block it. Fang Xiaoyan, sitting on her spirit beast's back, she crossed her arms and said to everyone, "Leave these beasts to me. You guys hurry and find the Earth Realm Pearl on the demon puppet beast." With that, she pointed forward, ordering her spirit beast, "Ainyu, charge." Yang Su looked at her in amazement. This little girl is so strong for her age? That's insane. Then he turned back. "That's right. We have to find the Earth Realm Pearl, quickly." Zhu Yan, sitting on the ground, smiled and said, "Wei Xingjin, let's..." But before he could finish his sentence, Wei Xingjin had already rushed towards the demon beast. "You look after him. Leave the rest to me." Yang Su and Sankei stared wide-eyed at Wei Xingjin. Your teammate is really something else. He used his sword skills to quickly inflict damage on the demon. Its eyes narrowed, flashing with a blood-red light. It opened its mouth wide, creating a magic orb. It's the Earth Realm Pearl. It's absorbing the energy of the Earth Realm Pearl. Its whole body emitted a dazzling green light. Wei Xingjin, watch out. Vai Sin Tan was struck by that beam of light and quickly fell to the ground. The demon beast's entire body was covered in a tougher layer of armor. Vai Sin Tan charged at it again, slashing a mark on the armor with her sword, but the sturdy armor could not be destroyed. How could this be? Even the twin divine blades couldn't harm it. Its eyes flashed with a red light. Vai Sin Tan immediately froze in astonishment. At this moment, Duong Huk's face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes blazed with a brilliant golden flame. He glanced at everyone. This is bad. They've all been hit. Vai Sin Tan was motionless, trembling as she looked at the sword in her hand. Tu Van was also motionless, surrounded by a horde of monsters. Fuang Tu Van was affected too. Duong Huk looked around worriedly. That's right. Where's True Hackmin? It's been so long. Why hasn't he arrived yet? The demon beast's giant hand snatched at Vai Sin Tan. Duong Huk shouted, "This is not good." Its hand was getting closer. She wouldn't make it in time. True Hackman rode a spirit beast through the air, looking at the demons around him. Fallen demon exorcist, so it was you after all. A person in a black cloak said to him, "Humph, I knew we couldn't fool the genius of the crane turtle sect." Hackman calmly looked around. All of this is a trap. Your goal was never the Earth Realm Pearl, but the heavy-pupiled one. That person quickly replied, "It's all the same. Isn't your crane turtle sect also targeting him?" Hearing this, True Hackman frowned. Meanwhile, the demon beast was fighting Duong Huk. Primordial Unity, Chi, Great Treasure Sword. He frowned, looking at the still motionless Vi Sintan. "It's too strong. I can't hold it off by myself. I have to wake Vi Sintan first." Its hand clenched into a fist and punched the ground hard. Duong Huk managed to grab Vi Sintan and dodge in time. "The attack is too fierce. There's no time for anything else. I can only retreat for now." He reached his hand out to Truck Dain, saying loudly, "Truck Dain, I'll get everyone out first." He quickly grabbed his hand. Duong Huk was suddenly startled. He saw that Truck Dain's entire body was completely normal. He flung his hand away. "You're not hurt?" Hearing him say that, he immediately sneered. "So you found out." Truck Dain gave a ferocious smile. "A pity it's too late." Beneath their feet was a giant formation. Great Pangu art. Tam K angrily rushed forward from behind him. "You bastard. I'll bite you to death." But it immediately lunged into empty space. The ground flashed with a brilliant golden light, which enveloped the entire space. Duong Huk frowned. Not good. He was suddenly transported to a dark, gloomy place. Where is this? He looked up at him. "Truck Dain, what are you doing?" He laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, you still don't get it at this point?" He then took off his outer coat. Duong Huk roared in shock. "A fallen demon exorcist." He smiled at him. "Let me formally introduce myself, one of the 3 young prodigies of the Dark Council. Tudi by my haunt is Ayaronor." His face became extremely ferocious. "Offer your eyes to the great heavenly demon king, and I will become the greatest genius in the history of the Dark Council." Vi Sintan had also woken up by now. She picked up her sword. "Vi Sintan, are you alright? All fallen demon exorcists must die." She charged at Truck Dain with her twin blades. "Kill." He stood on high, his whole body emitting a golden light. "Unity Chi, Great Treasure Sword, 6-armed Guanyin." Duong Huk said loudly, "Let's go together. Take him down." Truck Dain clasped his hands together, his entire body enveloped in a dense black aura. "You don't know your own limits." The eye in the sky flashed with light. Evil Eye of Darkness. Vi Sintan's twin sword stabbed towards that eye and was knocked to the ground. Truck Dain then created black paper cranes that flew around him. His whole body turned golden, sprouted 6 arms, and charged at him. "It's your turn." Giant chains fell from the formation. Vi Sintan rushed towards Duong Huk, slashing at the chains with her twin blades. Then she looked at Duong Huk in shock, who was now tightly bound by those chains, fresh blood dripping from his mouth. A drop of blood fell to the ground, and countless demons of the Pangu realm broke through the earth and emerged. The crack on the stone tablet emitted a dazzling golden light, then quickly shattered into pieces. From a distance, Hackman saw 2 dazzling golden beams shining down. "It's over there." Behind him were the defeated, fallen demon exorcists. It's finally happening. At the demon exorcist headquarters, everyone was in chaos. "Alert! Abnormal energy spike. Alert! Abnormal energy spike." Hands flew across the keyboard. What on earth is happening? People called out to each other. "There's an anomaly in the Pangu realm. Activate the spiritual power radar. Search quickly." Elder Sure frowned and asked the person behind him, "Have you investigated it clearly?" He stammered, It's the myriad demon sacrificial altar. Someone has activated the altar, wanting to make a sacrifice to the heavenly demon king." Elder Sure asked in shock, "What?" Then he frowned deeply. "Could it be?" He roared, "Duong Huk is there. Pinpoint his location now." The man in the black suit quickly pointed at the map. "Found it. His spiritual power signature and the location of that energy storm are a perfect match." Elder Sure couldn't believe it and demanded loudly what. At this moment, Duong Huk was still tightly bound by chains. "Not good. All my power is being drained." Trembling vines emerged from the ground. "I can't even use the demon transformation art anymore." Truck Dain stepped onto the ground, mockingly looking at him. "Resistance is futile. Why not just endure it obediently? This is your destiny, after all." Duong Huk gritted his teeth and glared at him. A talisman suddenly fell from his chest. He looked at it in surprise. remembering what Lu Tin had told him. The summoning formation hasn't disappeared, which means the ancient summoning hasn't succeeded yet. Duong Huk, you can still continue to summon. He frowned deeply. There's no other way. Duong Huk suddenly broke the chains. I'll risk it all. In the Republic's Sector C, Tamke was so angry it started cursing. Damn it, not again. Duong Huk, are you trying to use me as an arrow? Truck Dain looked at the light above, confused. Huh? Ridiculous, daring to perform the ancient summoning in front of me. He reached his hand forward, creating a dazzling purple formation. The strange light in the sky immediately vanished. How is that possible? The ancient summoning was forcibly interrupted. Truck Dain roared in anger. So what if you're the heavy-pupiled one? You're nothing special. Now, I will end your life. Deep in the forest, a surprise attack shot past, destroying all the surrounding trees. He hastily dodged, roaring in anger. Who is it to have broken so many restrictions? There's still some important things in the E sector. I absolutely cannot let him destroy them. With that, he quickly flew towards the demon beast. I'll go take a look, demonic puppet beast. Deal with him. The giant demonic puppet beast opened its mouth wide, spitting out a dazzling golden beam. Duong Huk shouted again. Ancient summoning. Tam K cried out. Duong Huk, I hate you. The golden light continued to shoot towards them. Truck Dain sneered at him. Summoning a dog? Ridiculous. But his smile immediately vanished, looking on in confusion. Duong Huk squatted down, holding Tam K, his entire body enveloped in flames. The demonic puppet beast's flame is very special. Even I wouldn't dare to face it head on. A trace of horror flashed in Truck Dain's eyes. How is that possible? Sin Tam beside them was just as shocked. He blocked the demonic puppet beast's attack. At this moment, Duong Huk's entire body was enveloped in a dazzling golden light. He struggled to close one eye as golden and purple specks of light intertwined. Truck Dain was confused. What is that? This feeling is so familiar. Duong Huk opened his eyes, both eyes burning with flames. The demonic flame was repelled. After receiving the power, Duong Huk calmly stood up, the majestic figure of a great emperor appearing behind him. Truck Dain gritted his teeth, full of anger. Emperor Jinwu. Vicentan was also stunned. How can this be? He roared in anger. Demonic puppet beast. Deal with him. The demonic puppet beast obeyed, letting out a roar. Submit. It stomped 1 foot and the ground shook. Hack Min from behind saw the figure of Emperor Jinwu and was utterly shocked. The prophecy has come true. Jinwu has truly appeared. Emperor Jinwu, also known as Jinwu, the heavenly lord who purges demons, was also the founder of the Demon Exorcist Alliance 800 years ago. Grandmaster Hong Thuong, famous for his ultimate techniques, who suppressed millions of demons. Emperor Jinwu is one of the 6 most powerful ancient deities in the ancient summoning. However, after Hong Thuong, this art was lost and no one could perform it anymore. The frantically roaring monsters suddenly trembled and retreated. He roared in anger. No, absolutely impossible. Hong Thuong is dead, his soul shattered. So why is Jinwu still here? A man from afar shouted in terror. Jinwu, it's really Jinwu. He is Hong Kan, a guardian of the Demon Exorcist Alliance stationed in the Pangu realm. Someone quickly inform the Alliance. Humanity has hope this time. Truck Dain looked at Jinwu in horror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can this kid be so strong? He angrily gritted his teeth. I am one of the 3 young prodigies of the Dark Council. A once-in-a-century genius. How could I lose to you? He let out a roar. Ultimate darkness, beast taming. 2 more demon beasts immediately appeared. He charged toward Jinwu. Heavy-pupiled one, shatter for me. But Jinwu destroyed it with a single sword strike. The spirit beast turned into fragments, and the ground split in 2. Truck Dain's eyes widened as he stammered. Impossible. After it was done, Jinwu slowly disappeared, and Duong Huk also collapsed, his stamina completely depleted. Tam K stood beside him, shouting, Duong Huk. Duong Huk, how are you? Sin Tan sat beside him and asked in astonishment, did he do all of this? The halo disappeared, and everyone immediately cheered. The heavy-pupiled one. It's really the heavy-pupiled one. Then, other streams of spiritual power began to appear in the sky. He's mine. Mine. No one is to fight me for him. Vicentin stood in front of Duong Huk. You people. Phuong Chuvan also appeared, her body suddenly becoming gigantic. The 2 of them blocked the others. Don't even think about it. A blue light appeared behind them. You 2 protect him. Leave the others to me. It was her. A blue-haired girl had appeared. A loud shout reached them. Hand over the heavy-pupiled one. or die. A giant hand reached down. Who dares to fight me? The heavy-pupiled one belongs to me. That blue-haired girl immediately transformed into a white tiger, lunging at the other arm. A loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth. That hand clenched into a fist. Tang Bo, who, you dare to stop me? The man called the visiting expert smiled, holding a folding fan. Ao, Xiao Bao. This person is of great importance to me. Extremely important. I'm afraid I can't let you take him away. The one called Ao, Xiao Bao said angrily. Just by yourself? Another explosion, and the ground shattered. Hung, Kan, Lu Tin, and the visiting expert stood together. And us. That giant hand reached down again. I want to see what you've got. Soul-annihilating demon hand. They quickly summoned their spirit beasts. A fireball immediately appeared in the sky, emitting a dazzling golden light. Suddenly, Elder Shur's face appeared. Elder Shur, he frowned deeply, quickly warned them. The fifth heavenly demon is coming. Get them out of here. Leave this place to me. Seal. Fuang Chu then quickly carried Duong Huck and ran. Yes. Duong Huck placed his hand on the crystal ball, then shouted, activate. The crystal ball floated between his hands, emitting a red light, surrounded by strange characters. The signal towers reactivated one by one, continuously sending signals to each other. He looked down, and figures had appeared in the once empty courtyard. The Earthrealm Pearl has returned. Tabak clapped and praised. Congratulations on successfully completing an A-rank mission that only high-level demon exorcists can take. The danger to the Republic of China was temporarily lifted. Yang Su blushed and scratched his head. Hee, just lucky, that's all. Then he suddenly remembered. That's right, aren't you on a mission? Why are you here? Xiao Bai explained. I finished my mission a few days ago, so I came to the school to find you. She recalled the moment she heard the news. What? Yang Su accepted an A-rank mission? She had carefully checked the mission list on the system, but I investigated the mission you guys accepted, and it's not on the Alliance's mission list at all. He asked in a high, astonished voice. What? How is that possible? Xiao Bai crossed her arms and analyzed the situation. Not only that, with your abilities, you shouldn't have been able to accept an A-rank mission in the first place. But someone deliberately adjusted your rank, so you could take this mission. Yang Su also realized something was unusual. You could say this was all set up for me. She offered her speculation. This is definitely not something a single fallen demon master could do. There must be someone within the Alliance coordinating this, and their rank is certainly not low. Yang Su asked probingly, did you find anything? Xiao Bai shook her head helplessly but couldn't find anything. The other party's authority is too high. Not even Minister Chu has this kind of power. Hearing what Xiao Bai said, he frowned, his expression heavy. You understand the gravity of the situation now. Lu Xing said as she walked into the room. Xie Bing also reminded me, which is why I came over. She reminded him seriously. The attack at the ruins, plus this incident. Yang Su, you're increasingly becoming a target for the fallen demon masters and the Panga realm. You must be careful. She added, the Panga realm has a small fluctuation every 15 years and a major one every 100 years. This year happens to be when the 100-year and 15-year cycles accumulate. The solar eclipse is the omen. She clenched her fist, her gaze fixed firmly on Yang Su. Double pupils will decide the fate of two worlds. The watch on her wrist suddenly beeped. Lu Xing turned to leave, saying hurriedly, the Alliance has an urgent summons. I have to go. The mysterious man smiled, watching the gloomy blue light glow outside the window. His subordinate asked with a respectful smile, my lord, the mission has failed. Should we continue with the plan to steal the Earthrealm Pearl? He waved his hand. There's no need. It's all over. His gaze turned toward a more distant place. There are more important things waiting for me to do. Half of his face cracked, like pieces of exquisite porcelain fitted together. Then he quickly turned to the door and declared, the martial arts tournament is about to begin. We should get going too. A blue light converged, landing before the gate of a small, lit courtyard. At the Demon Slayers Alliance headquarters, someone shouted agitatedly, this must be dealt with. Duan Sun slammed his hand on the table, saying loudly, I propose we arrest Yang Su and lock him in the Samla Great Sea Prison. Lu He sneered, just because you're scared, you want to imprison an innocent 18-year-old boy. She retorted bluntly, I'm worried you'll collude with the fallen demon masters in the future. So can I arrest you now? Duan Sun frowned and angrily yelled at Lu He. Lu He, even though your sister Lu Xing is that brat's teacher, don't you dare defend him. Don't forget, he helped the heavenly demon king break the first layer of the seal. Lu He calmly countered, Yang Su did it unintentionally. Duan Sun stubbornly insisted, but breaking the seal is a fact. The presiding chairman banged the gavel, shouting, "Order!" The chairman of the Demon Slayers Alliance Council, Ning Kei, frowned and reprimanded Duan Sun and Lu He. The Alliance Council is not a place for the two of you to argue. He turned to the others in the meeting room and asked, regarding the matter of the one with the double pupils, "What do the rest of you think?" A man in glasses and a black suit said with his arms crossed, "This matter is of great importance. I agree with Duan Sun's opinion. Let's imprison the one with the double pupils." An elder with a cautious expression waved his hand. "Without a proper reason, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince everyone." Hearing this, everyone became anxious and agitated. "But we can't just let him roam free outside. At the very least, there must be a plan to restrain and control him." "That's right. Imprison the one with the double pupils." A low and mysterious voice echoed. "Oh, there's no need to argue anymore. The one with the double pupils belongs to our Dark Council." Everyone turned in unison toward the source of the voice. "Who's being so insolent?" Xing Chanqing smirked, "A fallen demon master with double pupils. That might be very interesting." A long-haired man in a black suit frowned and shouted at Xing Chanqing, "Are you insane?" Ning Kei steepled his fingers under his chin and said calmly, "No, he is no longer Xing Chanqing." The man's eyes widened in astonishment. "Lu Wugu, how did you get in here?" The others couldn't help but be surprised as well. "What? It's Lu Wugu." The skin on the face of the person who looked exactly like Xing Chanqing began to crack, his body dissolving into floating water bubbles, as expected of the Alliance chairman. "I knew I couldn't hide from you." Lu Wugu's ability is to turn into liquid, enter an opponent's body, and absorb all their essence and energy, leaving not even dregs behind. Xing Chanqing had been completely drained by her. Lu Wugu smiled, crossed her legs, and sat brazenly in the chair. Nicknamed the Bewitching Demon, she is an extremely dangerous fallen demon master. Lu Wugu's ability is to turn into liquid, enter an opponent's body, and absorb all their essence and energy, leaving not even dregs behind. Xing Chanqing had been completely drained by her. Xiang Qian was the first to stand up and rally the others. "Everyone, let's attack together and kill this demoness." As soon as he finished speaking, countless streams of power shot towards Lu Wugu simultaneously. They transformed into daggers and darts, stabbing swiftly into the ground. The multicolored streams of power passed through her limbs, but she was completely unharmed. "Your welcoming ceremony is quite enthusiastic." Lu Wugu snapped her fingers, and a stream of dark power gathered on her fingertip. With a light flick, the dark power seemed to solidify, piercing through the people around her. "I hate this feeling the most." Suddenly, a small fireball appeared behind Lu Wugu. Caught off guard, she was incinerated into ash by the fireball. Lu Wugu's body turned into a puddle of water on the ground. The chairman's attack is as painful as ever. The puddle seeped into the ground, but the message has been delivered, so I won't stay long. The one with the double pupils, we will have him no matter what. A wisp of white smoke rose from Ning Kei's fingertip. The scene shifts to Yang Su's training area. The students were all diligently practicing using their spiritual power. He exclaimed, "It's so lively. It feels like everyone has been training very hard lately." Bak Gu explained, "It's because the martial arts tournament is coming up." Zhang Zhe clasped his hands and chanted an incantation. 9 talismans floating around him, pointing in all directions, that "I'm number one. I'm number one." Yang Su and Ba Gu both thought to themselves, "What's this kid doing that's so mysterious?" As if reading their minds, Zhang Zhe said, "I'm forging divine talismans for myself. Yang Su, you double-pupil brat, even you will have to step aside for me in the martial arts tournament." Yang Su gave a wicked laugh, clapped him on the shoulder, and chuckled. He grabbed Zhang Zhe by the collar and asked in a low voice, "You damn peacock, what did you say?" "I'm the one who'll be number one in the martial arts tournament." Zhang Zhe shot back, "Not to be outdone, you mutt. Let go, let go." A persistent knocking at the door interrupted their argument. As soon as the door opened, they saw a group of bald bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses, who spoke in a serious and polite tone. "Are you Yang Su?" According to Alliance Council Resolution number 01785, from this moment on, You are prohibited from leaving the Demon Slayers University without the Alliance's permission. An electronic ankle shackle clicked shut, locking tightly around his ankle. If you violate this, you will be strictly detained, or even executed. Ba Ge questioned loudly, What crime did he commit? Zhang Zhu was also indignant. This is outrageous. The bodyguard explained matter-of-factly. Because of the one with the double pupils, the first layer of the Heavenly Demon King seal in the Pangu realm was broken. The Alliance's current decision is already considered merciful. After hearing this, although unwilling, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. After delivering the notice, the bodyguards closed the door and left. Yang Su's face darkened as he looked down at the iron ring locked around his ankle. My power is still not enough. If I were strong enough, neither the Heavenly Demon King nor the Alliance could treat me like this. In the training room early in the morning, Yang Su sat cross-legged, concentrating on performing an advanced meditation technique. There was a noise outside the training room. The guest elder and White Tiger entered the room together. Yang Su called out happily, Senior. The guest elder greeted him politely, Little friend, we meet again. Yang Su asked in surprise, Senior, why have you appeared here? The guest elder snapped his fan shut with a flick of his wrist. You really think of me as an ordinary person. He smiled and reintroduced himself. I am a guest elder of the Demon Slayers Alliance, and also an honorary high-level leader of the Demon Slayers University. Yang Su was stunned speechless. He immediately knelt and kowtowed. I was ignorant before. If I offended you in any way, I hope the great master will be magnanimous and forgive me. The guest elder gave a wry smile. You didn't do anything, and besides, there's no need for such formality. He tilted his head and asked, You're training so hard. You must be preparing for the martial arts tournament, right? He affirmed, Yes, I want to see the legendary Huang Shang's secret treasure. The guest elder praised his ambition, but with your current strength, I'm afraid you'll have to defeat many strong opponents. It will be very difficult. Since we've met again, I'll give you a hand. Yang Su laughed happily. That's great. They went together to the forbidden area in the northwest of the Demon Slayers University. He made a request. Little friend, do you still remember the demon transformation art I taught you before? Try to perform it. He immediately agreed, yes. Thorny vines shot out from all around Yang Su. Demon transformation art. The guest elder was amazed. I didn't expect you could control so many now. He patted him on the shoulder. Continue using the demon transformation art. A small sprout grew on the tip of a vine and suddenly transformed into a dragon with long horns, many spines, and a ferocious face. He stared at the dragon in shock and asked loudly, What is this? The guest elder explained, This is the evolved form of the demon transformation art, the flood dragon art. He stroked his chin and analyzed. The demon transformation art has limited effect against real demons. But the flood dragon art is not only a level stronger than the demon transformation art, it can also absorb the spirit and life force of demonic beasts, which is very beneficial for you. Yang Su clasped his hands and bowed, saying loudly, Thank you, Senior. He replied casually, No need for formalities. He added with a calm smile, The power of the demon transformation art doesn't just stop here. You will understand in the future. The guest elder's attitude became serious. However, I brought you here not only because no one will disturb us, but also for a very important reason. Remember the ancient summoning that Lu Xing taught you? Perform it. He obeyed, yes. He formed a seal with his hands, and a fiery orange-red power enveloped his body. O Mani Padme Hum. A numbing sensation spread through his entire body, and he suddenly opened his eyes. It hurt so much. He bent over in pain, one hand on the ground, and asked with a frown, What's happening? The guest elder observed him carefully. Do you feel extreme pain in your chest, heart, back, and the point between your eyebrows? Yang Su was in so much pain, he knelt on the ground and asked with a pained grimace, Senior, what on earth is going on? The guest elder was not surprised by his condition. The ancient summoning of heroic spirits requires a corresponding price, which is your life force. The stronger the ancient heroic spirit, the greater the consumption of life force. That majestic and imposing true martial great emperor with his tall stature and long saber is one of the strongest heroic spirits, and and the life force consumed also far exceeds imagination. With your current life force, you simply cannot withstand it. If you force yourself to use it, I'm afraid you won't live past the age of 20. He asked blankly, Senior, what should I do? Kuching answered him, although the ancient summoning is powerful, you must try to use it as little as possible. Furthermore, the Flood Dragon art can help you heal your current condition, which is also why I came looking for you specifically. A strong gust of wind blew up the dust in the clearing. He turned his head unsurprisedly in the direction of the wind. All right, our main character for today has arrived. A strange, purple monster wearing a faceless mask was crawling on the ground. He broke out in a cold sweat from fear and asked, What is this thing? The monster stared at him with its two black hole-like eyes. This is a terror beast, also known in ancient times as NG or a night-wandering god. Yang-Su tried to lift his leg to dodge the monster's claws, but he couldn't move. Purple-black streaks emanated from its sharp, white claws. It had grabbed his shoulder. The pupils in Yang-Su's eyes glowed with an orange-yellow light, while the whites were gradually consumed by black. He asked in a panic, What's happening? I can't see anything. In the dark space, floating red sparks of fire suddenly appeared, flying towards a mysterious purple eye. That's strange, I was looking at him. Found you. Yang-Su raised his hand to cover his eyes. The Heavenly Demon King? It conjured a giant black hand that grabbed his entire body. You can't escape. Yang-Su unleashed his power, breaking free from the monster's grasp. Kuching calmly stood on high ground, observing everything. Terror beasts feed on fear. If you feel fear in your heart, you won't be able to move in front of a terror beast. Instead, your power will be devoured by it, making it stronger. Furthermore, the terror beast is also a special 8th level spiritual entity, and most exorcist spells are ineffective against it. However, the Flood Dragon art, I taught you can counter it. He was pale with pain, crawling on the ground. He placed a hand on Yang-Su's shoulder and offered advice. The Terror Beast's special energy can also replenish the life force you lost from the ancient summoning. Try it now. As soon as he finished speaking, his body vanished. He called out in a panic, Senior, Senior. Kuching left him alone to face the monsters. A horde of soulless ghouls crawled out of the fog, glancing at him. A mysterious purple-black power surrounded him. Suddenly, one of them opened its mouth wide and lunged at him. It arched its body, raised its claws, and prepared to pounce on him. Yang-Su gritted his teeth and looked at the monster and shouted defiantly, What's there to be afraid of? He formed a hand seal. It's just a bunch of phonies trying to act mysterious. Countless thorny green vines grew out of Yang-Su's body. Flood Dragon art. Each vine transformed into a ferocious-looking dragon. They bit down without hesitation on the monster that was about to attack him. From a distance, Kuching saw the majestic azure dragon Yang-Su had just summoned and smiled in relief. A pure mind and superior strength. The threat level of these giant beasts to him is still very low. It seems I don't need to worry. He looked up at the sky and exclaimed, This feels great. My life force has surged. Ha ha ha. So what if it's a terror beast? It's nothing special. After replenishing his power, he loudly provoked the monsters. Come at me all at once. He gathered power in one hand and clenched it into a fist. He stood on high ground, looking down at the monsters. Now it was Yang-Su's turn to loudly chase after them. Where do you think you're going? Take this. Flood Dragon art. More than 10 days later, Yang-Su chanted with both hands and shouted, Flood Dragon art. The dragon he summoned grew larger and more ferocious. He smiled happily as he looked at his hands. Senior's Flood Dragon art is so powerful. It seems my life force has increased a lot. He looked into the darkness of the desolate forest. At least when I use the ancient summoning spell, it won't be so painful anymore. He walked leisurely across the barren land. But lately, the terror beasts have all been afraid of me. I have to go find them myself. In the distance, two figures were whispering. We must eliminate the double-pupiled person. The martial arts tournament is the best opportunity. He happened to see them and carefully hid behind a nearby tree. He widened his eyes in shock. Wei Shanhai. Shanhai crossed his arms, frowning as he said, I'm still a little worried. Number 1 rested his blade on the ground and reassured him, Don't worry, everything is going smoothly. Our people have successfully infiltrated the Exorcist University. You just need to do your part well. He replied, All right. Yang-Su realized he had just discovered a shocking secret. Wei Shanhai is colluding with outsiders, planning to cause trouble during the martial arts tournament. Number 1 suddenly turned and shouted, Who's there? He frowned angrily at the empty tree trunk. Damn it, I've been discovered. A crow spread its wings and flew across the sky. He swung his blade, cutting down 2 or 3 tree trunks. The innocent crow was caught in the attack and fell from the sky, its back hitting the ground. Wei Shanhai comforted him. Don't worry too much. Zone 1 is where the most terror beasts are. Ordinary people wouldn't come here. Number 1 replied cautiously. It's better to be safe than sorry. After all, this matter cannot have any mistakes. Hiding behind a tree, Yang Su breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I caught a carrion bird and hid it. In Lu Tin's office, she sat in an armchair with her legs crossed and her hands clasped. She told him about the situation during his absence from the university. So that's what happened. Yang Su frowned and rubbed his chin. The Exorcist University is becoming less and less peaceful. Lu Tin said decisively, I will report this to the higher-ups and have the security team investigate. But the martial arts tournament is a century-old tradition. It can't be canceled. She looked at him seriously. Also, there's something else I want to tell you. Lu Tin voiced her concerns. Recently, some large holes have appeared outside the barrier. After investigating, we discovered that this is related to a special type of demonic beast called the Ice Realm Ancient Beast. He asked in shock, what? She recounted the investigation's findings. We suspect the mastermind behind this is a fallen exorcist, and the only one who interests him is you. Yang Su understood. She carefully warned him. Yang Su, you must be careful. I'm afraid it's not just the fallen exorcists who are watching you now. I would even suggest that you don't participate in the martial arts tournament. Yang Su remained determined and said loudly, Miss Lu, I must participate. He patted his chest confidently. No matter what they're plotting, I will absolutely not back down. I want to control my own destiny. A group of people stood back to back, their tense gazes fixed on the countless pairs of glowing red eyes that had them surrounded. A young man with brown hair spoke up. We can't escape, but with so many demonic beasts, we can't possibly handle them all. Amidst the giant beasts bearing their fangs at them, a cloaked figure floated, laughing contemptuously. Ha ha ha, you think you can hunt us down? You're seeking your own death. With that, he turned and ordered the demonic beasts. Kill them. That demonic beast immediately clenched its fist and swung. Suddenly, a beam of light flew from an unknown source, piercing through that demonic beast, and then pierced through the remaining demonic beasts one after another. A beam of light grazed the cloaked man's forehead. He only had time to utter the words Murong Changfeng before falling down. Murong Changfeng is the eldest son of the Murong family, one of the 3 great families of the exorcist world and a genius powerhouse. Murong Changfeng walked over leisurely, in contrast to the lively scene at the tournament. Murong Changfeng pulled his sword from the cloaked man's body, fresh blood gushing out. He said calmly, without using bait, how can we lure you out? While wiping his sword, he reminded the others, the mission is complete. You can report to the Alliance now. The person bowed respectfully and accepted the order. Yes, young master. Then he turned to a man in a suit and asked, also, have you found any news about Xie Bing? Young master, we have found some news. Since the last incident, Xie Bing has fled to Z University in Z City and even became the student council president there. He replied, the great young miss of the Xie family. To escape that incident, she actually fled to such a remote place. Murong Changfeng frowned slightly, his eyes sharp. The man rested his chin on his hand, thinking, we also learned that there's a kid by her side, the same double-pupiled person who has recently become famous in dashing. It seems their relationship is very close. Xie Bing wouldn't like him. Murong Changfeng said, tossing the cleaning cloth behind him. Also, the martial arts tournament is about to begin. Both of them will appear then. The man reached out to catch it and replied, understood. With that, he turned to leave, but didn't forget to add, help me register for the martial arts tournament. I want to see Xie Bing, and while I'm at it, meet that double-pupil person too. Meanwhile, at the tournament venue, Han Mao was sitting comfortably on the ground. Interesting, so interesting. Hearing this, Yang Su walked over curiously. What are you looking at that so fun, Han Mao? Han Mao replied while engrossed in his reading, The Exorcist Daily. Yang Su was surprised to hear this. There's something like this? Hearing that, Han Mao turned around with an annoyed look and said impatiently, you country bumpkin, what era are we in? You find it strange that the Exorcist world has a newspaper? Yang Su curiously took it to read. Let me see. Let me see. The front page of the newspaper had a prominent red headline, Republic's Sea Zone in Peril, Earth Realm Pearl Stolen. Seeing this, Yang-Soo wondered, isn't this the A-level mission we accepted before? Flipping to another page, the headline read, True Marshal Appears, Double-Pupil Teen Saves the World. Below was a picture of a warrior in red armor, surrounded by a golden aura, his eyes glowing with power. Yang-Soo wondered again. How did they get this picture? Why don't I know about it? There's more. Han Mao took back the newspaper and flipped to a page with the headline Martial Arts Tournament Championship contender, Double-Pupil Teen Yang-Soo. Yang-Soo asked worriedly, Am I that amazing? Seeing this, Han Mao couldn't help but say sarcastically, Congratulations, Yang-Soo. Now there's no one who doesn't know you. In the martial arts tournament, you've become everyone's common enemy. A bell rang, drawing everyone's attention. Han Mao announced cheerfully, That's the assembly bell. The martial arts tournament is about to start. Yang-Soo followed behind, his arms crossed, his face full of worry. Wei Shanhai, on the other hand, was full of confidence and looked up at the sky, saying, I've finally waited for this day. A giant, centipede-shaped ship descended at an astonishing speed. Among the guests who disembarked was a mysterious person in a black cloak. Yang-Soo looked around happily. So many new faces have come. Han Mao replied calmly, Yeah, after all, according to tradition, the martial arts tournament is hosted by the Exorcist University. He stretched and said, Don't think it's crowded now. In 3 days when the tournament officially starts, it'll be even more crowded. Seeing a duck carrying a camera on its shoulder, Yang-Soo asked curiously, What's this duck doing? Brother Ba drooled and replied, It's my first time seeing one too. I wonder how it tastes. The little duck raised its hand in greeting. Double-pupiled person, you've come at just the right time. We happen to have a few questions for you. Yang-Soo sat down and replied cheerfully, Sure, go ahead. He thought to himself, So this duck is a reporter. Am I that famous now? Even a small-time reporter knows me. The little duck held the microphone to him and asked, In this martial arts tournament, many contestants see you as a rival. May I ask what your thoughts are on this? I think, before Yang-Soo could answer, the duck moved on to the next question. All right, thank you for your answer. Now for the second question. According to rumors, you're still a virgin and have never even held a girl's hand. Is this rumor true? Upon hearing this question, Yang-Soo's face became awkward, while Brother Ba perked up his ears to eavesdrop. He was fuming with anger, but still forced a smile and asked, Who on earth is bored enough to spread such a ridiculous rumor? Besides, what does this have to do with a martial arts tournament? Seeing his intimidating aura, the duck broke out in a cold sweat and ran for its life. The double-pupiled person is so scary. Yang-Soo watched the duck's retreating figure, said one sentence, What a crappy reporter. Brother Ba immediately chimed in, That's right, but still turned his head to ask Yang-Soo, So are you really a virgin? Yang-Soo angrily slapped him, sending Brother Ba flying straight into the sky. Get lost. The next day, he angrily held the newspaper. Who the hell wrote this stuff? Yang-Soo gritted his teeth. Demon Exorcist Daily, a special feature on the martial arts tournament by the Honest Duck. The newspaper had a prominent headline. The extremely vicious man with double pupils loudly declares all contestants are trash. Below was his confident, smiling face. Recalling the duck from yesterday, Yang-Soo clenched his fists. Damn it, it must have been that stinking duck's doing. I knew I shouldn't have accepted its interview. Han Mao cheerfully asked, Huh? Yang-Soo, the newspaper says you're still a virgin and that you like to steal girls' underwear. Is that true? Yang-Soo angrily snatched the newspaper and said fiercely, Damn it, that honest duck isn't honest at all. Today, I'm definitely going to teach it a lesson. Han Mao watched Yang-Soo storm out of the room in a rage and said, That honest duck is just good at writing clickbait headlines. But he can't go anywhere today. He said seriously, The martial arts tournament is starting. All contestants must gather. I came to inform you. In a red sports car, speeding down the road, Han Mao explained while driving. The tournament venue isn't at the Demon Exorcist University, but in the ancient demon realm. Today is the day the ancient demon realm opens. Yang-Soo, sitting beside him, asked curiously, The ancient demon realm? Han Mao then explained, The ancient demon realm is where our predecessors fought the heavenly demon king. Countless demon exorcists and demonic beasts fell there. It said that some ancient demons are also suppressed there. He looked at Yang-Soo and said calmly, But that's all there is to it. The spiritual energy there is abundant, so it's very beneficial for demon exorcists to go there so it became the venue for the martial arts tournament. Everyone looked at a floating mirror, which had a magnificent golden frame and a mysterious universe as its background. The little duck from yesterday stood on a red car, pointing at Yang-Su. Everyone look, the man with the double pupils is here. When Yang-Su saw the duck over here, he walked over. It's you again, you stinking duck. The duck, carrying its camera, ran off. Seeing everyone looking at him with profound gazes, Yang-Su asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why is everyone staring at me?" Han Mao frowned slightly. "Isn't it because of that article? If it weren't for the many teachers here, they would have already rushed up to eat you alive." Someone laughed slyly. "How dare you look down on me?" Another held a blade, ready. The first martial arts tournament will take care of him. Spaceships landed one after another. Watching the crowd disembark in a line, someone asked curiously, "Who are these people?" "They are martial artists from various sects and prominent families, also here to participate in the martial arts tournament." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Zhao Xinghe! I can't believe he came too." Yang-Su turned to ask Han Mao, "This guy looks very strong. What's his background?" Han Mao looked at the country bumpkin next to him. "You don't even know Zhao Xinghe?" He introduced. "Zhao Xinghe is the genius of the Zhao family. His talent is astonishing. It's said he's about to break through to S rank and is the most recognized young demon exorcist master, and also the one most likely to win the championship in this tournament." Then he said confidently, "But this young master isn't afraid of him. The championship is definitely mine. Country dog, just cheer for me when the time comes." Zhao Xinghe smiled and walked towards Yang-Su to greet him. "So you're that famous person with the double pupils who dares to openly challenge everyone. I'm very much looking forward to witnessing your strength." The duck immediately appeared to film. Latest news. Latest news. The two dark horses stared at each other with 4 eyes, sparks of love flying. After being stunned for a few seconds, Yang-Su angrily gave chase. "You damn duck. You dare show your face to me again, I'll eat you." Suddenly, he noticed something. "Huh, Xiebing?" Someone asked in confusion. "Isn't that Murong Changfeng of the Murong family?" The little golden duck filmed while broadcasting. The Murong family and the Xie family are the two most powerful families in the alliance, and the two families wanted to match Murong Changfeng and Xiebing. As a result, Xiebing ran away. Unexpectedly, Murong Changfeng also chased her all the way here. "What?" Parker and the others immediately gathered around. "Yang-Su, let me go scout for information for you," Murong suggested. "Sister Bing, we should get engaged now." Xie Bing refused while playing with her hair. "No, I've said this from the very beginning." Murong didn't give up and continued to persuade her. "The Xie family and the Murong family are great families. Besides, this is also the wish of the elders in our families. We shouldn't go against their words." Xie Bing refused to yield. "The family is the family. I am me. I won't change my mind." Murong suddenly asked, "It's just as the rumors say. Is it because of that kid named Yang-Su?" He was surprised to find Yang-Su crossing through the crowd towards them. Xie Bing warned coldly, "If you dare to speak nonsense, I absolutely will not forgive you." Murong paid no mind, walked towards Yang-Su and greeted him enthusiastically. "You must be Yang-Su. First time meeting, allow me to introduce myself. I am Murong Changfeng, Xie Bing's fiancé." Yang-Su was thunderstruck, utterly shocked. "What?" Han Mao quickly grabbed Yang-Su's arm to hold him back. "Yang-Su, don't be rash. Murong Changfeng is an S-rank powerhouse, much stronger than all of us. You're no match for him right now." As soon as Han Mao let go, Yang-Su shook him off, confidently pointed to himself, and introduced. "Then let me also introduce myself. I am Yang-Su, and Xie Bing is the person I like." Hearing this, Murong's brows furrowed tightly, showing great displeasure. Han Mao stood to the side, crossing his arms and commenting, "That's some guts." Parker also imitated his posture, copying him and saying, "I like you." The little golden duck immediately appeared, recorded. Suddenly, a broadcast announcement sounded, drawing everyone's attention. The martial arts tournament officially begins. The ancient demon realm has been opened. The surrounding light changed. Seeing the ancient demon realm open, everyone was extremely excited. The broadcast continued. The ancient demon realm has been open for 1 minute. Within 1 minute, anyone who has not entered will be considered eliminated. The countdown begins. Everyone quickly entered, not forgetting to urge each other on. "Oh no, the main gate is starting to close. Hurry up." Murong also followed the crowd inside, not forgetting to remind Yang-Su, "I greatly admire your courage. I hope that in this martial arts tournament, you can still be this courageous." Han Mao quickly went in. "There's not much time left. Let's go quickly." Yang Su followed, sighing to himself. What kind of rule is this? Why is it so harsh? Han Mao explained as he walked. The basic rules for each tournament are different. This year's is considered simple. With our speed, getting in within the time limit isn't difficult. Yang Su pondered. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Suddenly, on the other side, a figure who looked like a parent knocked another person away, saying arrogantly, "Humph, who told you to compete with me on a normal day? Just get yourself eliminated obediently." Parker saw this and said indignantly, "Damn it, that's too shameless." But he still quickly stepped through the gate first. Yang Su, there's not much time left, let's go. The few of them also quickly stepped inside. Spotlights shone everywhere. Appearing before them was a giant cliff with different arenas on it. Each level was a different color. At the bottom were black arenas, higher up were green arenas. Even higher were white arenas, and at the very top was a single golden arena. Yang Su couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is the ancient demon realm? It's so majestic." On a large screen on the cliff, the images of several bigwigs were displayed. Esteemed demon exorcists who have entered the heavenly demon ancient realm. Congratulations to everyone for passing the first trial, officially earning the qualification to participate in the martial arts tournament. Everyone immediately recognized them. It's the Alliance's speaker, the Minister of Operations, and the Vice Dean of our Demon Exorcist University. Han Mao stood to the side, crossing his arms and explaining. These are all real big shots. You basically can't meet them on a normal day. Yang Su is full of astonishment. Oh, these guys are so strong. The powerful aura they exuded was overwhelming. First is a silver-haired elder. That's the Alliance's speaker, Ning Quebec. His strength is unfathomable. The recognized leader of the entire Alliance. Next is a man with light blue hair. That's the Minister of Operations, Lin Dixian. He manages all of the Alliance's foreign policies, and it's said his strength is no less than the speaker's. And that person with glasses and purple hair. As for Dean Fong Xiuxian, he gave up power over a decade ago to live a carefree life, traveling everywhere. All matters in the university are handled by the vice dean. So, in a sense, he is the dean. Han Mao clasped his hands excitedly. For this martial arts tournament, they've all come. Lin Dixian turned to speak to the Alliance speaker. Speaker, in this martial arts tournament, everyone's strength cannot be underestimated. Ning Ke agreed. This is also the Alliance's good fortune. Then he turned to the Vice Dean and suggested, Elder Meng, we'll leave the next matter to you to handle. The Vice Dean also went along with it. Haha, that's how it should be, how it should be. The announcement sounded again. Now for the second qualifying round. Each demon exorcist in the heavenly demon ancient realm will challenge according to their registration number. The winner will be promoted to a higher level. Numbers ran across the screen, and with the command to start, the matches began. Everyone jumped up in excitement. Han Mao turned to Yang Su. My Yang Su is number 101. What's your number? Yang Su looked at his palm and replied, I'm number 93. The screen displayed, match 119, number 93 Yang Su versus number 57 Zhou Feng. On the arena, Zhou Feng drew his sword, ready to fight. Hee, so you're the arrogant, double-pupiled one from the newspaper who looks down on his opponents. I've been itching to break your bones. Yang Su casually replied with a, humph. Below, someone asked, who is Zhou Feng? The person next to him introduced. He's a body technique master from W District, young but with considerable strength, ranked 5th in W District. Zhou Feng pointed his sword forward, recalling his efforts. All my efforts were for today. I trained hard for many years just to defeat the double-pupiled one. The announcement for the match to begin sounded. Zhou Feng immediately rushed forward, swinging his sword. Witness my life-reaping 13 blades. Yang Su calmly gathered power in his palm. A loud explosion rang out, and the entire arena lit up. At some point, Zhou Feng was already on the ground, groaning. How can this be? The me of today has long surpassed the me of the past. Yang Su said calmly. A ladybug held up the number 93 sign and announced, number 93 Yang Su wins. What Yang Su was concerned about now was, I wonder how the others are doing. On Murong's side, the broadcast announcements sounded continuously. Congratulations to number 43 for winning 3 consecutive matches, becoming the new record holder. Yang Su exclaimed in surprise. He's really strong. I've only finished 1 match, and he's already won 3 in a row. He looked up and saw a familiar figure. Isn't that Xiaoyan? The ladybug signaled for the match to begin. Fang Xiaoyan commanded her rhino while personally gathering power for a move. 6 Harmonies technique. The illusion of a giant rhino charged toward her opponent. With a loud bang, the opponent was knocked off the arena. She fainted on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Yang Su couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the violent lowly. The announcement sounded again. Number 93 Yang Su versus number 28 Lewis. Yang Su recalled a book he had read, on which was a line, "Spirit beasts are an extremely precious friend to a demon exorcist." He exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't that the spirit beast from that book? This guy's luck is way too good." Seeing this, Parker angrily climbed into the ring. Hey, what do you mean by that? You think I'm not even as good as that damn animal?" Parker angrily told the referee, "I'm a spirit pet. I want to fight too." Seeing this, Duong Huck immediately shooed Parker down. "Damn it, get down from there, don't cause trouble." Lewis reminded from the side, "A talking dog is your spirit pet? I won't go easy on you." With that, Lewis ordered his spirit pet, "Go, Ice Frost Rending Lion, crush them." He said smugly, "You dare compare spirit pets with me? You're showing off in front of an expert." With just one move, the Ice Frost Rending Lion's frost can freeze you solid. Duong Huck, while gathering his power, shooed Parker away. "Parker, get out of the way." Parker roared loudly at Lewis's spirit pet, "Kneel before me." Seeing this, the other spirit pet stopped in its tracks, terrified, its legs trembling, about to kneel. This scene not only astonished the audience, but even Lewis was utterly embarrassed. "What's going on? Get up for me." Lindixian couldn't help but be curious. That dog named Parker is very strange. It was able to subdue a level 7 ice frost rending lion. "Council President, can you tell its origin?" Nin Quyet answered leisurely, "Haha, I only know that it comes from ancient times. It seems it doesn't even know itself." The announcer's voice rang out. "The match is over. Number 93 is the winner." Duong Huck curiously asked Parker, "How did you do that? Why was that ice frost rending lion so afraid of you?" Parker immediately became smug. "I told you, I'm a spirit pet, and a top-tier one at that." Duong Huck patted its head coaxingly. "Little Parker, I'm counting on you for the next few matches. Defeat them all for me." Parker refused. "No way. You think I'd work for free?" Duong Huck then held up one finger, proposing 1 month of instant noodles. Hearing this, Parker happily leaped into Duong Huck's arms. "It's a deal." Next, the opponent's spirit pets were defeated one after another. The announcer's voice also rang out. "Congratulations to number 93 for successfully passing the first round." "Yeah, awesome." He raised his hand joyfully, filled with determination. But his joy was short-lived as he heard a mocking voice. "You stinking brat, what's there to be proud of?" Turning around, he saw Han Mao with his hands in his pockets, looking at him. "Stinking brat, watch me surpass you soon." Duong Huck crossed his arms and retorted, "You stinky bottom, taking so long to fight the first 3 matches. You're too weak." On the other side, Han Mao angrily raised his fist. "What? Damn it, you dare call me weak?" Someone from behind reminded them, "What do you two think this place is? Don't you know the competition is still ongoing?" Han Mao immediately unleashed a decisive move. "Heavenly Waterfall Axe, I'll send you on your way." This move sent the man flying 8,386 meters away. After sending his opponent off, Han Mao turned back to bicker with Duong Huck. "Dirt dog, you'd better not run into me in the next round, or I'll beat you to a pulp." Duong Huck retorted without hesitation, "I think you're the one who should be careful not to get eliminated by me." The announcer's voice cut off their argument. The second round begins. Contestant number 93, please proceed to ring number 16. Hearing his name, Duong Huck immediately hurried towards ring 16. He was astonished when he saw his opponent was Fang Xiaoyun, casually sitting on a rhino's back eating snacks. Duong Huck, what a coincidence. We're opponents this time. Duong Huck was on high alert. This is going to be troublesome. I didn't expect my opponent to be her. Fang Xiaoyun has innate divine strength. She's much stronger than me, Xiaoyun said with determination. Duong Huck, I must win this match. No matter what, I have to defeat you. Duong Huck wasn't about to back down. I won't lose to you either. The announcer's voice rang out. The match begins. Xiaoyun quickly ordered her spirit beast, Iron Rhino, charge. Duong Huck was just as fast, unleashing his move, Primal Yang Art. Amidst the explosion and dust from the collision, Xiaoyan's rhino crashed into the protective barrier, causing it to deform. Seeing this, Duong Huck couldn't help but worry. So strong, not even the primal yang art could stop her. Fang Xiaoyan was filled with determination. You were able to dodge any US attack. It seems this level of offense isn't enough to defeat you. She immediately used the giant beast fusion art. A stream of power enveloped Fang Xiaoyan. She became gigantic, raising her fist to smash down on Duong Huck. Although the punch missed, it shattered the ring. In a thick dust cloud, Duong Huck executed the Flood Dragon art. As Fang Xiaoyan sent the Flood Dragon flying, she mocked Duong Huck, "You can't beat me." The crowd below was astonished. Heavens, what kind of monster is she? She shattered the Flood Dragon art with one punch. That's terrifying. That double-pupiled one is dead for sure this time. Lin Dixian stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Flood Dragon art. Is this the ultimate technique of Senior Tang Bohu? It's a pity he's up against Fang Xiaoyan with her innate divine strength. I'm afraid he's no match for her. Nin Qiet, however, disagreed slightly, not necessarily. Every double-pupiled one is extraordinary. Duong Huck, you can't escape. Earth-rending ground spikes. Fang Xiaoyan continuously attacked Duong Huck, forcing him to dodge quickly. He gritted his teeth. I'll lose if this keeps up. I have to think of something else. Weaving through those sharp spikes, Duong Huck made up his mind. Fang Xiaoyan, I will not lose to you. You've already lost, Fang Xiaoyan said as she swung her fist at Duong Huck. Parker cried out in panic. This is bad. The kid is in midair. If he can't dodge this punch, he'll be knocked straight out of the ring. The Flood Dragon took the full force of Fang Xiaoyan's punch. How cunning! But hiding inside the Flood Dragon's body won't stop me. Xiaoyan didn't give up, continuously punching the Flood Dragon's body, causing it to dissipate piece by piece. Suddenly, she discovered in astonishment. What's this? Where did he go? Cough, cough, you've lost. Duong Huck shot out from the mouth of another Flood Dragon, grabbing Xiaoyan's leg. Get out. With that move, Xiaoyan was sent flying out. Seeing this, the crowd below erupted in discussion. What just happened? How did Duong Huck come out of another Flood Dragon's mouth? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Did Fang Xiaoyan just lose like that? Someone saw a clue, but it was still unclear. Did that kid teleport through space? What kind of technique is this? An old man with an S tattoo on his neck explained. Spatial spirit energy. He created a space inside the Flood Dragon's body. As long as he enters the Flood Dragon's body, he can emerge from its mouth at will. He also had a question. It's just that at his age, how can he possess such a profound ability? It's hard to imagine. The announcer's voice rang out again. Number 93, Duong Huck is the winner. The top 8 have been decided. The first round is over. The crowd grew excited again. The top 8 are out. Who are they? This season's top 8. Zhao Xinghe is definitely one of them. Duong Huck looked up, a little curious. The top 8? He didn't notice a circle of light appearing at his feet. A teleportation array transported him to a platform, and then the light faded. While he was still confused, Duong Huck heard Han Mao's voice. Ha! Dirt dog, I told you I'd surpass you. See, I've been here waiting for you for a while. Behind him were Han Mao, Murong, Zhao Xinghe, and a few others. Each of them stood on a platform. Their gazes on Duong Huck were fiery, full of killing intent, making him break out in a cold sweat. Why is everyone looking at me? Han Mao casually put an arm around his shoulder, enlightening his friend. Because everyone sees you as a rival. But your biggest rival is this young master right here. Hearing this, Duong Huck was stunned. At the same time, the announcer's voice rang out. The first elimination round is over. The second elimination round will begin in half an hour. Just as Lu Xing opened the door to the Demon Slayer University's teacher's lounge, she heard a greeting. Ms. Lu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. She looked warily at the person before her. Why are you here? Wei Shanhai took back the chair that belonged to him. She was puzzled. You're not participating in the Demon Slayer competition. What are you doing here? Do you need something from me? Wei Shanhai enthusiastically poured tea for Ms. Lu. Have a sip of water first, and listen what I have to say. Holding the cup with a dark shadow floating in it, she was startled and drew her weapon, pointing it at him. The aura of a fallen demon slayer. You're not Wei Shanhai. Who exactly are you? Wei Shanhai's body transformed, and he said grimly, I thought my disguise was perfect. Wei Shanhai gradually transformed into Lu Wugu, who replied nonchalantly, but it doesn't matter. I came here to borrow something from you. Lu Xing looked at the person before her. S-rank wanted criminal, Lu Wugu. Duong Huck walked amidst the cheers of the crowd. Double-Pupiled won. As soon as Duong Huck entered the room, Parker rushed over to hug him. You stinking brat. Not bad. You made it to the top 8. Although he was pleasantly surprised, Duong Huck still pushed the dog away. Damn dog, get off me. He sat down and said to himself, winning 4 matches in a row has consumed so much spirit energy, I have to recover quickly. Otherwise, I'll be at a great disadvantage in the next fight. Xie Bing walked over and handed him a pill. Duong Huck, this is an origin recovery pill given by the martial arts tournament to the top 8 contestants. It can help you quickly recover your spirit energy. So nice. There's even a pill reward. Duong Huck took it and put it in his mouth. Ah, so hot. Parker looked at the fire energy radiating from Duong Huck and said with some concern, is this kid going to be okay? Xie Bing immediately reassured him, don't worry. The origin recovery pill not only helps him recover his spirit energy, but its potent medicinal power can also help him cultivate. Han Mao walked by, saw Duong Huck cultivating, and became curious. Hey, where did this kid get an origin recovery pill? Why is he cultivating? Hearing this, Parker was puzzled. Isn't this what the martial arts tournament gives to the top 8? You don't have one? Han Mao was shocked. Since when did the martial arts tournament have this kind of benefit? How come I didn't know? Han Mao leaned down and asked, tell me the truth. Who exactly gave that pill to that kid? The man and dog were about to tease that it was Xie Bing. If you two say one more word, I'll freeze you both. Xie Bing, from behind, her gaze like bullets, had already drawn her sword, scaring the man and dog into silence. Witnessing this scene, Murong angrily crushed his teacup. He clenched his fist, making a furious resolution. Xie Bing, I want you to watch Duong Huck die right before your eyes. Little Yellow Duck quickly recorded from behind. Xie Bing has someone in her heart. Murong Changfeng is jealous. Murong Changfeng is jealous. Murong glared angrily at Little Yellow Duck. Damn it. You damn duck. Shut up. Believe it or not, I'll roast you right now. After finishing the absorption, Duong Huck said confidently, I'll be able to fight with my full strength in a bit. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure by Zhou Yin. Duong Huck immediately followed, thinking to himself, why did he appear here? I'll go see what they're up to. Looking ahead at the empty space, Duong Huck was surprised. Where did he go? He was gone in the blink of an eye. The shadow of a hand was drawing a sword from its sheath, but it stopped upon hearing Duong Huck's call. Duong Huck turned his head in surprise. Xie Bing, why are you here? She came to remind him that the rest time was over. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened for a moment as she looked to the side. Duong Huck was puzzled. Why is the rest time over so quickly? Bai Zhouyin secretly hid behind them, watching the two leave. Seeing Bai Zhouyin approach, the person in the black cloak reprimanded him. You were too reckless. Bai Zhouyin defended himself. He's the one who barged in. That person warned with a sharp gaze. Remember, he is the one that great lord needs. We are not to touch him. Bai Zhouyin remained silent. The person in the black cloak continued to remind him. Forget it. Just don't pay it any mind. Have you arranged everything in the plan? Bai Zhouyin immediately assured. You can rest assured when I'm on the job. Now we just wait for the signal from the other side. The loudspeaker sounded again. Next, let's look forward to the matches of the top 8. Introducing them one by one. Zhao Xinghe, the #1 genius of the Zhao family, reached the peak of rank at the age of 14. His own magic is now unfathomably deep, a genius of sorcery recognized by the Alliance. Next is Tian Bao Wang, titled the Power King. Born with divine strength, he can lift a car weighing over 10 tons with his bare hands. A genius of the dark element, his reputation is renowned. Zhang Mengmeng, the child of the prophecy on the formless steel, born with golden pupils, is the young female genius of the Zhang family. Let's all welcome Zhang Mengmeng. Yang Su asked doubtfully, what is the formless steel? Han Mao continued to enlighten Yang Su. This Zhang Mengmeng is very strange. I heard from an elder in my clan that a bloody incident occurred in their Zhang family sect. Everyone died in one night, and she was the only one left. Looking at the face on the screen, he continued. Not long after, everything related to the Zhang family was classified as taboo by the Alliance. Few in the Alliance mentioned the Zhang family's affairs anymore. Yang Su looked at the girl on the screen, full of astonishment. The contestants were introduced one by one. The last one was the strongest contender of this martial arts tournament, the genius exorcist from Z City University, Yang Su. Yang Su was ready. It's my turn. I will now announce the competition rules and the fighting order. Will the judges please take their positions? Ning-K immediately commented, very good, very good. All the geniuses have made it to the final round. Lin Dixian said faintly, the champion will likely be one of three people, Zhao Xinghe, Murong Changfeng, or Zhang Mingming. They're all genius exorcists recognized by the Alliance. The vice principal disagreed. That's not necessarily true. Lin Dixian frowned. Oh. Looking at the people below, Lin Dixian wondered, in this year's martial arts tournament, their spiritual power is the strongest. Could there be someone who can surpass them? Lin Dixian looked doubtfully at Yang Su. Ning-K immediately brought it up. Have you forgotten what happened in the Manhwa district? The true martial great emperor hasn't appeared in the Exorcist world for a very long time. But in just a short half year, he went from an ordinary student to being able to defeat strong enemies and enter the final round. This isn't just luck. The match officially begins. First round, number 83 Wei Shengren versus number 45 Wang Batian. Hearing the loudspeaker, Yang Su clenched his fists, determined. It's finally starting. Looking at Wei Shengren on the screen, Yang Su couldn't help but exclaim, there are so many familiar faces in this round. Girl, as long as I can get into the Huangshan treasury, I don't mind smashing your head in, Wang Batian said arrogantly. Wei Shengren didn't shy away from challenging her opponent. Then I'll have to disappoint you. I'm afraid you won't get past me. She had successfully angered her opponent. His face turned pale as he said, what did you say? Then I'll smash your mouth first. The loudspeaker sound blended with the tense atmosphere between the two. The match begins. Wei Shengren quickly drew two long swords, nimbly darting amidst the surrounding sand and rocks. Yang Su couldn't help but be amazed by this speed. So fast. It's invisible to the naked eye. Wang Batian angrily took a stance. Being fast is useless. You have no chance of winning against me. Then he used the indestructible Vajra body technique. Looking at the small Wei Shengren, just obediently admit defeat. With that, he threw a punch towards Wei Shengren. The collision created an explosion of thick dust and smoke. The people below began to discuss again. This monster is too terrifying. Even the ancient demon realm can't withstand its power. Wei Shengren is no match for it at all. At this rate, if she's not dead, she'll be severely injured. Truly a monster. Parker, watching from his seat, was a little regretful. This is dangerous. Back in Manhwa, I really like this girl. Yang Su remained calm, that it's not that simple. She hasn't necessarily lost yet. His eyes lit up. He saw that within the cloud of dust, Wei Shengren's sword was relentlessly slashing towards Wang Batian. Strike after strike, stabbing straight at him. Yang Su described it to Parker. Wei Shengren is continuously attacking a single point on his body. If this continues, Wang Batian's protective art will be broken sooner or later. Wei Shengren nimbly dodged Wang Batian's attacks. Then she rushed forward, stabbing his chest with one sword, then landing several more slashes on his body, causing him to stagger. Without turning back, Wei Shengren said that I've broken your protective art. You've lost. He slammed a heavy punch onto the arena floor. His protective art vanished, his body returning to normal, but he still said defiantly, I don't accept this. You're no match for me at all. Wei Shengren just said coldly, the martial way has never been just about comparing strength. If I hadn't held back, my blade would have pierced your heart. Number 83, Wei Shengren wins. The loudspeaker announced immediately after. Yang Su felt a sense of unfamiliarity so strong. It seems she still hasn't used her full strength. The next announcement made Yang Su frown. Next match, number 46 Han Mao versus number 73 Murong Changfeng. Han Mao confidently greeted his opponent. Murong Changfeng, I didn't expect my opponent to be you. He waved his hand and said, besides, you can't win over a ground dog either. Xie Bing would never like you. Yang Su was full of question marks. This guy. Murong frowned coldly. Oh, so you're his friend. In that case, don't blame me for not holding back. Hearing this, Han Mao was still very relaxed. I was thinking the same thing. The match begins. Hearing the loudspeaker below, Parker immediately shouted, Stinky Peacock, go for it. Yang Su is also worried. The peacock only has a few explosive talismans. I'm afraid he's no match for him. Xie Bing immediately came to comfort him. Don't worry too much. Han Mao is the super talisman crafting genius of the Han family, highly valued by the entire clan. He's not as simple as you think. Han Mao held 2 talismans and activated them. Murong Changfeng, take this. He quickly dashed past, appearing behind Moro. Witnessing this scene, Yang-Su couldn't help but be astonished. So fast. I'm afraid it's not inferior to Wei Xingren's. When did he get this kind of speed? Xie Bing explained. It's the Swiftness Talisman. The Swiftness Talisman contains some special spells and power. It's a high-grade talisman that can grant an ordinary person power equivalent to an assassin's. Without turning his head, Murong said contemptuously, "Too slow." Han Mao continued to use talismans. "You can't escape." Han Mao's body immediately grew larger, a current of power enveloping his body. Wang Batian, below, cried out in surprise. "How is that possible? His strength seems to be no less than mine." Someone immediately recognized it. It's the Divine Strength Talisman. The Divine Strength Talisman can grant an exorcist unimaginable divine power. It's a high-grade talisman that is extremely difficult to craft. Xie Bing also couldn't help but exclaim that he even prepared so many precious talismans. It's said the Han family has high expectations for Han Mao's performance in this martial arts tournament. It seems to be true. Han Mao punched the ground hard, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shatter and fly up. Murong was no longer nonchalant. "My turn." Murong's blue light skillfully weaved through the current of power radiating from Han Mao. Han Mao swung a heavy punch towards Murong. He immediately leaned back to dodge. Han Mao's body continued to grow larger. He looked at the small Murong. "It's useless. You are no match for me." The talismans plastered all over his body significantly increased Han Mao's power. Yang-Su rested his chin on his hand, pondering. What other tricks does he have up his sleeve? "Be careful. I'm making my move," Han Mao said, throwing a series of talismans at his opponent. The talismans exploded continuously, causing the audience below a wave of anxiety. From within the dust cloud, Murong's mocking voice rang out. "Is this all you've got?" At some point, a folding fan had appeared in his hand, and he asserted confidently, "But if this is all, it's not enough to take me down." Despite being at a disadvantage, Han Mao smiled admiringly at his opponent, as expected of the number one genius recognized by the great families. From that moment on, he decided to use his ultimate talisman, the Immortal Summoning Talisman, as it was his last resort. Seeing this, Xie Bing was instantly stunned, as if seeing something unbelievable, but in fact, her eyes shone with deep admiration. He even managed to craft a talisman of this level. The Immortal Summoning Talisman is a forbidden talisman, requiring a great price to create. It can borrow the terrifying power of an extremely mighty being. He recalled his master's words before the battle. His master had placed great expectations on him. "Little Mao, the Han family was once the number one exorcist family. It's just a pity there was no successor. Now, dangers abound, and we can only rely on you." His master had placed all his faith in Han Mao alone. A heavy responsibility weighed on his shoulders. His master's words echoed deep in his heart. "This tournament is extremely important to the Han family. You are the most outstanding genius of the entire clan." His master had also clearly explained the stakes involved. "As long as you win, our Han family status will be greatly elevated." Recalling those words, his power instantly multiplied. His feet planted firmly on the ground, streams of power coiling around his body. While in his opponent's technique, a two-horned skull submerged in a sea of fire appeared. Han Mao clenched his fists and charged forward without hesitation. Demonic armor descent, flaming battle emerges. The raging flames poured down, invading and connecting with his body. However, with Han Mao's ability, he was strong enough to protect himself. Yang-Su's eyes were widened, not expecting Han Mao to possess such terrifying power. So strong, so strong. But BK was focused on another issue. This kid is a real freak. After witnessing Han Mao's power firsthand, Murong Changfeng also had to change his view of him. "I underestimated you. I didn't expect the Han family to have a genius like you." The skull continued to open its blood basin mouth, as if wanting to swallow the whole world. Murong Changfeng said confidently, "I want to use this move to defeat you completely." The world-ending flame demon technique transformed into countless pieces of burning paper. Murong Changfeng just stood there quietly, controlling his peace. Destroy everything. Zhu Yao was stunned into a daze. Straining her eyes to observe carefully, "I never expected a a talisman master's power could reach this level. It's too strong. Yang Su didn't have a big reaction, nor did he show much emotion, just muttering under his breath, "That damn peacock. Hang in there." Murong Changfeng couldn't help but admit, "You are indeed very strong, but it's a pity you're still no match for me." At the same time, he switched to another technique, spatial art, chaotic butterfly barrier. Amidst the power of fire, the breath of blue water suddenly appeared. Murong Changfeng retracted his technique. The skull was drawn into a circle, seemingly surrounded by lightning. He asserted to Han Mao, "You've lost." Han Mao seemed to collapse, kneeling on the ground, unwilling to face reality. Even Yang Su didn't expect this result. "How did this happen?" "Is Murong Changfeng that strong?" Xia Bing explained coldly, her voice devoid of surprise. "He is a wind demon master, the highest rank of Exorcist, capable of using the most advanced spatial and sealing arts. Most magic is ineffective against them. This type of magic is extremely difficult to cultivate, which is also why Murong Changfeng is recognized by the great families as the strongest genius." BK seemed to have disliked Murong Changfeng's personality from the start. No wonder he's so arrogant. But the referee still announced the result of the match. Number 73 wins. Next, the main character prepared to enter the stage. BK was full of confidence in him. "Yang Su, I'm betting you'll definitely win. Don't you dare lose." Yang Su looked at him, frowned, and offered 2 words, "Mad Dog." He walked over and patted Han Mao's shoulder. "Even though you lost, but you made people see you in a new light time and time again. I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve." Han Mao confessed his original intention. "I was originally aiming to defeat you, but I didn't expect to lose to Murong Changfeng." Before Yang Su entered the ring, he reminded him, "Yang Su, be careful. Murong Changfeng is very strong. It won't be easy to beat him." In the next match, number 93, Yang Su, faces off against number 27, Zhao Xinghe. Before the fight even began, the surrounding crowd was already chanting Zhao Xinghe's name in unison. Yang Su revealed an incredibly determined expression. "It's finally my turn." Xia Bing stood quietly behind, saying worriedly, "Yang Su, be careful. Zhao Xinghe is very strong. He defeated Zhao Hemming in a previous match." The audience below the stage cheered relentlessly for both sides. Some shouted, "Zhao Xinghe will win. Go for it." Another group placed their hopes on Yang Su. "Go Yang Su." Rumors indeed travel fast. Even Lin Dixian knew that Zhao Xinghe had been making a name for himself recently. Our combat division has already contacted the Zhao family, hoping to recruit him later on. Fong Tuxian understood immediately upon hearing this. In other words, the minister has already taken an interest in Zhao Xinghe. Dixian turned in another direction, asking probingly, "Does the dean think Yang Su can win?" Fong Tuxian seemed to be a fair person, not favoring either side. Who wins and who loses will only know when the match is over. He adjusted his clothes and tie, his forehead wrinkling with a serious expression. Stepping onto the stage, the two stood facing each other. Zhao Xinghe smiled and said, "What a pity. You've already lost the right to duel Murong Changfeng." Yang Su didn't understand for a moment, a series of question marks appearing in his mind. Zhao Xinghe saw his confusion and explained bluntly, "Because I won't let you pass this round. The final champion can only be me or Murong Changfeng. Once you enter a fight, everyone wants to be the winner, and Yang Su was no exception. He was extremely resolute and decisive. Rest assured, I will defeat every single one of you." Zhao Xinghe seemed to slightly underestimate his strength. Tilting his head, he said with a disbelieving smile, "Then I'll be waiting to see it." Not long after, the bell rang. The match begins. Yang Su was the first to make a move, creating red circles and energy trails that pursued Zhao Xinghe. "Take this." He raised his arm, using the Yuan Yang burst technique to control those energy spheres. A 2-headed azure dragon appeared. Flood dragon art. Xinghe observed it clearly in an instant, then slammed his hand on the ground. A wave of power shot forward, causing the earth and rocks to churn. Due to the excessive force, it caused a considerable explosion. Yang Su's azure dragon wrapped around Xinghe's tree roots. Xinghe was extremely vigilant, creating more wooden stakes to block it. Immediately after, he conjured a rather square wooden box. Then, he switched to fire style, Forest of Raging Flames. Every time he made a move, he appeared extremely calm, without a hint of panic. Then Yang-Su's attack was enveloped. That explosion inadvertently pushed Yang-Su back. After fire style came water style, ice blade art. At this point, Yang-Su could only dodge and was unable to charge forward to attack. As his opponent's techniques came one after another without any opening, he frowned wearily from the mental exertion. BK, who wasn't fighting, shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Just how many types of elemental magic does this monster know? Xiabing was a girl who knew quite a bit about these things. She crossed her arms and spoke coolly. Zhao Xinghe was born with the 5 elemental attributes, so he can use all of them. At this moment, the most worried person was none other than Han Mao. Yang-Su is in danger. Xinghe was reveling in his own flashy power. Let me see your true strength. A double-pupil wielder can't possibly have only this much skill. Facing all this, Yang-Su couldn't even stand steadily. So strong. Even the Yuanyang art is useless against him. My spiritual power is endless. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth generate and overcome one another. I can play with you until the end, not wanting to drag it out any longer. Xinghe unleashed his next move, fire style, fire dragon attack. Yang-Su cleverly used the spirit-driving art to counterattack. This inadvertently caught Xinghe's attention. Interesting. This is the rather rare spirit-driving art. Yang-Su leaped high into the air, preparing to unleash the Kunyuan One Chi Great Treasure Sword. Below, Xinghe continued to use wood style, all-encompassing forest, creating multiple layers of shields to protect himself. Just like that, one technique followed another, continuously deployed, creating a chaotic scene. Water style, frost wall, fire style, fire dragon possession. The wooden shield Xinghe had just created was sliced in two, and the immense impact struck him. His t-shirt underneath was torn apart, revealing well-defined muscles. Gunmetal art. Xinghe looked at Yang-Su with a more hateful gaze, afraid he could no longer afford to be careless or underestimate him. At this point, the battle had entered a thrilling stage. The audience below screamed nonstop. So strong, so strong. Truly worthy of being the heir of the Zhao family. The gunmetal art is so powerful. Zhao Xinghe, I love you. BK on the sidelines no longer dared to hold out any hope. It's over. This kid is definitely going to lose. Han Mao lowered his head, his face gloomy. He's too strong. Without borrowing any external force, he can cultivate all elemental magic systems to their peak. That country bumpkin is no match for him. Xiabing also just watched quietly, not saying much. Xinghe's eyes were opened, worthy of a double-pupil wielder. Your swordsmanship is truly formidable. This is the first time someone has broken my defense 3 times in a row, forcing me to use the gunmetal art. Xinghe stood his ground, raising his arm to declare, the Tai-Bai Sword Dao is merely a Sword Dao technique. I know it too. This move directly sent Yang-Su flying. This attack should end it. You should be proud for forcing me to use the Tai-Bai Sword Dao. At this moment, Yang-Su used all his strength to escape that terrifying explosion. He had consumed too much energy and was panting nonstop. The Sword Dao is too powerful. At this rate, I'll only lose. I have to think of another way. Before he could catch his breath, another attack came crashing down. He saw the situation was not good. Xia Bing shouted from the sidelines. Yang-Su. At the same time, the sound of someone's footsteps approached. Dishian's group was suddenly surprised. It's him. Tang Yin had been observing this battle from start to finish, completely focused on the match. Your moment of trial has come. How much you can comprehend of what I've taught you all depends on you. Yang-Su also dodged the attack with considerable speed. He still believed in his own innate abilities. Everyone has a weakness. There must be a way to defeat him. All things generate and overcome one another. It's definitely not just a relationship of generation and restriction. Even though I taught you the Flood Dragon art, it's not just for attacking. When you understand the essence of combat, only then will you become a true demon exorcist. Those were Tang Yin's words of advice for Yang-Su. Yang-Su seemed to have understood a great deal. Senior, I understand now. The deeper he got, the more focused and decisive Yang-Su became. He rushed forward with fire style, Fire Dragon's Raging Flames, followed by water style, Frost Storm. He thought to himself, Zhao Xinghe, it's my turn now. Xinghe looked around in alarm. What? While Xinghe had yet to recover his senses, Yang Su seized the opportunity to unleash the Kuan Yuan One Chi Great Treasure Sword. Flood Dragon Art. Those two dragons appeared again. Even so, to Xinghe, these moves were nothing. It's useless. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Art. Yuan Yang Burst. Wood Style, All-Encompassing Forest. This move inadvertently blocked the dragon rushing towards Xinghe. He was a little disappointed. It seems you have no other tricks left. Although a safe wooden box had been formed, that dragon still radiated a wave of power outward. Dixian, faced with this once-in-a-millennium sight, was stunned in amazement. How is this possible? He absorbed all of Zhao Xinghe's wood style technique. 10 flood dragons transforming into a dragon and the dragon god art. Xinghe froze, his whole body stunned, wondering to himself, what in the world is this thing? Xinghe put his hands together, his 2 fingers pointing forward. Fire Style, Scorching Sun Flame. Fire overcomes wood, and flames overcome all things. I don't believe you can block this move of mine. However, no matter how hard he tried, that dragon remained completely unharmed. This left Xinghe utterly bewildered. Impossible. No matter how Xinghe resisted, the one with the upper hand now was still Yang Su. This time, Xinghe was truly knocked back. The ice blocks he used to resist had also been shattered to pieces. He bent over, clutching his shoulder with one hand, then burst out laughing. He smiled and praised Yang Su. Very quick. I didn't expect you could push me this far. But as long as you can't break my Vajra body, you will never defeat me. Countless pairs of eyes in the stands showed their astonishment. The heir of the Zhao family is terrifying. The Vajra art is even stronger than the Vajra body. In this martial arts tournament, besides Murong Changfeng, I'm afraid no one could defeat him. Yang Su's face also had quite a few more wounds. Do you really think you haven't lost yet? The bronze-colored form all over Xinghe's body had vanished. He looked down in alarm, asking doubtfully, "Impossible, what on earth did you do?" It's time for an explanation. All things generate and overcome one another. Although you are proficient in the 5 elemental magics, you're not as strong as you think. Yang Su began to explain his reasoning for defeating him. With the 5 elements generating one another, your spiritual power flows endlessly. But as long as this order is broken, the 5 elements will overcome one another, and the spiritual power in your body will inevitably fall into chaos. I first absorbed your wood style to draw out your fire style, then forced you to use frost. These types of magic restrict each other. And now I'm afraid you can't even use the normal wood style, all-encompassing forest anymore. Xinghe grimaced in pain, sweat pouring down like rain. Tang Yin seemed particularly pleased that he hadn't misjudged him. I really didn't misjudge him. Truly intelligent. After saying what needed to be said, Yang Su continued to unleash his final blow to claim victory. It's over. Yuan Yang burst. However, at this moment, Xinghe understood and stopped him. He proposed, "No need to fight anymore. I admit defeat." This statement came as a bit of a surprise to Yang Su, because with Xinghe's personality, he would never admit defeat to anyone. Xinghe was no longer arrogant and complacent, his voice much more humble, worthy of a double-pupil wielder to be able to think of such a method. I'm thoroughly convinced of my loss in this match. He swept past Yang Su like a gust of wind, then added, "All right, I heard you like Xiebing. I support you, go for it." At this moment, BK announced, "Number 93 wins." Below the stage, everyone chanted Yang Su's name in unison. BK jumped up and down with excitement, as happy as if he'd struck gold. Well done. It wasn't for nothing that I bet my entire fortune. Although Han Mao was worried about Yang Su, he wasn't very happy when he won, and even shed tears. It's over. I bet on Zhao Xinghe. It turned out this was his secret. Half an hour later, congratulations to number 51, Zhang Mingming, for her victory. The semifinals will begin in another half hour. Lu Xing, with her voluptuous figure, walked over. Just calling out department head was enough to leave him stunned. She pushed the department head aside, revealing her cleavage. "I need to go inside to check the formation. You guys stand guard outside. Without my permission, no one is to enter. You hear me?" His face flushed. He only replied with one key word, "Understood." After observing that there was nothing unusual about Lu Xing's entire body, she was allowed to pass. She stood before a door carved with talismans and said, "This is the place." She carefully used a key to open the door. Being sealed for so long, you must be itching to get out and cause some chaos. Shi Jian crossed his arms, saying proudly, "My intuition wasn't wrong. You really are after it." Lu Xing didn't hesitate, replying innocently as if she knew nothing. "What is the elder talking about?" "I'm Gong Xing. Why has the elder appeared here?" Shi Jian was resolute in his disbelief. "No, you're not. Gong Jing would definitely not appear here. And besides, Gong Jing has never called me elder. You have Gong Jing's key, so if I'm not mistaken, Gong Jing has already been captured by you, right?" Lu Wugu. Lu Xing gave a gentle, Leda-like smile. "I don't know what the elder is talking about." Shi Jian didn't want to waste any more words and attack directly. He thought that whether she knew or not was no longer important. He reached his hand forward, as if to trap her here. "You can't escape." She suddenly burst out laughing, then turned into a puddle of water. "As expected of Elder Shi, it seems I couldn't fool you." Shi Jian was completely stunned. His intuition was indeed spot on. "Lu Wugu, it really is you. This place is full of masters. What do you think you can do alone?" At this moment, Wu Gu had returned to her original form, being herself again. She said arrogantly, "Who said I'm alone?" In her hand, she held a red orb, from which a voice emerged. "Shi Jian, long time no see." It transformed into an extremely bizarre shape. Shi Jian recoiled, recognizing it as the second elder of the Dark Council. Back to the final match. The two strongest fighters had finally appeared. Murong Changfeng, Go Yangsu, Zhang Man, I love you. This was the most anticipated round. The finals had finally arrived. I wonder who will win. The match begins, now announcing the final contestants entering the final round. They discussed animatedly, now announcing the matchup list. Ring number 8, Yangsu versus Murong Changfeng. Ring number 6, Zhang Man versus Wei Shengren. Although the results were announced, some people still couldn't accept it. They blamed the organizers for scheduling the two matches at the same time. How are we supposed to watch both sides? I also want to see the double-pupiled ones match. But the match manager didn't want to explain further, only telling them to quickly pick a spot. Just watch what you can. At this moment, Yangsu and Murong Changfeng were staring at each other without blinking. It turned out Murong Changfeng was targeting Yangsu because of a woman. "No one has ever dared to compete with me for a woman. A poor brat like you dares to like Xiebing?" Yangsu retorted, "What do you take Xiebing for? She will choose who she likes. It's not for you to decide for her. Besides, I will definitely prove myself and make Xiebing like me." Hearing this, BK became even more interested in this kid. Got some guts. After hearing it, Han Mao also didn't expect Yangsu to dare say such confident words. This country bumpkin is really shameless, daring to say that in front of so many people. Xiebing shook her head, but still blushed in embarrassment. The more he spoke, the more Murong Changfeng's hatred for Yangsu deepened. "What did you say? You ignorant fool. I'll show you now just how vast the gap between us is." Before the match officially began, Yangsu dared to guarantee, "I will definitely defeat you." Their gazes clashed like two bolts of lightning. Immediately after, the referee announced, "The match begins. Great Sword of Primal Kuan, Yuan Energy." The match had just begun, and Murong Changfeng was quick to look down on him. "Useless. This kind of attack has no effect on me." He first used the Dragon God technique. Another huge explosion occurred. He was a little dissatisfied. How disappointing. The famous double-pupiled one. Is this all you've got? Although he had just spoken tough, Yangsu had to admit a fact. He was too strong. It would be difficult to defeat him, even using all the moves he knew. "I can only use that move." He took out a piece of paper and burned it. He decided to use the ancient summoning technique. This couldn't help but startle both Han Mao and BK with a mix of worry. Does this country bumpkin have a death wish? Xiebing was so shocked her face turned pale. "Oh my god, I finally get to see it. Someone is using the long-lost, true martial incarnation." Zhu Yao, standing at the front of the cheering crowd, was the first to start, getting those behind her to chant along. What the newspapers said is all true. Murong Changfeng was stunned. What a powerful aura. Then, he returned to his serious expression. "If that's the case, then I don't need to hold back either." He raised his arm to the sky, shouting the word wind. Great Wind Demon Technique. This is the strongest ultimate technique of the Murong family. This was bound to be an extremely powerful clash between two opposing forces, creating an incredibly tense atmosphere. Suddenly, at this moment, the ground changed, seemingly beginning to crack over time. Then it officially split in two. This was followed by many smaller cracks spreading out. This inadvertently shook the entire spectator stand. Yang-Su looked up, wondering what just happened. A barrier was being formed above by someone. A purple bat flew by, seemingly hinting at something. At first, there was one, then a few more appeared, also purple, but with different shapes. From underground, a strange red creature with many sharp teeth suddenly emerged, looking very frightening. Dicien asked Tu Xian in a daze, "What's going on?" The barrier of the ancient demon realm has been broken. Tu Xian was pensive, feeling that something was wrong. At this moment, a girl rushed in from outside to report. "This is bad. Many holes have suddenly appeared in the protective barrier outside Demon Hunter University, and some demonic beasts are breaking in." Tu Xian couldn't believe this was true. Because the barrier of Demon Hunter University is S-Class, created by countless demon hunters over 100 years of painstaking effort, this absolutely could not happen. The girl was panting, but still had to explain clearly. Ancient Ice Realm beasts, for some reason, a large number of ancient Ice Realm beasts have suddenly appeared and are destroying the barrier. Hearing this, Tu Xian finally became panicked, his reaction much more intense than before. Then, Ning Ke ordered Dicien, "Go see what happened." "As you command." Time was short. He replied without hesitation, "Understood." Ning Ke stood there witnessing the scene before him gradually collapse, the monsters becoming more and more ferocious, appearing in such numbers that they were uncontrollable. The situation is urgent. The martial arts tournament is temporarily suspended. Everyone please follow the arrangements and quickly proceed to the barrier area to stop the demonic beasts. Xie Bing, Han Mao, and BK, the three of them, all worriedly called out Yang-Su's name. He met her, his first thought being one of doubt. Why have so many demonic beasts suddenly appeared? Normally, everything was under Xie Bing's control, but this time she couldn't guarantee it. She was certain something had happened, otherwise Minister Lin wouldn't have left in such a hurry. Although the match was paused, Yang-Su still looked at Murong Changfeng with eyes like daggers. The two of them looked like mortal enemies from a past life. Even so, they temporarily put aside their personal matters. Yang-Su took the initiative to speak. "Let's go." In such a dangerous moment, his mind was only filled with the woman, Xie Bing. "I will definitely have you." At this moment, a blast of power struck the ring. "Everyone be careful. It's a flame demon beast. This type of demonic beast can control other demonic beasts. It's extremely dangerous." They all seemed to be craving fresh blood. Everything suddenly became not so simple. This is troublesome. With so many demonic beasts, it won't be easy to get out of here. Looking from the outside, it seemed very peaceful, but who knew what was happening inside? However, in a flash, the entire building let out an extremely fierce explosion. That attack created a huge hole. Back to Shi Jian's battle. He seemed to be at a disadvantage against Lu Wugu. "Shi Jian, you're old now. You're no longer my match. The time is ripe. Let's begin." She stood silently before the formation she had set up, holding something in her hand, preparing to act according to the plan. Shi Jian watched from the outside with a helpless look, unable to do anything, only able to shout with all his might 2 words, "Stop." But it was useless. Lu Wugu completed her task in an instant. The formation shattered, the secret vault was opened, and in a flash, the woman's figure had disappeared. It was a strange box, with a mark on it that looked like a chicken's foot, and a talisman was also stuck on it. The second elder was the one directly confronting Shi Jian. He was continuously taking painful blows from the enemy. "Shi Jian, although I am just an incarnation, it's not difficult to stop you." Seizing the opportune moment, "Wugu, get the item and go. It's time to act." Wugu flashed a radiant, excited smile. "Yes, Lord Chairman." She immediately set up a formation. Everyone here looked up, terrified. Why? Why are there so many soul beasts? We're done for. With our abilities, we can't possibly stop them. They ran around in a panic. What should we do? The army of winter monsters made people think this was their world. "Quick, call for reinforcements. We can't hold on any longer. The barriers in all directions have been broken. We're out of manpower. What should we do?" From that public speaker, a decisive voice rang out. "Let me go." "Minister Lin." That was Tu Xian's voice. A massive explosion blew those monsters away. Countless ice swords appeared, launching a series of attacks towards them. Wave after wave of explosions followed one another without stopping. Tu Xian spoke magnanimously. "Everyone can rest now. Leave things here to me." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. "It's Minister Lin. Minister Lin is here. We're saved. His appearance at this moment was like that of a savior. Dragons flew chaotically in the air. Tu Xian kindly reminded everyone, "Everyone be careful. I have a bad feeling." Suddenly, from outside the barrier, a horn was trying to pierce through. In a flash, it had already pierced deep inside. The barrier was subsequently devoured. It used the Ice Realm King Beast to invade the interior. A person with their face covered, revealing only a smiling mouth, said, Lord Chairman, we meet again. The mastermind of the head gave an order. All of you, come out for me. From the back of that demonic beast, countless black things flew down. It was unclear what they were. At this moment, Yang Su immediately rushed over. Everyone be careful. They're fallen demon hunters. He tried to push them back so no one would get hurt. What's going on? Doesn't the ancient demon realm have a protective formation? Why are there so many fallen demon hunters? BK, commanding from the side, reminded Yang Su, careful behind you. Suddenly, another force attacked him from behind, but he realized it in time and dodged. He immediately leaned aside to avoid it. The one who attacked was none other than Shinbin from the fire department of Demon Hunter University. However, Yang Su was somewhat confused and asked Shinbin directly, "What are you doing?" He didn't understand why the other person pinched his own cheek and widened his eyes. Consider yourself lucky. You dodged that blow. It turned out to be a mask. The current face was Chun Bin's true appearance. Yang Su immediately understood that he was a fallen demon hunter. Next, he turned and left, leaving Yang Su alone to deal with two fallen demon hunters. Chunbin switched to attacking the others. Damn it, you're a fallen demon hunter. How can this be? Among the participants this time, there are so many hidden, fallen demon hunters. Everyone spread out. Be careful of the people next to you. It's come to this, and there are still people babbling on. Everyone don't panic. Get away from the black snake. The guard team form a defensive formation. A fallen demon hunter gave a sinister smile. The fallen demon hunters have been plotting for a long time, hiding for over a decade, all for this moment. Don't even think about causing trouble. Old man, shut up for me. The old man was just an ordinary person, completely unable to react. His mouth was still tough as he cursed. You traitors who bite the hand that feeds you, go to hell. With those words, he lost his life. He fell to the ground, officially departed from this world. Ninkei stood proudly, facing black armor alone. A crowd of fallen demon hunters rushed forward. Then again, you have to admire his guts for daring to charge into the ancient demon realm alone. Does he really think no one can handle him? He extended 2 fingers and drew a circle. It turns out he was setting up a formation to annihilate them. At this moment, they were enveloped by his terrifying technique. Suddenly, the bodies of the fallen demon exorcists stiffened. They looked at each other in astonishment, their hearts filled with questions. What's happening? I can't move. One of the fallen demon exorcists was completely in awe. He can actually freeze time, even more terrifying than the rumors. One person was gathering power to attack. Ning K crossed his arms, looked straight at the black snake, and asked, "Anything else to say?" The black snake just smirked, his attitude perfectly clear. As expected of the council president, but it's a pity your opponent isn't me. At the same time, a voice echoed from outside. Council president, your opponent is me. A long sword flew in swiftly. The sword's tip pierced straight into Ning Quebec Ning. K had no time to turn around and was struck by this sword. He turned to look and found a familiar face. It's you. It turned out to be D. Tion, the person who had always fought side by side with Ning K. He had done something that utterly baffled Ning Quebec. What are you doing? It seemed that from this moment on, they had become enemies. Faced with this, Han Mao didn't want to see any more losses and begged Yang Su for one thing. Yang Su, tell me this is all an illusion. Boku is just a dog, but he's very perceptive of human nature. That's the vice principal of the Demon Exorcist University, but why did he sneak attack the honorable council president? Lu Wugu, seeing this scene, was extremely excited and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, look at your terrified faces. How interesting. Allow me to formally introduce to everyone the Vice Principal of the Demon Exorcist University and also the Vice President of the Fallen Demon Exorcist Guild, Hei Yao Tian. At this moment, the D. Tian of the past no longer existed. He revealed his true face. Ning Kei, long time no see. Wugu walked down the steps, knelt, and kowtowed. Wugu pays respects to the Honorable Vice President, the Vice President of the Fallen Demon Exorcist Guild, Hei Yao Tian. Ning Kei never expected this day would come. It really was you. I sensed something was wrong back then, so it was you pulling the strings. Hei Yao Tian's eyes turned a smoky purple. He turned to ask his subordinate, Wu Gu, is the item ready? She took out the talisman from before. My lord, following your orders, I have found that important demon-suppressing talisman. He Yaotian hurriedly took it and praised her. Very good. After this is done, you will be handsomely rewarded. Thank you, my lord. Ning Ke, the play is over. Your Demon Exorcist Alliance has been in power for so many years. Today, it's finally our turn. He raised the talisman and began to cast a technique. Azura's Seal, Myriad Realms Annihilation. The effect was like a whirlwind, seeming to want to destroy the very sky. From within that barrier, a mysterious element seemed about to appear. It was gradually revealing itself, first a pair of wings. It's been several thousand years. I'm finally out. A monster with horns and wings had truly appeared, signaling how many more disasters are yet to come. At this time, Tang Yin's eyes were opened by this event. I never thought the fallen demon exorcist would do so much, all with the goal of releasing it. Yang Su immediately asked curiously, Senior, do you know its origin? But as I see it, the first thing we need to do is get out of here. I'll tell you later. In ancient times, a certain being relied on the 6 realms' ancient demons under its command to bring a large number of ancient demons into the human world. Those 6 realms' ancient demons possessed special spatial power, able to break the spatio-temporal wall between the human world and the Panga realm. Those 6 realms' ancient demons all seem to have died in that great war. However, very few people know that one of them survived. That ancient demon's life source is very special, difficult to destroy. Everyone worked together to set up a formation to seal it deep underground, to prevent anyone from taking advantage of it. The Demon Exorcist Alliance built the Demon Exorcist University here and sent many master demon exorcists to guard it. This was originally a top secret of the Alliance. I never expected the Dark Council to be able to find its whereabouts, and then find a way to release the ancient demon. What's more curious is, if it's such a secret, why does Senior know about it? Xiebing already knew, and explained on behalf of Tang Yin. Senior Tang is one of the founders of the Demon Exorcist University. He just didn't want to take any official position, so he accepted the title of guest elder. One surprise after another. What? He's that powerful? The power of a realm's ancient demon is incredibly terrifying, surpassing even the S rank. With your strength, getting close would be life-threatening. Tang Yin took the lead, saying, We're almost at the door. Let's get out of here quickly. At the same time, the fallen demon exorcists were blocking the door. He, trying to run? Insect-eyed one, we've been looking for you for a long time. Capture him. Remember not to harm his eyes. Han Mao continued to worry. It seemed he hadn't stopped worrying since the competition began. We're doomed. All the fallen demon exorcists are charging towards Yang Su. In terms of strength, that senior was the strongest among them, so he stepped forward to protect them first. You guys go. I'll hold them back. His usual weapon is that magical fan. A fallen demon exorcist intentionally reminded Tang Yin, don't meddle in the affairs of us fallen demon exorcists. Tang Yin conjured a tiger and said to the Black Snake, Black Snake, the fallen demon exorcists have become more and more arrogant over the years. It's time to put you in your place. These words infuriated the Black Snake. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. He began to use an ancient summoning technique, ancient Blackwater mystic serpent, and the old man used White Tiger devours the heavens. The 2 giant beasts, under their master's control, charged at each other. A magnificent burst of light exploded. Seizing this opportunity, the Black Snake came up with his next plan. Lu Wugu, I'll hold back Tang Yin. You go capture the insect-eyed one. Haha. He won't get away. As she finished speaking, Wugu had already caught up from behind. Little brother, where do you think you're going? At the same time, a fallen demon exorcist said to the newly released monster, Ming, we have successfully released you. Now is the time for you to contribute to the Heavenly Demon King. However, Ming didn't want to take orders from others. I would do it even if you didn't say so. I will definitely let that great Lord descend upon this place, so that the prosperous era of demons can return. The 2 sides of good and evil were in a fierce battle. No matter what, Ning Ke was still ensuring everyone's safety. Whatever you want to do, as long as I'm here, you won't succeed. If I'm not mistaken, your strength now is not even a tenth of what it used to be, is it? Another accomplice spoke up for Ming to stop him. I'll take this time to recover my strength. Ning Ke glanced at him. and snapped, showing off in front of an expert. He was now standing on a flying dragon. That dragon flew forward, growling at the purple dragon as a show of force. Taking this chance, hurry up and recover. Ming officially made his move. They came here, naturally, each with their own reasons. It's been several thousand years. It's time for a good meal. Demon puppet beasts are the minions of the heavenly demon king. Why are there so many demon puppet beasts here? Ming unleashed his power, his body enveloped in lightning-like energy. He arrogantly commanded, "Come, I need more power. Now is the time for you to offer yourselves." Realm Seal. First was a blue power, then a pink power. Meanwhile, Lu Wugu was relentlessly pursuing Yang Su. Bo could try to keep up, feeling incredibly frustrated, and couldn't help but say, "What the hell is that woman? A snake beauty?" Before dealing with anything, Xia Bing also spoke up first. Her body can elementalize into water, making her extremely difficult to deal with. Yang Su vaguely felt that something bad was about to happen. "Be careful, she's about to make a move." As the attack was launched, Yang Su also made a move to counter. His most frequently used technique is probably the Flood Dragon technique. He used vines to wrap around her, but she sliced through them all. They were even chopped into tiny pieces. In a flash, Lu Wugu appeared in front of Yang Su and asked, "So you're that insect-eyed one? You adorable little brother, you've stirred up this big sister's desires." Being this close, Yang Su also felt a chill. This demoness was truly terrifying. Just then, Xia Bing also moved to protect him. "Let him go." Xia Bing pointed her sword straight at Wu Gu. Wu Gu had no strong reaction, just put her hands on her hips and said, "Little girl, has no adult ever told you that this kind of attack is useless against me?" Seeing this, Xia Bing immediately activated her weapon's power. "A normal attack won't work, but my sword is no ordinary sword." With that, she stabbed Wu Gu with her sword. "Yang Su, go now. The fallen demon exorcist target is you. We absolutely cannot let them get your eyes." So that was the crucial point. Wu Gu's entire body was temporarily frozen. Despite this, she was still conscious. The CF family's ultimate ice bloodline. It's truly astonishing. But it's not enough to freeze me for long. The ice droplets fell to the ground, piling up. In an instant, she had returned to her original state. But unfortunately, you're still too young. This level of ice power is useless against me. Before Yang Su could even run, Wu Gu had successfully broken free. Han Mao was stunned in disbelief. How is that possible? What kind of constitution does she have? Is she unkillable? Even so, Yang Su didn't give up. "It's okay. The three of us will team up and defeat her first." Being on the evil side, she acted coy. "Are you planning to gang up on the weak?" Then she licked her lips perversely. "But it seems my side isn't short on people either. At first, there was only one, but now the number of fallen demon exorcists had greatly increased. Lord Meiguei, your subordinate, is late." Among them, Han Mao accidentally saw a familiar face. Wang Batian. "I can't believe you're also a fallen demon exorcist." Wang Batian sneered. "There are many more things you can't believe. I was planning to play with you all a bit longer, but business is more important. The insect-eyed one stays. As for the others, kill them without mercy." Understood. Yang Su had already prepared himself mentally. Everyone be careful. Prepare for battle. Although Xia Bing wasn't very strong, she was determined to fight to the end. Han Mao threw out fire cards, intending to burn these people to death. Yang Su kept frowning in thought. Before he could even make a move, the enemy had grabbed his lapels and leg. "Insect-eyed one got you." Wu Gu wrapped around his leg. This was the most worrying moment. "I'm done for. My entire spiritual power is locked. I can't use it." Wu Gu spoke up. "Insect-eyed one, let's become one. These eyes, I will inherit them too. Who knows, I might just become the new insect-eyed one." Haha. At this moment, Xia Bing channeled energy into her sword. She quickly sent a powerful sword slash towards Lu Wu Gu, who was holding Yang Su, and shouted, "Stop." Seeing this, Lu Wu Gu was a little surprised. She casually blocked the blow, saying contemptuously, "If you want to face me, at least reach S rank first." Every energy slash that Xia Bing unleashed was immediately suppressed by Lu Wu Gu's technique. Xia Bing was also sent flying. Han Mao and Bo Ku, seeing this, threw out numerous talismans, shouting towards the front. Yang Su, "Woof, demoness." On Lu Wu Gu's side, her expression remained unchanged. With a gentle wave of her hand, Han Mao and Bo Ku were sent flying in an instant. The countless talismans also shattered into pieces. Yang Su, in extreme difficulty, shouted, No, I can't breathe. Lu Wugu calmly pinched his chin, reminding him, little brother, give up, you can't resist me. Stop struggling. Yang Su's entire body was hit by a force, flying into the air. Witnessing this scene, Lu Wugu couldn't help but exclaim, so easy. I'm afraid even the Honorable Council President wouldn't have expected that the most important insect-eyed one could be captured so easily. She looked at the unconscious Yang Su on the ground and said, after obtaining the insect-eyed one, could go directly to the Panga realm and undo the seal of the greatest heavenly demon king there. Lu Wugu performed her technique, and wisps of smoke flew out from Yang Su's face. She said to herself, just one last step. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, accompanied by a voice, intrusion. Only then did Lu Wugu react. Puzzled, this is not good. Where's this place? She quickly calmed down and assessed the situation. Ahead, a scene of the sun and moon shining together appeared, stunning Lu Wugu that, what is that? A giant figure gradually emerged, obscuring part of the sun and moon. That person stared straight at Lu Wugu with two sharp eyes and shouted, get out. She was immediately ejected from Yang Su's body. The men in black saw Lu Wugu flee and exclaimed, what's going on? That's Lord Mei Gue. One of them asked in shock, what happened? Why is Lu Wugu injured? He was a little angry. Didn't I tell her that the double-pupiled one is connected to the heavenly demon king and has many secrets, so she absolutely must not be careless? Bo clung to Han Mao's leg and asked softly, is she injured? He was also a bit puzzled. Was it because of that silly dog? Xia Bing had already jumped to Yang Su's side and asked worriedly, Yang Su, are you okay? Han Mao then spoke up, Yang Su, do you remember what happened? Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred behind Xia Bing. The ancient demon cried out in dissatisfaction. Still not enough. I need more power. It seemed to have targeted Yang Su and the others, muttering to itself. Demon exorcists are truly a troublesome bunch. Fine then, I'll treat you as an appetizer to replenish some of my strength. With that said, the ancient demon quickly unleashed its energy, sending Xia Bing and the others flying. A fireball then flew in at an astonishing speed, striking the ancient demon directly. It turned around angrily and questioned, who is it? Fang Xiuxian stood within the fireball, cursing, you wretched ancient demon. Do you really think no one can handle you? He immediately used the ancient summoning technique, summoning hundreds of swords that hovered beside him. Those swords converged into the sword dragon technique, forming a majestic dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and spewed a powerful stream of energy. The ancient demon on the other side was not to be outdone, directly unleashing its energy to prepare to block the incoming attack. The two sides clashed head-on, causing a world-shaking explosion. The people below also joined forces to channel their energy, calling out, Minister, we're here to help you. Let's deal with it together. A figure then appeared in the distance, watching the explosion before them. Bai Zhouyan was puzzled. Why is it Lin Dairen? If Lin Dairen can stop the ancient demon, this operation will have a major change. He thought to himself, it seems many demon exorcist masters are about to arrive. I must take this opportunity to bring that person out. Bai Zhouyan then asked the blindfolded person behind him, Number 1, are you ready? That person immediately replied, we can start any time. A small red pill appeared in Number 1's hand. He swallowed the pill without hesitation. Immediately, dark red energy radiated from around Number 1, along with surrounding talismans. He raised his head, let out a resounding roar, and released a powerful layer of energy. That energy converged, revealing the image of Albai. The people standing below looked up and couldn't help but be astonished. That's Albai. Fang Xiuxian also seemed to be in disbelief. How is this possible? You've broken through the restrictions of the Qing dynasty region? Albai burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. Nothing in this world can stop me. Suddenly, a voice from the sky called out, Young Guardian Albai, stop Lin Dairen. The person in the black cloak ordered, don't waste time. We must start the plan immediately. At this moment, the ancient demon continued to fly up to fight. It spoke, let me summon that great lord and usher in a new era, the era of demons. Various energies now seemed to converge. All of them poured into the vortex in the sky, merging together. The phenomenon of a blazing heavenly dog devouring the sun then appeared in the sky. A teal car drove by, and feeling the glaring sunlight, the person inside couldn't help but be surprised. What is this? Why is there another solar eclipse in such a short time? The scene shifts to the central area of the Panga realm. Various pure energies were constantly connecting with each other. Xiaobing looked at the constantly connecting patterns on Yang Su's arm and asked worriedly, Yang Su, how are you? He was drenched in sweat and could only speak with difficulty. It hurts so much, my head is very dizzy. The image of Xiaobing and Bok before Yang Su's eyes gradually blurred. A fire blazed fiercely. Yang Su looked at the giant eyes in the scene here, exclaiming in shock, how did I get here again? The chains now seemed to have broken. Golden talismans floated in the air. Yang Su seemed to realize something and shouted, not good. The ancient demon is helping the heavenly demon king break the seal. Those eyes just let out a soft laugh. Ha ha ha, double-pupiled one. We will soon face each other directly. The grudge between us, let me settle it myself. Yang Su then snapped back to reality. Xiaobing looked at his expression and asked, Yang Su, how are you? Are you okay? Did you see it? He didn't answer, but looked towards the ancient demon's converging energy and warned, we have to stop it. It's helping the heavenly demon king break the seal. When Xiaobing and Han Mao heard this, they couldn't hide their astonishment. The energy in the sky grew stronger and stronger. A hearty voice rang out. This moment has finally come. My servants, feel the power I bestow upon you. Help me open all the seals. Demonic energy radiated from around the giant energy ring. The ancient demon now seemed to have grown larger. The person in the black cloak below kept shouting, such terrifying power. I can feel it. It's the heavenly demon king. Heavenly demon king. Heavenly demon king. Heavenly demon king. From that powerful source of energy, the image of something appeared. The heavenly demon king inside cried out softly, ah, my power. His entire face turned black, and a character appeared on his forehead. At this moment, the heavenly demon king released a massive amount of energy, saying, all of you, die for me. By borrowing your souls, I will be able to break through even more spatial limits. The people below were swept away by the torrent of his power. They instantly turned into streams of energy, merging as one with the heavenly demon king. Yang Su also reached out his hand, using the Flood Dragon technique. A huge explosion occurred. The vines Yang Su had just unleashed, along with the people, were all shattered by the heavenly demon king. He spoke smugly. None of you can escape. The heavenly demon king then created a formation, spatial stagnation barrier. His stream of energy fell, forming a barrier that enveloped the space. At the same time, the heavenly demon king also fired countless attacks like a storm. The white tiger then leaped forward to block the attack. Seeing this, they shouted, Senior! The guest elder sighed softly. Ming is getting stronger, unless we can kill it. Otherwise, no one can escape. Xiaobing spoke up. Senior, no one here understands that ancient demon better than you. If we can't stop it, the entire human world will fall into a great disaster. The guest elder looked at Aobai, confronting the other person, and said softly, the current situation is easier said than done. The Dark Council has been plotting for a long time, mobilizing all their forces. Moreover, the ancient demon is not a product of this era. We fundamentally cannot deal with it, Xiaobing lamented. But if it could be sealed in the beginning, there must be something important that can be used. The guest elder replied, it's useless. It's true that an ancient tome recorded that event. Several hundred years ago, there was a fluctuation in the ancient demon's seal, which was discovered by the founder of the Alliance, Grandmaster Huangchang. He recalled that formation and lamented. At that time, the heavenly demon king had already escaped and the whole world was in chaos. Huangchang at that time left a demon-subduing immortal sword underground to suppress the demon. The guest elder's expression turned grave. Afterwards, the Demon Exorcist Alliance used many methods to try and explore underground, but gained nothing. In the end, the Demon Exorcist Alliance couldn't determine if this matter was true or false. After hearing this, Bo cried out in shock. So that was a whole lot of nothing. The person in the black cloak then rushed forward quickly, roaring, haha, no need to waste your efforts anymore. You don't stand a chance at all. Kill them all. Capture the double-pupiled one. A spatial rift then opened, and soldiers holding long spears, blades, and swords rushed out, shouting, kill, kill, kill. The people below couldn't help but exclaim in horror, we're doomed. Even the demon soldiers from the Qing dynasty region have been summoned. All of them rushed towards Yang Su, determined to capture him. The double-pupiled one. Quick, capture the double-pupiled one. The guest elder stood in front of Yang Su and ordered, "Protect Yang-Su. He is the only one in the prophecy who can defeat the heavenly demon king. We must protect him." Siebing also called out a reminder. "Han Mao, get Yang-Su out of here first." He immediately replied, "Got it." At this moment, countless attacks and weapons flew towards them. Yang-Su and Han Mao continuously ran and dodged. Siebing swung her sword towards the enemy, exclaiming, "Bring it on. I won't let you have your way." Suddenly, the heavenly demon king's energy attack targeted her. It was accompanied by a surprised voice. "It's the true ice bloodline from ancient times." The heavenly demon king grabbed Siebing with his hand, remarking, "This type of bloodline is very beneficial for my recovery." Seeing her captured, Yang-Su shouted worriedly, "Siebing." He roared at the heavenly demon king, "Let her go." The heavenly demon king casually looked at the incoming attack and said contemptuously, "Haha, this kind of attack can't hurt me." Suddenly, he was startled by something and shouted, "It's you." The heavenly demon king looked at the general's aura on Yang-Su and said tongly. The people in black cloaks below were all puzzled. "What is tongly? What's going on? What on earth happened?" Yang-Su paid no mind. "I don't know what you're talking about. Let her go now." The heavenly demon king was now furious. 1,000 years ago, Tong Li sealed me. Regardless of your relationship with him, as long as you have his aura on you, you must die. Yang-Su then swung his sword, saying, "I will absolutely not spare you." On the other side, the heavenly demon king also made a move to block. The two moves collided, causing a massive explosion. Yang-Su immediately transformed into 3 golden dragons, using the dragon god technique. The heavenly demon king also shot out 3 energy spheres in response. The two moves collided, creating an incredibly devastating scene. Yang-Su was knocked out of his Tongli form. He couldn't help but lament, "Too strong. One move broke my ribs." A person in a black cloak high above spoke, "Ming, gouge out his eyes. This is the heavenly demon king's order. Our plan needs it." Ning Ke quickly shouted a reminder, "Everyone, protect the double-pupiled one." The person in the black cloak rushed forward, shouting, "Get him!" Han Ziki and Wei Shengren also ran over, yelling, "Yang-Su." Wei Shengren supported Yang-Su and said, "Leave it to me. I'll get him out." The heavenly demon king's energy was then released, and that guy's voice rang out, "You're not going anywhere. No one can save him." Han Mao then stuck a talisman on Yang-Su's back and said softly, "Yang-Su, I'll get you out." Yang-Su, on Han Mao's back, said worriedly, "Their target is me. Put me down, you'll die." Han Mao ignored his words. He leaned over and threw Yang-Su forward forcefully and instructed Boke, "Boke, take him away." It obeyed and ran to bite Yang-Su's clothes. But soon after, Uncle Ku was separated from Yang-Su by the heavenly demon king's energy. Yang-Su shouted, "What are you all doing? Everyone will die." Han Ziki said seriously, "Yang-Su, don't blame yourself. From the day you became an exorcist, we knew something like this would happen." She continued, "The double-pupiled one is the person in the prophecy. Your life is much more important than ours. Even if we die, we must get you out." At that moment, Han Ziki single-handedly blocked the heavenly demon king's attack. However, a huge explosion occurred, and she couldn't escape. Yang-Su cried out, screaming, "Are you all insane? How could I be that important?" The heavenly demon king's hand reached towards him, saying, "I told you, you can't escape." The heavenly demon king casually looked at Yang-Su in his hand, saying, "You have the double pupils just like Tong Li. Whether you are him or not, as long as you die, it means nothing." Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Yang-Su." The person in the black cloak said smugly, "Haha, offer the double-pupiled one to the heavenly demon king, and from now on, no one can stop us." At this moment, the heavenly demon king tightened his grip on Yang-Su. Yang-Su had now lost all will to fight, softly saying, "I'm the one you want. They are not the double-pupiled one. Let them go." The heavenly demon king laughed loudly upon hearing this. "Haha, you can't even save yourself, yet you want to meddle in other people's business. You must die, and so must they." He struggled to ask again, "Is there really no other way?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I can help you." Yang-Su was startled. Who's talking?" Suddenly, a dazzling mass of energy appeared, radiating a brilliant light all around. Yang-Su looked at the sword before him and said softly, The voice spoke again. "This is the place that seals the demon-subduing immortal sword." Yang-Su then came to a realization. You are the demon-subduing immortal sword recorded in the ancient texts of the Demon League, capable of suppressing the ancient demons. The demon-subduing immortal sword spoke. That's right. I have awakened this time because I sensed a familiar aura on you. If I'm not mistaken, you are the double-pupiled one. Yang-Su said softly. Senior, the ancient demons and the fallen exorcists are freeing the heavenly demon king. The entire world is in mortal danger. We need your power. The demon-subduing immortal sword was surprised. I can't believe several thousand years have passed, and he's still not dead. However, I cannot help you. Only you can change everything. Hearing this, Yang-Su asked doubtfully, Me? Impossible. I'm no match for the ancient demons. The demon-subduing immortal sword asked, The double pupils possess immense power. You are not yet mature. You cannot fully utilize its effects. Yang-Su, do you understand the meaning of the double pupils? Yang-Su could only look up at the demon-subduing immortal sword. Then, it explained, the double-pupiled ones are born extraordinary. Each one carries a special mission and duty. Xuanyuan's mission was to defeat Qiyu and establish Huaxia. My mission was to suppress the ancient beasts of the six-headed realm. Huang Chang's mission was to eliminate millions of demons. The demon-subduing immortal sword said to Yang-Su, Yang-Su, tell me, what is your mission? After hearing this, he was a little bewildered. My mission? In another development, everyone was relentlessly fighting the demons. Zhao Hemming couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, there are too many demons, we can't kill them all. Are we really going to die here this time? The black-robed person launched an attack towards them, saying contemptuously, Just give up, your time is over. On the other side, Aoba was also throwing punches and kicks. Let's end this quickly. This old man can't wait to enter the human world anymore. Witnessing this, Kuching cursed angrily. Bastard. The black-robed people attacked together and said, You're fighting the three of us, and you still have the mind to worry about others? Wei Shanhai lamented at this moment. It's over. We've lost. Everyone is going to die here. Han Mao also worriedly said to himself, Have we really lost? Is everyone going to die this time? The black-robed person laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. The era of the fallen exorcists officially begins. Back to Yang-Su's side. The demon-subduing immortal sword asked him, Tell me, what is your mission? Yang-Su looked at the scene of everyone outside being attacked and mumbled, Xie Bing, Han Mao, Beiji, Senior Tang Boho. He then knelt down and said, I want to change all of this. I want to protect them. A fire seemed to burn in Yang-Su's eyes. Senior, please lend me your power. After hearing this, the demon-subduing immortal sword glowed and said, As you wish. Streams of energy from the demon-subduing immortal sword slowly flowed into his body. A powerful beam of light erupted from behind the tall buildings. The central area between the buildings was now a desolate pile of rubble. Suddenly, a powerful stream of energy shot straight into the sky. The heavenly demon king saw this and was shocked. This is, from within that light, the silhouette of a sword gradually appeared. On the sword's body were carved the two words demon-subduing. The black-robed person saw it and was utterly astonished. The demon-subduing immortal sword. Impossible. Witnessing this scene, Kuching thought to himself, the legend is true after all. Yang-Su also opened his eyes wide at this moment. He waved his hand, his entire body radiating a terrifying power. Yang-Su broke free from the heavenly demon king's control and rushed towards the demon-subduing immortal sword. He grasped the sword and unleashed a wave of sword light. Han Mao, Beiji, Xie Bing, and everyone else cheered in unison. Yang-Su, this is great, Dirt Dog is still alive. The heavenly demon king was the complete opposite. He roared in anger. Impossible. That is Tong Li's treasured sword. No one but him can use it. Moreover, I had already reinforced the seal. Why? Yang-Su now faced the heavenly demon king and shouted, Beast, I will absolutely not let you harm the human world. Now it's my turn. He gently raised his sword and said, Ancient summoning. A brilliant light illuminated the entire sky. Yang-Su now appeared in the form of the Zhenwu, demon-subduing great emperor. His eyes were now clearly black and white. A yin-yang Bawa diagram was magnified. The heavenly demon king spoke. It's been over 1,000 years. Even if you're Tong Li, I will still kill you. No one can stop me anymore. At this moment, the heavenly demon king used a forbidden spatial art, annihilation. On the other side, Yang-Su waved his hand, pushing the yin-yang Bawa diagram forward. The heavenly demon king was hit and said in astonishment, This is Tong Li's technique. At that very moment, the demon-subduing immortal sword shot towards him. The blade powerfully pierced through the heavenly demon king's body. In an instant, he was turned to dust. Ninkei couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Is this the power of the double-pupiled one? Fang Xiuxian also sighed. The prophecy is true. He Yaodian was extremely shocked. He defeated me. Witnessing this, Aobai also had to admit, how does he have such terrifying power? A giant formation was now deployed. The black-robed people panicked and shouted, "Run! This is terrifying. We can't possibly deal with this. Run!" The scene shifts to another place. A person wrapped in chains sighed softly, "Bing, you have failed." At the same time, the solar eclipse disappeared. Everyone couldn't help but praise. "Yang Su, that was amazing." Han Mao asked curiously, "Dirt Dog, since when did you have such a powerful move?" At this moment, the giant illusion outside gradually faded. Yang Su fell from the sky. Seeing this, everyone worriedly called his name, Yang Su. The scene shifts to 3 days later. Yang Su is now resting in a hospital bed. Beiji jumped forward and shouted, "Great, you're finally awake." Yang Su was stepped on in the stomach, startling him into spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xie Bing, Wei Shengren, Han Mao, and the others came to visit him. "Get off, you damn dog." "Haha, Beiji, get down." "Yang Su, you're finally awake." Kuqing also spoke up. "It's good that you're awake. These friends of yours have been here with you for several days." Yang Su hesitated. "Senior, everyone." Han Mao then said with a laugh, "No need to thank us. You got a powerful treasure like the demon-subduing immortal sword. Remember to treat everyone to a meal." After hearing this, Yang Su awkwardly scratched his head, "But I don't have any money." Kuqing then took the initiative to say, "All right, everyone, go outside first. Let Yang Su rest a bit." Then he turned to Yang Su and said, "That's right, Yang Su, your master said he has something to discuss with you. Go see him later." After hearing this, he replied, "Yes, sir." A while later, Yang Su opened the door to the room, poked his head in, and asked, "Master, you were looking for me?" Chun Ichian stroked his chin and said, "Although the exorcists were victorious this time, I don't know what trick the fallen exorcists used, but the barrier has been shattered beyond repair." He turned to remind Yang Su. The Exorcist University was originally the safest place, but now it has become the most dangerous. For the time being, you should stay at my place. Seeing Yang Su remain silent, Chun Ichian asked, "What's wrong, you don't want to?" Yang Su then spoke up, "Master, I want to become stronger." He expressed, "I might be able to turn the tide and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat once or twice, but that doesn't mean it will happen every time. Haha, I don't want to be this passive anymore. I want to become stronger." Chun Ichian laughed after hearing this and said, "Good, you're the one who said it. Your training will certainly be many times harder than before." Yang Su still replied calmly, "That's fine, master." Suddenly, someone burst through the door and reported, "Master, something's wrong." Chun Ichian immediately stepped out of the room. Yang Su stood silently in the room, his face full of shock. A thick, syrup-like liquid was flowing towards the city.